Hogwarts, my infinite deduction of spells. Chapter 1. I'm adding points halfway, and you tell me it's the Harry Potter world? In the first grade, I won the gold medal in the primary school mathematics competition in the UK, and it was an unprecedented full score. In the second grade, I won the gold medal in all subjects in the middle school group, sweeping the best middle school students in the UK. Starting from the third grade, even in sports subjects, I have shown extraordinary talents: table tennis, fencing. Charles Evans, Muggles all recognize that you are the most talented student in the UK, saying that you will definitely win a bomb award in the future. In other words, you are the Albus Dumbledore of the Muggle world, right? Then your brain should be as precious as Albus Dumbledore, precious research material. In the dim basement, a crazy old man in a black robe looked at the boy tied to the chair with fanatical eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. And the boy he called Charles Evans was sitting there blankly at this moment, as if he had been struck by lightning. As the old man in black robe said, Charles is indeed a genius student famous throughout the UK. He had just finished his speech at the school graduation ceremony and was on his way back to his apartment, when the old man in black robe came out clutching a wooden stick. At that time, Charles didn't pay much attention to it, just thinking that it was some festival and this old man went out to play cosplay. Until the next moment, when the old man in black robe waved the wooden stick, the people on the whole street seemed to be under some spell and bypassed Charles's position. At that time, Charles was shocked. It seems that the old man in black robe is not playing cosplay, he is a real wizard. The next second, he fell into a coma after the old man in black robe waved his wand, and when he woke up, he was tied to a chair in this dark basement. At this moment, listening to the black robe old man chattering about Muggles, and also mentioned a familiar name Albus Dumbledore, Charles really felt like he was screwed. Fuck, I thought this was a parallel world in the 1990s. Dog system, didn't you tell me this is the magic world? Yes, Charles is a time traveler. In his previous life, Charles was an ordinary office worker. He didn't have any special hobbies except watching TV series and movies. Until that day, a time travel starter crossed half of the street, crashed through the wall of Charles's house, killed him directly, and sent him to the UK in the 1990s. At first, Charles was a little worried about his future livelihood. After all, like most time travelers, he was an orphan in this life, had no relatives, and grew up in an orphanage. In the UK, people don't care about whether there are kings, princes, generals, and ministers, and there is no compulsory education. If you want to go to college, the high tuition fees are no joke. Many of Charles's skills in his previous life are useless in a foreign country in this era. It's really not easy to live a decent life. It was not until a ding sounded in Charles's mind that something called the infinite deduction system was bound to Charles, which made Charles feel relieved. As the name suggests, the function of this system is infinite deduction. Any knowledge that Charles has learned can be deduced to a higher level through this system. For example, if you have learned first-grade mathematics, you can use the system to deduce more derived mathematical knowledge, and even deduce the content of higher mathematics based on this. Even some sports theories can be deduced. For example, the basic theories such as the landing point, rotation, speed, and change of table tennis can be deduced into advanced techniques such as double-sided loops, straight blade horizontal hits, and backhand twists and pulls. And except that it cannot directly improve physical fitness, Charles can perfectly master all the deduced techniques. It was thanks to the infinite deduction system that Charles gradually became a young genius who shocked the whole of Britain from an orphan in an orphanage. Charles originally thought that the fate of his life should be to rely on the system to become a pioneer in the territory of human civilization and bring humans from the earth to the boundless starry sky. As a result, he realized at this moment that Go-Cao's fate had played a big joke on him. I've been studying science for 10 years, but the world itself is not scientific. Is this the Harry Potter world? The magic in this world has nothing to do with science. The spell of the summoning spell can summon distant objects out of thin air, the apparition can travel through space, and there are perverted things like the time converter that involve time. What kind of science can do this? If the Trisolarans can apparition, what the hell are they afraid of the explosion of Earth's technology? Charles wanted to cry but had no tears. I've been studying science in the magic world for 10 years, is there anything more fucked up than this? Oh yes, there is also that, being attacked and kidnapped by a crazy old wizard. It seems that he is very interested in his brain. When he realized his situation, Charles temporarily ignored the disillusionment of his worldview and returned his attention to reality. The old wizard in black robe was looking at Charles with a puzzled face. By the way, are you really as smart as Dumbledore? Why do you look stupid? Don't you look smart? If that's the case, you're of no value to me. Charles forced a smile. Mr. Wizard, I don't think you can tell whether a person is smart from their appearance. In other words, the smarter they are, the less smart they look, or even a little crazy. If the Albus Dumbledore you mentioned is really as smart as you mentioned, I bet he must look crazy and have a lot of quirks, such as liking to eat some weird things. After these words came out, the old wizard in black robe was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. What you said seems to make some sense. Then he looked at Charles and asked. So what do you think of me? Charles said smoothly. I think you look a little crazier than Dumbledore, but you know, geniuses are crazy in the eyes of ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand geniuses? So the crazier you look to ordinary people, the more genius you are. In summary, you should be a little more talented than Dumbledore, and you are much more talented than me. I, Charles Evans, am just an ordinary person born in an era without you. If you want to do some research on the brain, I sincerely think that only your genius mind can do it. Do I deserve it? Worthy of chicken feathers. The old wizard in black robes was intoxicated. Yes, you are right, absolutely right. Charles Evans, although you are a muggle, your knowledge is much better than those old antiques in Sir Merlin's group. Those old things who are complacent actually laughed at my genius idea as the ravings of a madman. I must prove to them that my idea is the most genius design in history. Tracing the origin of magic, the sublimation of the soul, the most ancient magic. The old wizard in black robe seemed to be in a state of self-entertainment, or like he was insane, and kept muttering some difficult nouns. Then, he looked at Charles. Charles, you actually have the insight to see my talent. I, dark side, recognize you. Among ordinary people except me, your brain is the strongest. Although there is no second me in the world for me to study, your brain must be stronger than those 73 idiots before, and have more potential for sublimation. The next moment, the old wizard in black robe took out a bottle of green potion that gurgled like evil energy and poured it into Charles's mouth without saying anything. Come, drink this bottle of sublimation potion, and the sublime evolution is waiting for you. Chapter 2 Magical Power Runaway, Another Bottle. When the old wizard who called himself Darkside tried to pour the so-called sublimation potion into Charles's mouth, Charles's pupils suddenly contracted. His infinite deduction system is not unconditional to deduce knowledge. It requires something called deduction points, and deduction points are obtained from Charles's eating. The more precious and valuable the food that Charles eats, the more deduction points he can get. The points that can be obtained from ordinary food are few, but if you eat some precious gold, silver, and jewelry, the deduction points will be much more. As for the digestion problem, there is no need to worry. As long as these things are eaten, they will be converted into deduction points by the system. Even if you swallow a gold coin, as long as you don't cut your esophagus or throat, Charles can use the system to convert it with just a thought, and it will not cause any burden to Charles. But whether the system can work on the potions of the magic world, Charles has not tried it yet. Especially according to what Doc said, he had experimented on 73 people before. There are wizards and muggles among them, but according to the standard that Doc found himself, those experimenters should not be stupid people. But even so, they all died in Doc's experiment. You can imagine what kind of thing this sublimation potion is. If there was any possibility, Charles didn't want to gamble his life on whether the system could transform the sublimation potion poured into his mouth. When the sublimation potion was close to Charles's mouth, an unprecedented sense of crisis burst out in Charles's heart. His eyes suddenly became empty. Sharp explosions and roars suddenly began to reverberate in the basement. Invisible power spread out from Charles, sweeping like a storm, whistling and repelling everything around him. This sudden scene startled Doc, and he almost threw it away. A bottle of sublimation potion fell to the ground. But after being surprised, Doc's eyes showed even more ecstasy than before. Magic runaway. Aha, you actually have magic talent, you are a little wizard. Great, this is really great. I thought you were a muggle, which would affect the effect of the sublimation potion. But I didn't expect that this last shortcoming would be made up. Charles Evans, with your brain, you are the young Dumbledore. I couldn't find Dumbledore to do the experiment, but I didn't expect to find you. It seems that the fate in the dark is blessing me, and I want this great sublimation to be completed in my hands. Then, Dark waved his wand. Charles, who was in a state of magic runaway, felt that the air around him seemed to have turned into a quagmire. The magic that ran away from his body was directly solidified. The strong wind in the basement stagnated, the roar was frozen, and then dissipated into nothingness bit by bit. The expectation that Charles had for the magic riot disappeared in an instant, and he was also shocked by the performance of the old wizard named Dark in front of him. According to his memory of the original Harry Potter, the magic riot of the little wizard was enough to make adult wizards panic. If it is a special situation, such as life is threatened, or the little wizard is mentally disturbed, the magic riot will become more violent. In this case, adult wizards may be killed. But Dark just resolved Charles's magic riot with a light touch, which shows that his strength is definitely far beyond that of ordinary adult wizards. Thinking about the fact that he could do the so-called sublimation experiment on more than 70 people in a row, but he has not been arrested by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, it can be understood that elite Aurors are probably not Dark's opponent. This old thing is definitely not something Charles can contend with at this moment. After realizing this, Charles sighed and gave up the idea of confronting him with force. Seeing Charles's resigned expression, Doc grinned and said faintly, "Don't worry, I have made adjustments to this version of the sublimation potion, and the success rate will definitely be much higher than the previous version. If you are lucky enough, you may still survive and complete the sublimation." Charles was silent. Doc probably said this to the more than 70 experimenters before, so you can imagine how credible it is. I can only hope that the system is more powerful and can work for this weird sublimation potion. At this moment, Doc opened the bottle cap, pried open Charles's mouth, and poured a bottle of bubbling sublimation potion down all at once. After the sublimation potion entered his mouth, Charles suddenly began to struggle, and his eyes almost popped out. It was unpalatable, really unpalatable. He dared to swear that he had never drunk such an unpalatable thing in his several lifetimes. This taste was like the foam after rotten sea fish, octopus, etc. piled together and fermented. There was also this sticky taste, like the mucus of some marine creature, and Charles felt that it was about to be drawn in his throat. Along with it, there was also an instinctive nausea and horror. Charles twisted violently on the chair, as if he wanted to reach his hand into his throat to dig out the sublimation potion he had just drunk. There was already white foam overflowing from the corners of his mouth because of the strong nausea. Seeing this scene, the old wizard Dark's eyes showed a strong disappointment. He had seen this scene more than 70 times before. All the experimenters felt intense pain and nausea after drinking the sublimation potion, and then began to foam at the mouth. Then, there was a more intense reaction until the body was alienated and collapsed, turning into a pool of smelly pus. After catching Charles and witnessing Charles's magic riot with his own eyes, he determined that Charles was comparable to Albus Dumbledore when he was a teenager. Doc had extremely high expectations for Charles. If such a talent cannot be sublimated through the sublimation potion, can my potion really succeed? Is it really just like those people in Merlin's group who laughed at me, that this is just a delusion, the ravings of a madman? Doc's eyes were bloodshot, revealing paranoia and fanaticism, and he murmured madly. No, no. I have seen it, I have seen the huge figure hidden under the dark sky in my dreams. I have heard it, I have heard the ancient ravings from the dark side of the world in my madness. The source of magic power, the supreme will, exist, they must exist, and my sublimation potion will definitely allow people to reach that level. How can I fail? No, I just need more experimental subjects, 100, 1,000, 10,000, no matter how many people die, I must witness that magnificent scene. Then, Doc held the wand and looked at Charles with cold eyes. He had planned to clean up the scene and then look for the next experimental subject. It was just at this moment that Charles's appearance stunned Doc. After foaming at the mouth in pain, Charles's body did not quickly begin to degenerate and collapse like the more than 70 experimental subjects before, but remained intact. Hope appeared in his eyes again. At this moment, Charles suddenly opened his eyes, and in addition to the relief of surviving the disaster, there was also uncontrollable ecstasy in his eyes. Boss, do you still have this thing? Another bottle. Chapter 3 The Skyrocketing Points Deep Blue, deduce for me. Charles's ecstasy at this moment was not only because the infinite deduction system called Deep Blue was powerful enough to recycle the sublimation potion into deduction points to save himself from the fate of death. Because of this bottle of sublimation potion, the system prompts in his mind have been rang out. Deduction points plus 100, deduction points plus 100. You know, even if he eats 8 meals a day, he can only get a few points. Only when he swallows gold and precious jewels can he get more deduction points, but at most a few dozen points. But now, during the transformation of the sublimation potion, each jump is hundreds of points. When this bottle of sublimation potion was transformed, Charles had gained nearly 10,000 deduction points, which was comparable to the total deduction points he had obtained in the past 10 years. At this time, Charles suddenly realized something. He may have misunderstood the rules of the system's conversion of deduction points in the past 10 years. He thought that the system converted the items he ate into deduction points, and the number of points was calculated according to the degree of preciousness. The older and more precious the items, the more deduction points they would be converted. After he swallowed an antique jewel, he got hundreds of deduction points at once, which seemed to confirm this point. But if you think that this world is a magic world, then perhaps this should be calculated according to the amount of magic contained in the item. Ordinary food contains almost no magic, so it can provide very few deduction points. Gold is a material used by the magic world, and it provides more deduction points. And the older the treasure, the more likely it is to be related to the magic world, and the greater the possibility of containing magic, so it provides more deduction points. This time, he drank the sublimation potion that the weird wizard like Doc put all his efforts to configure, and he could get tens of thousands of deduction points at a time. Tens of thousands of deduction points, even if used in a scattered manner, have made Charles the most recognized genius student in the UK, and he has won many awards in various fields. What if they are concentrated in one field? That will have the effect of turning decay into magic. Perhaps Charles's hope of surviving from Doc lies in this. Therefore, at this moment, Charles was not so disgusted by the disgusting taste of the sublimation potion. Thinking about the tens of thousands of deduction points it brought, he even felt a little fragrant and couldn't wait to get another bottle. However, at this time, after Charles called for another bottle, the old wizard Doc did not respond. He seemed to be unbelievable and fell into joy and madness. Not dead? He really didn't die? He even wanted another bottle. What does this mean? It means that my improved sublimation potion formula is effective and the effect is very good. It's done, Doc said is going to do it. Doc danced with excitement there. Only after a while, Doc showed a hesitant look again, staring at Charles and muttering to himself. He is indeed not dead, but the effect of the sublimation potion is not shown on him. What about the characteristics of sublimation? There is none. Doc immediately felt anxious again and began to pace back and forth in the basement in boredom. Could it be that I made the sublimation potion milder, which made it ineffective? It won't kill people, but it may not achieve the sublimation effect. So, isn't it possible that I will fail? Did I succeed or fail? Listening to Dak's crazy muttering, Charles's scalp tingled. He could see that Dak's mental state was extremely unstable, and he was eager for the sublimation potion to succeed, but was hit by repeated denials and failures. He even doubted whether the sublimation potion could succeed. If Doc continued to think about it like this, he might do something. So after thinking for a while, Charles spoke decisively. Don't doubt it, your sublimation potion is indeed effective. After saying this, Doc was stunned and turned to look at Charles. The next moment, he said with a fierce look in his eyes. You are lying to me, you must be lying to me. He took out his wand, his expression became more and more ferocious. I will cast a Cruciatus curse on you to let you know the consequences of lying to me. Do you know the Cruciatus curse? Do you know how it feels to be hit by it? I used it on Sir Merlin who said I was a lunatic. Ha ha ha, I drove him crazy. Now let's see who is the lunatic. Do you want to try? Charles said loudly at this moment. I can prove it, I can prove that your sublimation potion does work. If you want to torture me, if you affect the effectiveness of the sublimation potion, I guarantee that you will regret it. Doc showed hesitation in his eyes. Prove? Can you prove it? How are you going to prove it? Charles calmed down and said faintly. You developed the sublimation potion to sublimate people's souls and reach the so-called source of magic, right? Then in the process of soul sublimation, will there be some strange performances, such as stronger learning ability, or even the ability to turn decay into magic? What kind of spells will be completely different in the hands of the sublimator? Teach me a simple spell, and I will prove it to you. Charles's words immediately woke up Dark, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, how can the spells of the sublimator be the same as those of ordinary people? That must be something that even Dumbledore would be shocked by. Color-changing wonder. I'll teach you a simple spell and you can prove it. Doc hesitated again. But what if you lie to me? Do you want to learn a spell and then kill me? Char smiled bitterly. I'm a child who's not even 11 years old. You teach me a simple, non-aggressive spell. Do you think I have the ability to kill you? Doc thought about it and agreed. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded. Along with the waving of the wand and the waving of the hand gestures, short syllables sounded. Fluorescent flashes. A bright light shone from the tip of Dak's wand, finally making the dim basement more visible. It took Charles a while after the light came on to adapt to the light. He subconsciously looked around, and the scene he saw made his blood run cold. He was tied to a chair, he already knew it. But the basement seemed to have been added with a traceless extension spell, which was much more spacious than Charles had imagined. There were at least a dozen chairs like the one Charles was sitting on in the basement. But there were no traces of people on the chairs, only pools of smelly liquid, and people's clothes, jewelry, etc. in the smelly liquid. Just one look and you can tell that those who were once tied to the chairs are now. What exactly has it become? Charles took a deep breath, trying to calm down the nausea. But the next moment, the fishy smell became more and more obvious with the breath, so that Charles couldn't help but open his mouth and retched to the side. Doc didn't care about this at all. He was only concerned about verifying whether his sublimation potion was effective. After explaining the casting gestures and spells of the luminescent spell to Charles, Doc poured out a bag next to him. At least a dozen wands rolled to the ground. He randomly found one and stuffed it into Charles's hand, and loosened the rope for Charles a little so that he could move his arms freely and wave the wand. Doc held the wand and stared at Charles. "Come on, let me see the sublimation effect you said." Charles clenched the wand in his hand, which was still covered with dirty mucus, and recalled the luminescent spell that Doc had just explained. The prompt of the infinite deduction system sounded in his mind. "Detected deducible knowledge luminescent spell, do you want to deduce it?" The next moment, Charles's eyes sparkled, and he roared in his mind. "Deep Blue, deduce for me." Chapter 4 Deduction of the Luminescent Spell, Is the Dead Right? Accompanied by Charles's roar in his mind, the infinite deduction system he called Deep Blue made a cold mechanical sound. "Please specify the deduction direction," Charles said in his mind in a decisive tone. "Kill. Decode the luminescent spell in a more lethal direction." Instantly, Deep Blue responded. "Consume 1000 deduction points and start the initial deduction of the luminescent spell." The next moment, Charles felt a little dizzy. The luminescent spell he had just learned was immediately deduced in the system at an astonishing speed. Every second of deduction is equivalent to years of uninterrupted practice and thinking for ordinary people. In just a few seconds, Charles felt as if he had cast the luminescent spell 100,000 or 1,000,000 times. The spell and gesture of casting the luminescent spell were almost integrated into his instinct. He could even boast that no one's casting gestures on the luminescent spell were more standard than his. But if the system's capabilities were limited to this, it could not be called an infinite deduction system. After the luminescent charm was deduced almost instinctively, the system began to deduce the luminescent charm. A large amount of new knowledge began to flow into Seal's mind. New directions of the spells were deduced one by one in the system. The luminescent charm can only emit soft light, which is used to illuminate a small area. So how to make the luminescent charm develop in a more lethal direction? Naturally, increasing the intensity of light is a feasible direction. After a short time, Deep Blue, who started to deduce in this direction, gave an answer. The initial deduction of the luminescent charm is completed, and the luminescent charm has been deduced into a more lethal spell, the flash charm. The flash charm, a violent white light bursts out from the tip of the wand, and the flesh and blood creatures who witness the white light will enter a state of temporary blindness. After the blindness ends, it will also leave a long-term double image, dizziness, and other effects. Accompanied by Deep Blue's prompt, the flash charm, a spell derived from the luminescent charm, also became an instinct in Charles, as if he had used it countless times. Charles frowned slightly. Compared to the luminescent charm, the flash charm does have some lethality. But this lethality is too weak. It can only block the enemy's line of sight, similar to a flash bomb, and cannot directly cause damage. As an auxiliary spell, this spell is not bad. But forget about the lethality. However, Deep Blue is strong in being able to deduce a piece of knowledge almost infinitely. Now Charles has more than 9,000 deduction points on hand, and can deduce another wave. Deep Blue, continue to deduce for me, and continue to strengthen the lethality. This time, Deep Blue sounded a prompt. Consume 5,000 deduction points and perform a second deduction based on the flash charm. The appearance of the flash charm proved that increasing the intensity of the luminescent charm was indeed an effective direction. However, large-scale strong light can only cause damage to the eyes. And when the enemy closes his eyes or wears sunglasses, this damage is even more insignificant. So, can the strong light be concentrated? If the light is gathered into a beam and the energy is concentrated at one point, the lethality should be qualitatively improved. Following this direction, Deep Blue continued to deduce. More and more knowledge began to flow into Charles's mind. It seemed that in a parallel world, Charles was conducting experiments on the flash charm for decades, 24 hours a day, and only wanted to make the light and energy of the flash charm more concentrated. While Charles closed his eyes to receive this knowledge, Dark, who was waiting to witness the sublimation effect claimed by Charles, showed an anxious and impatient look in his eyes. "You kid, are you stalling for time? Are you waiting for the so-called police from your muggles, or the aurors from our magic world to rescue you? I tell you, if you dare to play tricks on me, if you dare to cheat me on the sublimation potion, I promise to let you taste the Cruciatus curse. I have 100 more terrifying ways to deal with you than the Cruciatus curse. Do you understand?" At this moment, Charles suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep blue prompt sounded in his mind. The second deduction of the luminescent spell has been completed, and the laser spell has been deduced based on the flash spell. The laser spell imitates the laser principle of the Muggle world, and concentrates the strong light emitted by the flash spell to make it consistent in frequency, thereby reducing the dissipation of light energy. A concentrated laser can cause the temperature of the area to rise sharply in a short period of time. Continuous heating is even enough to melt and cut steel. The subsequent 3 deductions will consume 10,000 deduction points. The current points are 4,396. Please get more deduction points. When he heard this prompt, a glimmer of light flashed in Seal's eyes, and there was an irresistible killing intent in his heart. The lethality of the laser spell is much stronger than that of the flash spell. It is already a pure killing spell. As for the power of lasers, he had heard in his previous life that lasers can be used to cut and process steel. In addition, there are also very famous scenes of laser channels in Resident Evil in film and television works. The sharp laser can easily cut the human body into pieces. If he had released the laser spell at Doc before he was prepared, he might have killed the Dark Wizard on the spot. Charles clenched his wand and said to Doc, "I didn't mean to delay. It's just that the feeling of sublimation is too wonderful, so I just took a while to adapt. Don't you want to see what changes will happen when you release the spell after sublimation? Then you'll watch." Soon, Charles waved his wand, murderous intent surged in his heart, and the laser spell almost turned into instinct and was about to be launched. But in an instant, Charles noticed that Doc was also holding his wand tightly. This old wizard was really crazy, but he was definitely not so confused that he was defenseless against Charles. As his mind raced, Charles's hand gestures that were originally prepared to release the laser spell changed. A strong light burst out from Charles's wand, illuminating the area in front of the basement in white. At the moment when Charles cast the spell, an invisible barrier blocked the old wizard Dark. It was the armor curse that could resist most spells. Seeing this scene, Charles was relieved, and his back was almost soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and did not really use the lethal laser spell on Dark, otherwise it would definitely be blocked by the armor curse. By then, it would be hard to say what would happen to Charles. At this moment, the old wizard Dark, who was flashed by the flash curse, laughed crazily under the protection of the armor curse. The luminescent curse can have such an effect in the hands of this kid who has never learned magic for a day? Sublimation, it must be the sublimation potion that worked. Ha ha ha, it's done, I've improved the sublimation potion so many times, I'm really going to do it. Charles looked at Dark, who was in tears and extremely excited, and his eyes flickered slightly. If you want to kill Dark, the lethality of the laser spell is not enough, and you need to continue to deduce the luminescent curse. If you deduce it once, twice, or even 3 or 4 times, there will always be a time when its power can reach a point where even Dark's armor curse cannot defend against it. However, if you want to do this, you need a lot of deduction points. Currently, the item that Charles has encountered that can provide the most deduction points in a short period of time is the sublimation potion that Dark took out. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Charles said to Dark, who was still happy, "Wrong, you are on the wrong path. If you continue to follow this idea, you will never be able to make a real sublimation potion." As soon as these words came out, Dark's laughter stopped abruptly. He opened his bloodshot eyes, and his cold and crazy look was not concealed at all. A green light appeared at the tip of the magic wand, carrying a monstrous murderous intent, and aimed at Charles. "Are you teaching me how to make sublimation potion? Do you know how much effort and experiments I have put into improving the sublimation potion? How dare you say I'm on the wrong path? How dare you?" The terror of life and death spread in Charles's heart. Charles gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Improve? Why do you want to improve?" Doc was stunned. "Because I drank the sublimation potion, people are dead, so we need to improve the sublimation potion to make the effect of the sublimation potion more moderate." Before he finished speaking, Charles said faintly, "Do you think everyone is qualified to sublimate? Why is it the problem of the sublimation potion if they die after drinking the sublimation potion? Why can't it be the problem of the dead? This shows that they are not qualified to sublimate at all. It's not you who is wrong, it's not the sublimation potion that is wrong, but this world. Think about it, how did your first version of the potion come into being? Crazy inspiration, genius ideas, as if the ancient beings whispered in your ears, and passed the inspiration of this potion to your mind. Why don't you believe in their revelation? Why should the potency be moderated? How can sublimation be carried out smoothly? You are too conservative, Doc, you should be more radical and more extreme. Maximize it, maximize the medicinal properties, and directly explode the magic of the sublimation potion, so that the most glorious sublimation can be ushered in." Chapter 5 Crazy Configuration, Eternal Blazing Sun. Hearing Charles's words, Doc, who was originally angry, was stunned there, as if he had been enlightened. Yes. If they died from drinking sublimation potions, it must be the problem of sublimation potions, right? Can't these guys be too stupid and not qualified for sublimation? Charles proposed to maximize the effect of sublimation potions, and forget about stability and safety, which made Doc's eyes brighter than ever before. Yes, yes. That's it. How could I be so stupid that I didn't even understand this matter? The original sublimation potion was created by inspiration after I saw the magnificent and incomprehensible forms in my dreams and listened to their voices that contained the magical secrets of all things in the universe. In other words, it was the revelation given to me by the sublimator. And my later modifications were based on the wizard's shallow understanding of magic. It is ridiculous to use such knowledge to modify the revelation of the sublimator. Doc muttered madly, even slapped himself loudly, and burst into tears of excitement. At this moment, he looked at Charles, and his eyes showed gratitude and emotion. "Charles, my friend, you deserve to have a brain as precious as Dumbledore's." "No, Dumbledore did not speak for my sublimation potion. How can he compare with you? Your foresight is more than 100 times better than Dumbledore's. Only a genius like you can understand how grand my goal is. My friend, as long as the sublimation potion succeeds, you and I will shed this weak human body and embrace the great source of magic," Charles said solemnly with a look of honor. "The flesh and blood are weak, sublimate and ascend." Doc also shouted excitedly. "The flesh and blood are weak, sublimate and ascend." Then, he searched for herbs in various herbal cabinets in the basement without stopping, preparing to remove all stable elements in the sublimation potion according to what Charles said. Chaotic and crazy magic will burst out in the sublimation potion. Let me see, bone-breaking grass, yes, this is needed, this is the key to shed the body. Scarlet Death Knell, a herb born with a powerful curse, helps us shed this cursed human flesh and blood body. And this, the blood crown. This, the main ingredient of the demon potion. Doc seemed to be high, throwing one strange herb after another into the crucible. Finally, he carefully took out a bottle, which was filled with a strange and disgusting green mucus. The moment he saw this thing, Charles felt nauseous, as if the stench of decay passed through the glass bottle and poured into his nasal cavity. Doc showed an intoxicated look, as if he was admiring some rare treasure. And this, the most critical thing for the sublimation potion, the traces left by those great beings. What a magnificent magic, how close to the origin of existence. Immediately, he dropped 5 drops of green mucus into the crucible. Instantly, the dark black potion in the crucible began to boil violently, and the entire color turned into a strange green color that was the same as the mucus. When the potion was boiled to a viscous state, Doc carefully poured it into the bottle and handed it to Charles, showing an anxious expression as if he was waiting for the teacher to review the test paper. "Come on, friend, try the sublimation potion I adjusted." Looking at the bubbling potion in front of him, Charles struggled in his heart. If he hadn't seen what ingredients were added to this thing, he would have just gritted his teeth and drank it. But after seeing what Doc threw in it, he really couldn't help but resist this thing. But after a moment, Charles gritted his teeth and raised his head to swallow the sublimation potion with full magic power. The moment the potion entered his mouth, a feeling several times more disgusting than the previous bottle came over him, causing Charles to retch again and scratch his throat instinctively. Even because this thing was too disgusting, Charles rolled his eyes and his consciousness fell into a short coma. But soon, the dense reminders from the Deep Blue system woke Charles up from his coma. Deduction points plus 100. Deduction points plus 100. This time, the density of these prompts is even greater than the first time. When the prompts gradually became sparse and the power of the sublimation potion was absorbed, Charles had 4396 deduction points left, which soared by more than 20,000 points, and the total exceeded 25,000 points. Char opened his eyes with difficulty. Seeing this scene, the uneasy Doc burst into tears of joy and began to cry violently. "Not dead, my friend, you are not dead. You are the first person to survive the original sublimation potion. You are right, I should not doubt the revelation of the sublimators, this is right, this is right." Char gave Doc a thumbs up. "Doc, you are almost successful, you are already on the direction of success. But it's not enough, I heard new revelations from the sublimators when I fainted just now. They congratulated me in my mind, and told me that it was not strong enough, not enough for people to complete sublimation. Doc, continue to increase the potency of the medicine, the sublimators are watching you, and an unprecedented great cause is ahead." Doc seemed to be inspired, and his whole face was full of religious enthusiasm. He muttered to himself like a madman. "It's more intense, it must be that the dosage of the part that has left the body is not enough. Otherwise, Charles should have left the human form, and the dosage of these demonic poisons should be doubled. Also, the amount of mucus left by the sublimators should be increased." In the following time, Doc made 3 bottles of sublimation potions with increasingly fierce medicinal properties. Char drank all the increasingly disgusting potions. His deduction points, with the accumulation of sublimation potions, soared to over 100,000 points. At this moment, Charles roared in his mind. "With 100,000 deduction points, I don't believe that I can't deduce the fluorescent spell to a shocking level. I don't believe that I can't kill you, an old wizard. Deep Blue, deduce for me, use all 100,000 points." As Charles roared in his mind, Deep Blue began to operate at an unprecedented high intensity since Charles crossed over to this world. 100,000 deduction points burned up in an instant. Instead, a vast amount of knowledge was poured into Charles's mind, even to the point where his head was splitting as if it was about to explode. It was like countless parallel worlds, countless. Charles pondered the fluorescent spell day and night, and all that knowledge and perception was poured in. Several directions to enhance the lethality of the fluorescent spell progressed in parallel in the deduction of the Deep Blue system. Continue to deduce the direction of the laser spell, stimulating higher frequency and higher energy level laser. The direction of the flash spell can also be further deduced. Light and heat are one. Converting the light of the flash spell into heat can form an area that burns the enemy to ashes. Countless inspirations and flashes burst out, and finally the results of several directions are combined by chance. A ray of light as hot as the sun flashed through Charles's mind. Deep Blue prompts sounded one after another. The host's laser spell has been deduced to a new level. The host's flash spell has been deduced to a new level. Congratulations to the host for deducing a large-scale killing spell based on the fluorescent spell, the Eternal Blazing Sun. Chapter 6 You succeeded? In the basement, the blazing sun rises. After a cold mechanical prompt, the information about the Eternal Blazing Sun spell also emerged clearly in Charles's mind. The tip of the magic wand emits a blazing ball like the sun, and after a few seconds, it bursts out with extreme light and heat, destroying and melting everything within the coverage area. The Eternal Blazing Sun will double the damage to dark creatures, ghosts, black wizards, etc. The range of the Eternal Blazing Sun is related to the host's magic power and spiritual power. When the host's magic power and spirit are sufficient to support it, it is possible to release a real sun to cover the sky. Seeing this introduction, Charles's heart could not help but feel ecstatic. The magic in the Harry Potter world tends to attack single targets, and there is no automatic search function. Even the killing curse needs to be aimed. If it can't hit, there will be no damage. This thing requires too much combat experience. Although Charles has mastered the luminescent curse after deduction, deduction is not actual combat. He is not sure that he can hit Doc. Therefore, if he deduces a single attack spell, Charles has to find an opportunity to increase his hit rate. But the Eternal Blazing Sun curse is different. It is an extreme range killing spell. As long as Doc is covered in the explosion range, he will die. This power, Charles does not believe in the iron armor curse. Can bear it. In Charles's heart, the long-held murderous intent began to spread. At this moment, after seeing that Charles drank several bottles of sublimation potion in a row and still survived, Doc became more and more certain that Charles's theory was correct. For wizards with sublimation qualifications, increasing the concentration and potency of sublimation potions is the right way to sublimation. He felt that he had seen through everything. Doc fell into extreme excitement and selflessness. His eyes fell on the materials at hand. He still had a lot of those deadly poisons. But the key is the green mucus left by those ancient beings. After giving Charles several doses of sublimation potions, its stock has begun to decrease significantly. Continue this. If he continued the experiment, Doc felt that the amount of sublimation potion left for him to prepare seemed to be insufficient. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Doc made a decision. He poured all the poisonous herbs into the crucible, and then poured all the remaining green mucus into it. Soon, the unprecedentedly thick sublimation potion came out. The disgusting smell filled the entire basement. Doc took the bottle of potion, turned around and looked at Charles, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. "Char, my friend, I'm sorry, this sublimation potion is for myself. I have been pursuing it for too long, I don't have time to wait any longer, give me this chance of sublimation first. You are still young, you still have plenty of opportunities. You already know the formula of the potion. Other herbs can be purchased in places like Nocturne Alley. As for the ruins of the ancient beings, Arlie, go find Arlie, you will definitely find it. I, Dark said, will go ahead and wait for you on the other side of sublimation." Immediately, Dark showed a look of happiness, drank the bottle of sublimation potion, and waited for his own sublimation. Seeing this scene, Charles showed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He was still thinking of taking advantage of Dark's unpreparedness, pulling away and killing him with the Eternal Blazing Sun curse. As a result, Dark drank the sublimation potion himself. The stable version of this thing can poison so many people. Seal fooled Doc and went in the direction of increasing the medicinal properties and toxicity. DAC now directly raised the concentration to the maximum, which is probably 10 times higher than the concentration Seal drank before. Can he still survive? Even if Godzilla drank it, he would be in trouble. Sure enough, at this moment, Dak's body began to swell with abscesses, and then it seemed to melt and began to twist and change. Seal waved his wrist and waved his magic wand, easily cutting the rope that bound him. Glancing at Dak's appearance at the moment, Seal shuddered and hurriedly ran towards the exit of the basement. DAC did not try to catch up, but asked vague questions from his twisting body. "My friend, why are you leaving?" "I am sublimating, I feel it, I am truly sublimating. The scenery ahead is too beautiful, are you sure you don't want to see me with your own eyes?" At this time, Seal had already run to the door of the basement. The door was locked, and Charles had not learned the unlocking spell. But it didn't matter, he had the laser spell. As the wand was waved, high-frequency lasers burst out, cutting a neat gap at the door of the basement. Hearing Dak's question, Charles turned his head. In the short time he ran to the exit, Doc was no longer in human form, but turned into a twisted and squirming meatball. Each piece of flesh seemed to have its own will, squirming like a tentacle, trying to break free from the meatball. They even began to grow their own deformed eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth. This scene was simply a picture scroll of hell. Charles showed a look of disgust, aimed at the center of the basement, and raised his wand. "Doc, you know, I have never told you the truth from beginning to end. Sublimation is all a lie. What awaits you is not the other side, but the hell you should go to." Charles waved his wand, and a ball of light emitting a blazing light flew out from the tip of the wand and fell towards the center of the basement. Eternal blazing sun. The meatball paused, and then a crazy roar like countless voices burst out from it. "No! Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me?" But the next moment, Charles ran out of the basement without looking back. Then, the ball flew to the meatball that Doc had turned into and exploded. The extreme light and extreme heat poured out, as if a scorching sun appeared in the basement, annihilating everything. The traces of sin in this basement, Dak's crazy body and spirit, were all destroyed under this scorching sun. Charles, who ran dozens of meters away, could feel the heat waves coming from the exit of the basement. Waves of dizziness came over him, and there was only one last thought left in his mind. This fucking gift from the magic world. It's over, it's finally over. I don't know if it was an illusion, but in the extreme light and heat, Charles seemed to hear a voice roaring excitedly. "My friend, ha ha ha, I knew you were kidding me, you didn't lie to me. I did it, I really did it." After that, Charles's eyes went dark and he fell into a coma. Chapter 7 Dream? Let me have another bite. Charles felt like he was dreaming, a very real dream. He dreamed of a dry and smelly seabed under the deep sea that never saw the sun, stretching for thousands of miles, with countless strange rocks. He dreamed that at the end of the seabed, a huge ancient city was sleeping. The ancient temple is located in the center of the city. All kinds of grand, fanatical, and absurd whispers came from the huge closed door of the temple. In those whispers, he confirmed that he had heard a familiar word. Arli. Before taking the sublimation potion, Doc told Charles that he could find the remains of the ancients in Arli. Used to prepare sublimation potions. And in this dream, this word appeared again among those mumblings. Char stood in this strange world, feeling his mood sinking little by little. Could it be true that the scream from Doc he heard before he fainted was true? The sublimation potion was successful. But even if it was successful, the power of the eternal blazing sun should have left Doc with nothing. When this thought came to Charles, he saw a mass of disgusting flesh and blood that was constantly wriggling on the seabed in the dream. In just a moment, Doc, dressed in a black robe, grew out of the flesh and blood. But unlike before, Doc now had many tiny tentacles extending from his body, and dripping green mucus dripped from him from time to time. Char's pupils contracted violently. "Doc, you're not dead. Did you do all this?" Doc seemed very confused. "Charles, my friend, what's that expression on your face? You clearly pointed out the path to sublimation for me. Look, I now have an unprecedented beautiful posture. Why do I feel that you are very repulsive to me?" The next moment, Doc was a little bit enlightened. "Ah, yes, of course, because you have not sublimated yet, you are still stubbornly holding on to human prejudices. How sad it is, my friend, that such an outstanding mind is trapped in a human body, but fortunately I will soon free you," Doc said excitedly. "The ancients who once dominated this world, their era is about to return. I have established a connection with you under the witness of the ancients, my friend, and the real me will come to this world through you. Then, the ancients will return one after another, and you will become the gateway to this great era." Speaking of excitement, Dak's tentacles couldn't help waving like octopus tentacles. Some of them have even been waved in front of Charles. Listening to Dak's endless excitement, Charles's body began to tremble slightly. Doc sighed with an obvious sense of superiority. "Don't try to resist, don't try to escape, the connection witnessed by them, even if I have sublimated, I can't cut it off. Char, whether you like it or not, embrace me, embrace the old ones, this is your only choice." At the same time, Charles looked at the tentacles waving in front of him, and an idea inevitably emerged in his mind. The main material of the sublimation potion is that disgusting green mucus. According to Doc, it is the remains left by the ancients. From Dak's current situation, this thing should not be rare for the ancients, that is to say, the deduction points they can convert are not high for the ancients. What if I eat a tentacle? The deduction points I get should be much higher than the sublimation potion, right? After such a thought emerged, Charles no longer felt disgusted with the tentacles waving in front of him. He just felt like there were a lot of deduction points swaying in front of him. His consciousness called out in his mind. "Deep Blue." The mechanical prompt sounded afterwards, which made Charles completely relieved. He didn't know what method Doc used to make him have such a real dream, and he also appeared in his dream to play tricks. But since the Deep Blue system still responded, Charles could eat without worry. At this time, Charles looked up and couldn't bear it anymore when he saw the tentacles in front of him. He licked his lips and grinned. "Hug. No, 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 Doc, I'm too happy, hugging is not enough to show my joy. I want to celebrate in my own way." The next moment, Charles reached out and grabbed a tentacle swaying in front of him. "It's so tempting and it's still swaying here. It's decided that you are the first victim." Instantly, Charles opened his mouth and bit it. After taking this bite, Doc, who was originally talking about the glory of the ancients, suddenly paused. Countless tentacles began to swing in panic. "Wait, Charles, Charles, what are you doing? What did you do?" Charles held the tentacle and buried his head in eating. With every bite of the tentacle, a series of deep blue prompts sounded in his mind. Deduction points plus 200. Deduction points plus 200. Charles had only taken a few bites, and the deduction points that had been exhausted by deducing the eternal blazing sun curse soared by more than 30,000 points. Charles's eyes were almost green, full of desire. If it was like this after a few bites, what if he ate a whole tentacle? What if he ate all the tentacles on Doc? That would be tens of millions of deduction points, right? What if he also ate the ancients and the old ones who would come to this world through him? Wouldn't the deduction points be off the charts? Char raised his arms. "Dake, my good friend, you are so kind. You don't forget me even when you are rich. It is a blessing for me to have a friend like you. Hurry, my friend, let me eat a few more bites. I am really hungry." At this time, after Charles bit off a piece of his tentacle, Doc fell into an unprecedented panic. The body disappeared. "What on earth are you?" Just as Charles opened his mouth and wanted to bite off another piece of tentacle, the tentacles on Dak's body quickly shrank. He also disappeared at a very fast speed. Charles looked around, his eyes first showing confusion, and then hatred. "Doc! My friend, where are you? Why did you leave? Didn't you want me to hug you and congratulate you? My welcome ceremony hasn't ended yet, why did you leave? You didn't let me finish eating a tentacle, you lied to me, you didn't treat me as a friend at all. Doc, don't go, let me eat a bite, let me eat another bite. Then, Charles said faintly. But don't forget, as you said, we have already established a connection under the gaze of the ancients, and even you can't break it. We will meet here again, Doc, you can't hide from me forever. No matter where you are, I will find you. Chapter 8 Gamma Rays Blasting the Old Ones? Bite the Old Wand. But in Charles's faint whispers, Doc was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Charles sighed with regret, feeling that he had missed 100 million. But then, he set his sights on this extremely real desolate coast. The surging black and viscous sea water like oil, the jagged rocks, and the grey-white gravel did not look very ordinary. Suddenly, an idea came to Charles's mind. Why not try it? Then, he pinched his nose and found a puddle with viscous black sea water. A mouthful of black sea water with a strong fishy smell was actually converted into a lot of deduction points by the Deep Blue system. Deduction points plus 200. This is the number of points that Charles would have to accumulate by eating countless meals. But here, all he needs to do is drink a mouthful of sea water. And in front of Charles, there is a black ocean churning. Charles took a deep breath, his eyes showing ecstasy. If he drank all the black ocean outside of Arli, how many deduction points would he get? It would probably be calculated in billions. Then Charles stretched out his hand again, and in this dream, the only magic wand he had ever touched in reality actually appeared in his hand. As the spell was chanted, a high-frequency laser was emitted from the tip of the magic wand, easily cutting a piece of black stone into pieces. Charles picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth, and a taste more disgusting than sea water filled his mouth. But what followed was the pleasant prompt of the Deep Blue system sound. Deduction points plus 400. Char took a deep breath. From this point of view, the deduction points that can be converted from this rocky beach may even be higher than that black ocean. This outer area contains so many deduction points, so what about the ancient city called Arli at the end of the beach? If the city and the things in the central temple are eaten, how many deduction points will it take? If all these deduction points are invested in the fluorescent spell, what will the deduced eternal blazing sun spell become? Char can't even imagine it. At this time, he no longer has the panic he had when he first came here, but feels like he has come to some kind of paradise on earth. Arli times. Deep Blue Buffet. Thank the ancients, thank the old ones, praise Arli. Then I won't be polite. The next moment, Charles held the black stone fragments in one hand and dipped them in the sticky sea water with the other hand, just like eating a baguette dipped in mushroom soup, and then put them into his mouth. The reminder of the increase in deduction points kept ringing in Charles's mind. After biting Doc a few times and gaining more than 30,000 deduction points, Charles's total deduction points soared like a rocket, and soon exceeded 50,000 points. He looked expectant, and asked Deep Blue in his mind. How many points are needed to continue to deduce the fluorescent spell and upgrade the eternal blazing sun spell? Deep Blue gave the answer. According to the previous deduction process, the eternal blazing sun spell may have multiple upgrade directions in the future, such as continuing to evolve towards celestial bodies, the density of the spheres emitted by the spell will increase, the energy level will increase, and it will also have a strong gravitational confinement effect. There is also the strengthening of energy radiation effects, taking a gamma-ray burst-like direction to increase lethality. It is estimated that at least 1 million deduction points will be needed. When he heard this number, if it was before, Charles would probably exclaim how long it would take to save it. But now, Charles just wants to say, only 1 million? If he stays in Arli all the time, he may be able to eat millions of deduction points here in a day. When the time comes, just add a dish here, gamma-ray roasting the old ones. Just when Charles was excitedly thinking about this, he was shocked to find that the scene of Arli around him was rapidly moving away. He only had time to swallow the last big mouthful of black stone fragments, and watched Arlie disappear in front of his eyes. His dream was shattered, and reality came, revealing where Charles was. This seems to be a hospital ward, with sheets, and curtains dotted as clean white. The sun shines in from the window, making it look particularly warm and bright. But now, in Charles's eyes, these are not as good as the creepy and weird scene in Arlie. The old days were magnificent, the old days were great. Please, let me go back to Arlie again. I admit that I spoke too loudly just now, and the gamma ray burst sounded a bit scary. But believe me, it's like using a small sun heater in winter, very warm and comfortable, believe me. Char sat up from the bed in a daze, his face full of sorrow and regret, muttering. I'm so stupid, really, I'm so stupid. Why don't you eat a few more bites while you're busy thinking about those things? Where can you find a free Deep Blue buffet without an admission fee? Just when Charles was immersed in the grief of losing Arlie, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Moody, Fudge and other figures in the magic world beside his bed looked at Charles's performance and showed a sad look on their faces. Charles Evans, this child who just escaped death. Is he crazy? Yes, we can't imagine how badly he suffered at the hands of Dark. Just now when he was asleep, I heard him shouting Dark's name and saying something like give him another bite. It must be that the crazy Dark wizard tortured him with hunger. Poor child, this is the fault of our magic world. Dumbledore sighed, pulled out the Elder Wand, and whispered. Let me use magic to calm him down for a while. After a period of recuperation, perhaps the shadow of this terrible incident can fade in his heart. Hogwarts will always be open to you, child. The tip of the old wand showed a silver light, like the light of a patron saint. Just seeing it, there is a feeling of healing and forgetting troubles. Dumbledore slowly approached the old wand to Charles and whispered. Sleep, continue to sleep, Charles. Forget these terrible things you have experienced. Everyone also showed a solemn look, as if praying for Charles, the poor child who was involved in a terrible incident. And just when the light of the old wand approached him, Charles had recovered from the grief of losing Arlie. Or, a new idea replaced his nostalgia for Arlie. The old bearded man in front of him must be Dumbledore. The wand in his hand must be the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, which is said to have unparalleled magic power. In the original Harry Potter novel, even if Voldemort fought against the Elder Wand, he would be frustrated by a killing curse that was rebounded by an Expelliarmus. The magic power of this item is so strong that it can definitely be called the ceiling of the magic world. What if? Take a bite yourself? How many deduction points would that be? So the next moment, in the shocked eyes of everyone in the ward, Charles opened his mouth and bit the Elder Wand. The spell that Dumbledore was brewing was all frightened away by Charles's sudden action. How long has he been hungry? Is he so hungry that he wants to chew the wand? Duck, your sinful soul, go to hell and see what you have forced a poor child into. Chapter 9 I am Fudge, a genius. Amid the cries of shock, anger, and heartache from the crowd, Charles had already bitten the Elder Wand. But it was obvious that this thing should have been set with some kind of protective spell to prevent it from some physical damage. Otherwise, after so many centuries of wandering, it would sometimes be buried in a cemetery. If there was any accident, the Elder Wand would have been broken into pieces long ago. But after so many years, it still functions perfectly. Charles bit it, but he couldn't even chew off the sawdust on the Elder Wand. Instead, it hurt his teeth. This also made Charles change his strategy. Just like eating frozen ice cream, he started to suck it. Just after these few bites, the prompts of the Deep Blue system in Charles's mind rang out. Deduction points plus 500. Deduction points plus 500. After a few bites, nearly 5,000 deduction points were collected. Charles took a breath of cold air. Is this the value of the Deathly Hallows? Just a few sips, so many deduction points. Immediately, Seal also learned from his previous experience in the dreamland of Arlie, and thought about nothing else, concentrating on grasping this opportunity to earn deduction points. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. Seal's deduction points continued to soar. In a blink of an eye, it was close to the peak of 100,000 points, enough to deduce a basic and ordinary spell like the luminescent charm into a forbidden spell like the eternal blazing sun charm. Unfortunately, when Seal was still reluctant to part with the old wand, Dumbledore said gently with helplessness, "Mr. Evans, can you please let go of my wand?" Seal then let go. Dumbledore tapped the wand lightly, and the few traces left on it disappeared immediately. At this moment, the nurses of St. Mungo's Hospital also hurriedly brought the plate to Seal. "Poor child, you are so hungry. Eat, eat quickly, eat slowly, Dante, there is still enough." It's true, Charles finally realized it. During the time when he was kidnapped by Dark, he really didn't eat or drink anything except the sublimation potion. Even the little food in his stomach was vomited out by disgust. He was really hungry. This time, Charles didn't use the deep blue system to convert food into deduction points, but buried his head and ate it. In addition to relieving the hunger in his stomach, Charles also wanted to use this opportunity to think about what he should do if the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic asked what happened in Dark's basement later. How to deal with it. But after seeing Seal start to eat heartily, everyone in the ward relaxed a little, including the wizards who obviously exuded a bureaucratic atmosphere. Rather than asking what happened to a Muggle child who had just revolted and was kidnapped by Dark, they were obviously more concerned about another thing. That is their support rate. Seal was still alive and seemed to be mentally normal except for being starving. This was the best news for them. Otherwise, after the reporter reported it, seeing Seal's miserable condition might instantly ignite the anger of the magic world's people who are already dissatisfied with them. When all the demonstrations come, political opponents will also make a big fuss about it, and they may be forced to step down early. Compared to this, how did Dark die? Is it important? It is likely that he drank the potion and killed himself. If not, we can make up a legendary story based on the remaining traces. Everyone is dead, the truth is not important, the important thing is to protect yourself in this storm position. So a moment later, a short old man with fluffy white hair came over. He glanced at Dumbledore beside the bed, with a look of vigilance in his eyes, as if he was wary of Dumbledore taking advantage of this incident to seize his power. Then, he came to Charles and introduced himself. "Mr. Charles Evans, I am Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, which is what you Muggles call." "What's that called, Prime Minister? Oh yes, that's the word. I sympathize with your experience very much. Dark, this crazy guy, has caused enough suffering to the magic world. Thanks to your courage and wisdom, Dark was eliminated this time, and you played a great role." After saying a bunch of polite words, Fudge finally revealed his true intention. It turned out that he hoped that Charles could cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to do some publicity, accept some reports, and calm public opinion. Major things become minor things become nothing. Dumbledore on the side showed anger in his eyes. "Minister, Charles is still a child, and he has just experienced such a terrible thing. You want to tell him this now?" Fudge laughed dryly twice, but his attitude was still firm, and he said to Charles with a bit of temptation, "Imagine, you will become a star in the newspapers of the magic world. You will be the new generation of the boy who lived. Do you know the boy who lived? He is simply a legend in the magic world. When you enter school, all your classmates will look at you with admiration, including those beautiful girls. Ahem, imagine that scene." A trace of sarcasm emerged in Charles's heart. It is true that hearing is worse than meeting. Cornelius Fudge is a politician who spares no effort for his political career in the original book. Even the return of Voldemort can be dismissed as a fallacy. In the end, the Death Eaters were given enough time to develop, which directly led to the fall of the Ministry of Magic. Many fans of the original Harry Potter book jokingly called him a Death Eater undercover. Looking at this look now, he is indeed a complete power animal. It is a pity that the chips Fudge took out can only deceive those children who are ignorant of the world. But in Charles's body, there is an adult soul. The boy who survived? Whoever wants to be a person with only a title but no benefits can be a person. The outstanding individuals in the previous life unit are at least useful in the evaluation of professional titles. So after a moment, Charles repeated the question. Star? Worshipped by thousands of people. Fudge nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. In Fudge's opinion, no child could withstand such temptation. What he never expected was that Seal's expression was extremely firm and full of responsibility. Minister Fudge, if you have paid attention to me, you will know that I am also a well-known celebrity in the Muggle world you talk about. I always believe that public figures need to have their own sense of responsibility. I must tell the truth of the matter and the viciousness of dark in detail. In this way, justice can be implemented, parents and children will pay more attention to safety protection, and such things may not happen again in the future. I, Seal, am a man of steel and will never bury the truth for a name. Such a price is not enough to buy me off. Dumbledore, who was standing by, had a relieved smile on his face. This child, Charles, has such courage and determination, and such a strong sense of responsibility. He must be a Gryffindor. Fudge looked embarrassed. His plan was exposed by Charles, and he was taught a lesson. This really made the old fox feel a burning pain on his face, and he wanted to leave this embarrassing scene right away. Just thinking that if he really let if Seal exaggerated the truth and it was widely reported by the newspapers in the magic world, the people in the magic world might be aroused, and his position would be really unstable. Fudge still endured the embarrassment and stayed here. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he racked his brains to think of ways to make Seal change his mind. He then remembered that the information he had read mentioned that Seal was a genius student known to all the Muggle world in the UK. He didn't care at the time, but it turned out that it was completely ineffective to tempt Seal with his star halo. Then what other ways could calm the situation? An idea flashed through Fudge's mind like lightning. He remembered that the information also mentioned that Seal seemed to have a different obsession with eating. Looking at Seal's performance after waking up, it can be seen that the information is true. At this thought, Fudge had a flash of inspiration and proposed another condition. Mr. Evans, to express our apology and compensation to you, all your food expenses in the magic world will be reimbursed by the magic world in the future. After these words came out, Charles, who was busy working on the sick meal, immediately raised his head, with a strange look in his eyes. Minister, are you serious? Whatever you eat, the magic world can reimburse you. Even if I have a big appetite and a little bit of pica, it's okay. Hearing Charles's question, Fudge was ecstatic and nodded seriously. Yes, it's okay. We can sign an agreement now, and the Ministry of Magic will guarantee your food expenses forever. The next moment, without any hesitation, Charles said decisively. Deal. At the same time, he also sighed from the bottom of his heart. Minister Fudge, you are such a good person. When Charles sighed and agreed to this condition, Dumbledore, who was just standing aside with a look of relief, almost pulled his beard off at this moment. No, wasn't he still unyielding just now? Now you agree to it just for food reimbursement? Charles Evans, I was wrong, you are definitely not a Gryffindor. Hufflepuff for sure. Fudge smiled like an old fox, and his heart was full of pride. I am a genius. I saw through this kid's weakness so easily. Resolved the political crisis at a negligible cost, and even used it to promote the humanitarian care of our Ministry of Magic. As for food reimbursement. Ha ha ha, how much can this kid eat? Even if he eats for 100 years, can he still eat our Ministry of Magic out of money? Chapter 10 This wave is not a loss, Minister Fudge is a great man. At this moment, Fudge glanced at Dumbledore, who had a wonderful expression beside the bed, and felt proud for the first time. God knows how much he feared Dumbledore's threat to his power. After all, this famous white wizard is not only powerful, but also has many students all over the world. If Dumbledore has any idea of taking over as Minister of Magic, Fudge believes that he will be swept down in the next moment. Therefore, every time he faces Dumbledore, Fudge is under great pressure. But this time, Fudge feels that he is really too talented. Only paying a small price, he resolved a political crisis. Impossible! Dumbledore would be very afraid of his own methods after seeing this, and dare not underestimate himself again. Then, as if he was afraid that Charles would go back on his word, Fudge immediately called the officials of the Ministry of Magic, who drafted the proposal on the spot, and drafted a document on the spot as quickly as possible. Immediately, after Charles signed his name, Fudge stamped the seal representing the Minister of Magic. After the seal was stamped, Fudge breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone pressing on his chest had been removed. "Well, dear Charles, take a good rest and eat whatever you want. You don't have to save money for our Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic exists to serve wizards, especially young wizards like you. We still have some things to deal with. See you later, Charles." Fudge said goodbye to Charles warmly, and then walked out of St. Mungo's Hospital with his staff. As soon as he left the ward, his staff could not hide their admiration and were convinced by Fudge. "Minister, you are so smart. When I heard Charles say that he wanted to make the truth public, I was panicked and didn't know what to do. Only the minister could come up with such a genius solution. Paying for food expenses? Such a trivial condition, but it directly solves such a big problem, and even allows us to publicize it and show the entire wizarding world that our Ministry of Magic cares about the disadvantaged. Great, really great." Faced with the flattery of his staff, Fudge felt flattered, and the corners of his mouth were like flying AK bullets, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Although his staff would flatter him on weekdays, it was somewhat exaggerated. How could it compare with this sincere flattery? Normally, just a child, it's easy to deal with. The key is to understand people's hearts. Dumbledore is great, haha, but he doesn't understand people's hearts, so he can't be the Minister of Magic. Just as Fudge and his staff were leaving St. Mungo's Hospital while talking big, an owl from St. Mungo's Hospital flew out and threw a bill into Fudge's arms. G smiled. "It seems that our Charles can't wait to use his privileges. He is indeed a child who can't resist delicious food." While speaking, Fudge opened the envelope and planned to take out the bill and throw it to his staff to handle it. But the next moment, Fudge was stunned and looked at his staff with some suspicion. "Who can answer me a question? How many copies of the bill of St. Mungo's Hospital are there now? Why is there more than 10 pages of this bill? They can't be the kind of accounting method that counts all the strange beans by the grain." Suddenly, Fudge had an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly looked at the details of the bill, and then he was dumbfounded. St. Mungo's Hospital Magic Recovery Meal, large portion, a total of 20 servings. Quick Recovery Meal for Injuries, a total of 20 servings. 100 chocolate frogs. Fuck, you ordered 50 bags of weird beans. Is Seal planning to open a small store? Fudge suddenly turned his head and looked at the staff he had found to formulate the magic agreement, and asked with a bit of hostility. "When you formulated the agreement, did you write clearly that this agreement only takes effect when Seal himself consumes the food? The Ministry of Magic will not reimburse for packaging and reselling. Is it clear?" The staff swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gulp and nodded repeatedly. "I wrote it, I swear I really wrote it, and I didn't leave Seal any loopholes to exploit." Fudge was stunned for a long time. "What does this mean? You mean, Seal ate so much by himself? Fuck, is he a Hufflepuff resurrected?" After standing there for a long time, Fudge finally calmed down from his screwed mood and forced a smile, comforting himself and his staff. Forget it, forget it. A big appetite is nothing. Our Ministry of Magic is not so poor that it can't even afford this little bit of funding. At least Seal eats normal food, not precious magic materials, potions, etc. We can still afford it. This deal is not a loss, not a loss. Fudge and his staff left with a sound of not a loss. In St. Mungo's Hospital, Dumbledore was having a dessert sharing party with Seal. After seeing Charles's amazing appetite and his seemingly unrestrained appetite, Dumbledore, who always liked to eat strange candies, couldn't help but take out his own collection. A pile of candies called cockroach piles that burst juice like cockroaches was the focus of Dumbledore's recommendation. What made him happy was that in the face of this kind of candy that almost all faculty and staff usually stay away from, Charles showed a happy expression and ate one after another. This made Dumbledore feel a little bit of a confidant. Seal was so happy at this time. The meals, desserts, and snacks in the magic world can provide a lot of deduction points. At least dozens of times higher than ordinary food. Seal estimated that if he ate like this every day, he could increase his deduction points by 300 to 400 points a day. More than 10,000 a month, more than the total of the past 10 years. This is just ordinary magic food. If Seal eats something strange, such as magical animals with a lot of magic power, some alchemical items, potions, etc., the points he can get will increase significantly. Of course, if he eats like this, Seal's family assets are not enough to eat. In addition, the magic world must use magic currency to buy things, and Muggle currency can be exchanged for magic currency, and there is a limit every year. In the original book, Hermione's father is a dentist. The family is quite well off and it is impossible for Hermione to lack pocket money. But Hermione still has to work hard to save money if she wants to buy something. With Seal's eating method, the gold galleons that can be exchanged every year are not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. But who made the kind-hearted Minister Fudge sign such an agreement with Seal, so that Seal has no worries at all? Thinking of this, Seal's impression of Fudge in his mind has been completely refreshed. What Death Eater undercover, what Death Eater without the dark mark, what hero of Voldemort's return? I, Charles, will not allow you to slander Minister Fudge like this. Minister Fudge is really a kind man. Chapter 11 Expelling Spell, Principal Dumbledore doesn't know how to cheat. While Charles was sighing at Minister Fudge's wisdom and charity, Dumbledore looked at Charles's seemingly bottomless appetite, and after being dumbfounded, he also showed a hilarious expression. Generally speaking, Hogwarts will consider many aspects when judging which college a child is suitable for. Sometimes, the results of the sorting are often unexpected. But seeing you, Charles, I dare to conclude that no college is more suitable for you than Hufflepuff. I think our Minister Fudge must be bleeding now. While speaking, Dumbledore took out a thick envelope and handed it to Charles. On the envelope were the emblems of a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger. These were the Hogwarts admission letters that had haunted countless children who had read Harry Potter in Seal's previous life. Although it's a little late and this place isn't quite right, let's open it and have a look. Dumbledore blinked. Seal also opened the envelope. Inside was a classic passage that he could recite by heart, and a long list of items to buy. Seal read it attentively, while Dumbledore waited patiently by the side, with a happy smile on his face as he saw that new students were about to enter the school. But even Dumbledore probably couldn't have imagined what Seal was thinking about at the moment. It's 1991 now. I remember that Harry Potter in the original book entered the school this year. That means that Harry Potter and I are in the same class. Tisk, there will be more fun in the future. Seal has no interest in getting involved in the original plot and experiencing the house games arranged by Dumbledore. But he still has ideas about some things that appear in the plot. For example, the Philosopher's Stone, which will appear in Hogwarts this year, is an alchemical item that has been recorded in the history of the magic world. The magic power contained in it is enough to create the elixir of immortality. If you can eat the Philosopher's Stone, how many deduction points will it be? In addition, there are many appetizers before obtaining the level of the Philosopher's Stone. The three-headed dog of hell is an extremely rare magical animal. Roll the dog meat 3 times, and the immortal it can't stand steadily. It must be very fragrant, right? There is also the devil's snare. When watching the original movie, I felt that this thing looked a bit like spicy strips. It should be good to eat it with some chili powder. The potion that Snape, the potion master, has put all his efforts to configure must provide a lot of deduction points. In the next few years, there are also things like Dementors and fire dragons. There are so many giant octopus spiders in the Forbidden Forest. If you raise them properly, you can't eat them all, you can't eat them all. Not to mention the 1,000-year-old basilisk hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. And the Ravenclaw diadem in the Room of Requirement. Just thinking about it, Charles is almost going crazy. Don't look at his current. The total number of deduction points has reached 100,000 points, but in Charles's opinion, it is still a drop in the bucket and is not enough. The magic spells in the magic world are vast. If he wants to become more comprehensive, he must master at least 7 or 8 spells, right? Even if it is a low-level spell like the luminescent spell, to deduce it to a level with powerful power, it will take at least millions of deduction points. Not to mention that the deduction points consumed by higher-level spells increase exponentially. This is a bottomless pit. No matter how many deduction points you have, it is not enough. Charles can't wait to go to Hogwarts to feast. But while feasting before, Charles thought that the first thing he should ensure was his own safety. Don't let others eat you and end up eating you like spicy noodles. That would be funny. To do this, you need stronger strength. And the easiest way for Charles to become stronger is to get another spell to deduce. Speaking of spells, is there any wizard who knows more spells than Dumbledore in front of him? Thoughts flashed in his mind, and Charles put down the admission letter in his hand and sighed. Principal Dumbledore, according to what you said, this letter should have been delivered on my 11th birthday, and it is very likely to be delivered by Owl, right? What a pity, I didn't see that scene. It seems that there is no owl in the basement of Dark. Charles shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Dumbledore's heart tightened, and the guilt in his eyes was beyond words. He almost forgot that the child in front of him spent his 11th birthday in a dark basement, under the abuse and terror of a vicious black wizard. What a shadow! Dumbledore said with a loving expression. I'm very sorry, Charles, for missing such an important moment. But I think maybe I can make up for your birthday. I can give you a gift. Do you want anything? I swear in the name of Albus Dumbledore that I will find it for you as long as I can. Charles said with a firm look. Principal, then I want you to teach me a spell. A spell that can drive away darkness and protect myself and those around me. I don't want this to happen again. Next time, if I face this kind of thing again, I want to have the ability to stop it. Hearing Charles's words, Dumbledore's eyes lit up and were full of admiration. He thought Charles would ask him for some strange things, but he didn't expect Charles to want a spell, and his motive was to protect himself and others, so that such things would not happen again. This made Dumbledore feel that perhaps his judgment of Charles just now was a little hasty. This child not only has the qualities of Hufflepuff, but also has the side of Gryffindor. After being surprised, Dumbledore smiled. A spell to drive away darkness and protect yourself and others. Of course, it's a bit boastful to say that I may be one of the best wizards in the world at this. Originally there was a spell called Patronus, which met your requirements, but the Patronus is still too advanced for a child who has not yet entered school. How about this? I will teach you another spell that is effective against dark creatures and dark wizards. When you learn it, I will teach you the Patronus. It will be a little difficult at first, but don't be discouraged. Keep practicing. In about a semester, I believe that with your famous British mind, you will be able to, you will definitely learn it. Then, Dumbledore waved the Elder Wand. Seal immediately felt as if there was an invisible field spreading from Dumbledore's body, with a warm and holy feeling. In this field, all evil seemed to be unable to get close and would be expelled. Dumbledore explained. This spell is called the Banishing Spell, which was originally used against the evil magic of dark creatures and dark wizards. Later, some wizards developed the Muggle Banishing Spell based on it. After that, the birth of the Patronus charm made the Banishing Spell rarely used. But no matter what, the Banishing Spell is still a very effective spell against dark creatures and dark wizards, and the threshold for mastering it is lower. Immediately, Dumbledore explained to Seal how to correctly recite the spell of the Banishing Spell and the posture of waving the wand. After a while, seeing Seal still in deep thought, Dumbledore smiled. Okay, Seal, this spell is not something a first-year wizard can learn in a short time. Come with me, I'll take you to Diagon Alley to buy some things you need to buy. When Dumbledore stood up and prepared to leave, Seal showed a strange expression on his face. It's hard to learn in a short time? It takes a semester? Principal Dumbledore, it can only be said that you don't know much about cheating. The next moment, Seal whispered in his mind. Deep Blue, deduce the Banishing Spell. Chapter 12 What is evil? I define. Range is forbidden to magic, dust-free land. Accompanied by the whisper in Charles's mind, Deep Blue's mechanical prompt sounded again. The first deduction of the expulsion spell requires 5,000 deduction points. Are you sure to deduce? Host, please confirm the deduction direction. When Charles heard the cost of deducing the expulsion spell, his cheeks twitched. The surplus of 100,000 points was immediately dissipated. The level of the expulsion spell seems to be much higher than that of the fluorescent spell. The cost of the first deduction alone is 5 times that of the fluorescent spell. Then every subsequent deduction will consume more points. My 100,000 points will be gone in a blink of an eye. But after a moment of hesitation, Charles decisively confirmed that he would continue to deduce. The deduction points remain in his hand, it can't give birth to a baby, and it doesn't earn interest like depositing money in the bank. It's better to exchange it for your own strength, so that you are qualified to get more points. Otherwise, if you have the opportunity to get items such as the Philosopher's Stone, but miss it because of your lack of strength, you will regret it. As for the direction of the expulsion spell this time, Charles thought about it for a while and decided. At present, he already has a series of killing spells derived from the fluorescent spell. The strength of the laser spell is already it can be said that it can cut iron like mud. Needless to say, the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse is a forbidden spell. Once it is released, it does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and everything within the coverage area will be burned to ashes. But there is a problem with these two lethal spells, that is, it is difficult to hit the enemy. It takes 3 to 5 seconds from the release of the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse to the explosion of its power. If the enemy escapes during this gap, the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse can only be said to be a large-scale firework. The speed of the laser spell is faster than the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse, but it needs to be within a certain distance to maintain its power. The farther away, the lower the power of the laser spell. But once it reaches a medium or short distance, the laser spell can cut off the enemy, and the enemy's spell can also hit Charles. So in actual combat, Charles feels that he needs a spell that can cause range control effects on the enemy without aiming. In this way, whether it is the laser spell or the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse, the hit rate will be greatly improved, and the risk will be greatly reduced. Deduct in the direction of imprisoning and weakening the enemy. As Charles made such a decision in his mind, the Deep Blue system began to burn deduction points. A familiar feeling flooded into his mind again. It was the feeling of a constant flow of knowledge and experience. It was as if countless parallel worlds, countless Charles were concentrating on studying the expulsion spell. In just a moment, the ability to skillfully cast the expulsion spell, which had the lowest threshold, had become Charles's instinct. Then, under the action of the system, everything about the expulsion spell was being unraveled and deduced in the direction specified by Charles. The first is the problem of the target of the expulsion spell. The target of the expulsion spell is dark creatures and dark wizards. According to Dumbledore, this spell is aimed at the evil magic of these two types of enemies. Magic has evil. Is there a distinction between evil and justice? Of course there is. Mental state will significantly affect magic and the release of spells, and magic will naturally carry the mental characteristics of each person. The magic of black wizards who often use unforgivable spells such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse will emit a chilling breath. And the magic of the Patronus Charm used in a happy mood makes people feel warm and safe. The expulsion spell is to create a field specifically for those magics with black magic characteristics. In this field, dark creatures with black magic will feel uncomfortable and will actively stay away. As for black wizards, the effect will be much worse. They may not stay away, but their strength will be weakened to a certain extent. But are black wizards necessarily evil and white wizards necessarily kind? When fighting, one is the Killing Curse cast by the black wizard, and the other is the Killing Curse cast by the white wizard. Either one is enough to kill. So the first step in the deduction of the expulsion curse is to expand its scope of action. It should not only act on black wizards and dark creatures, but also on any object that Charles wants to act on. Who is evil should be defined by me. Those who stand opposite me and are my enemies are evil and must be punished by the expulsion curse. Soon, the Deep Blue system gave a cold mechanical prompt. The first deduction of the expulsion spell is completed, and the host has obtained the complete expulsion spell. After casting the complete expulsion spell, all magical creations shrouded by the invisible field can be designated by the host for expulsion. The more objects are designated for expulsion, the smaller the expulsion effect will be. The fewer and more concentrated the objects are designated for expulsion, the stronger the expulsion effect will be. The expelled object will feel weak, nauseous, and fearful. If the object is too powerful to be expelled, the expulsion effect can still reduce some of its magic power. Seeing Deep Blue's introduction to the complete expulsion spell, Charles was delighted. Although the control of the range effect is not the so-called hard control, it is enough to reap miraculous effects in the battle with wizards. You know, wizards need to concentrate when casting spells. Even if the spells have been mastered, if they are in panic and fear, they are likely to fail to release or let the spell go out of control. For example, when Harry Potter faced the Dementors in the original book, even though he had mastered the Patronus Charm in his usual practice, he was unable to cast it many times because of fear and despair. Seal's complete expulsion spell can target the wizards who are surrounded, making them feel panic and fear. If the wizards with weak will are targeted by the complete expulsion spell for the first time, their spell casting will be interrupted. And such a gap is enough to greatly increase the hit rate of the laser spell or the eternal blazing sun spell. However, if the wizards are determined and experienced in many battles, the complete expulsion spell may still be difficult to interrupt their spell casting. This made Seal frown slightly. So after a moment, he said again in his mind, "Deep Blue, second deduction." The next moment, Deep Blue sounded a reminder. Consume 50,000 points, and deduce the expulsion spell for the second time. Boom! Seal felt slightly dizzy in his mind. In Deep Blue's deduction, he seemed to see the essence of the so-called expulsion and weakening effects of the expulsion spell. Its essence is to weaken the magic power of the designated object. Fear, panic, etc. are all reactions after the magic power is reduced. Is there a possibility that it is not to weaken the magic power, but to eliminate it? Area ban magic? Without magic power, even for just 1 second, even a battle-hardened wizard can't cast any spell. Don't even think about apparition. If it is an ordinary wizard, it may take a lifetime to deduce the expulsion spell to this extent. Talent, persistence, time, inspiration, these are all indispensable. But Charles has Deep Blue. As long as there are enough points, the life of an ordinary person is just a moment in Deep Blue. With countless deduction points, miracles can be created. After the dizziness ended, the deep blue prompt rang in Charles's mind. The host has obtained the range spell Dustless Land. Chapter 13 Principle, Can you lend me your wand? The Dustless Land curse, as its name suggests, once cast, any magic power that is not allowed by the host will be excluded from the range. All wizards affected by the Dustless Land will be prohibited from releasing magic power for a short period of time. The stronger the magic power of the wizard, the shorter the time of being affected, but unless the anti-curse is cast in advance, the magic ban effect cannot be exempted. When seeing this Dustless Land curse, Charles's heart was instantly filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Can it really ban magic within a range? Deep blue, awesome! Compared with the expulsion and suppression effects of the previous complete expulsion curse, the magic ban is much stronger. The complete expulsion curse can only weaken the enemy's magic power, causing the enemy to feel fear, panic, and other emotions. But the Dustless Land really bans magic power. You know, for wizards, magic power is more important than hands and feet. Moody lost his eyes, but he was able to install a magic eye that is said to see everything. In the original book, Wormtail lost an arm in order to revive Voldemort, and Voldemort gave him a powerful arm. It can be seen that the loss of hands, feet, eyes, etc. will not have much impact on wizards, and there are many alternatives. But magic is something that even Dumbledore cannot replace. Wizards who cannot use magic are more vulnerable than the muggles they call. No matter how many kinds of defensive magic they have, they will be blind if they lose magic. Charles's eyes lit up. With the cooperation of the Dustless Land, the Eternal Blazing Sun curse and the Laser curse, the actual combat efficiency can be said to have skyrocketed. A Dustless Land was used to ban the enemy's protective spells and apparition. When the enemy was at a loss, a flash curse and then blocked the vision, completely turning the enemy into a headless fly. Then came another Eternal Blazing Sun curse. Dude, just run. With the wizard's physique, coupled with the subconscious panic of being unable to use magic, how could he escape from the coverage of the Eternal Blazing Sun curse? I'm afraid that few people can do it. Even in most cases, once the Dustless Land appears, there is no need for the Eternal Blazing Sun curse. Charles can directly solve the enemy with a laser spell. So far, the problem of low hit rate and high risk that Charles has been thinking about has been solved. If he can get another protective spell and deduce it, then Charles will be able to attack, control and defend. As long as the magic power and spirit are not exhausted, he can deal with most opponents calmly. And when feeling the Dustless Land curse, Charles also discovered another important function of this spell. That is, if Charles is willing, within the coverage of the Dustless Land, not only the enemy's magic power will be temporarily blocked, but even the trace in the wand can be temporarily blocked. You know, the trace is set up by the Ministry of Magic to prevent underage wizards from abusing magic when they are out of school. It can record every spell cast by underage wizards using the wand, and can be called out by the Ministry of Magic when it needs to be queried. In other words, this thing is actually equivalent to the portable surveillance in the magic world. Unless you are so awesome that you can cast spells without a wand when you are a minor, the Ministry of Magic will definitely find out every spell you cast if they want to. In the original book, Harry Potter cast a spell in the Muggle world because he didn't know the existence of Trace and almost faced imprisonment. Charles didn't want to be tied down in the next 7 years and had to consider the Ministry of Magic and Trace in everything. What's more, if the spell effect he had deduced by Deep Blue was leaked, it would probably attract the covetousness of many people. Charles didn't want to do this when he didn't have enough self-protection ability. The appearance of the Dustless Land curse helped Charles solve this problem. What's wrong with carrying a portable monitor? When necessary, Charles can break this portable monitor at any time, so he doesn't need to be afraid when he takes action. With these effects, although the Clean Earth curse has only been deduced twice, there is still a lot of room for further deduction. For the time being, Charles does not intend to spend more deduction points to deduce, which is enough. Taking a deep breath, Charles's attention returned to reality from the system, and he was in a very happy mood. Although the process of Deep Blue deducing the Clean Earth curse from the expulsion curse was long, it took less than 10 seconds in the real world. Dumbledore just got up and walked from the bedside to the door of the ward. At this moment, he turned his head and looked at Charles. "Charles, the expulsion curse is not a spell that a first-year student can practice overnight. Come on, follow me to Diagon Alley to buy the items you need, and then you will have plenty of time to practice before entering school." At this time, Charles stretched out his hand. Dumbledore's expression became nervous. "What's wrong, Charles? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to call a doctor?" Charles shook his head and looked at Dumbledore, with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't intend to hide his incompetence in front of Dumbledore, or rather, even if he did, he wouldn't hide himself too much. The special spells deduced by Deep Blue can be hidden, but it's not necessary for him to master the spells. When he enters Hogwarts to study in the future, this thing will never be hidden. It's like a piece of gold, it will still shine even if it's thrown on the beach. If Dumbledore finds out that he has been hiding it, it may arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. It's better to show his amazing talent now. He has the title of the smartest student in the UK in the Muggle world. Although this talent is amazing, it is not incomprehensible. He can use this as an excuse to ask Dumbledore for more powerful spells. As for whether Dumbledore might make some secret arrangements for him because of his talent, it should be possible, but if it can be exchanged for some opportunities to get in touch with more advanced spells, Charles thinks it is worth it. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. Well, except for the time when Dark pulled him into the dream world of Arlie, and the time when Dark fed him a lot of sublimation potions. In short, Charles believes that the speed at which he becomes stronger will definitely be far beyond Dumbledore's imagination, enough to break Dumbledore's arrangements. Therefore, Charles said softly, "No, Headmaster, I'm not feeling unwell. I think the expulsion spell you just taught me seems a little simple, and I have learned it. So, Headmaster, can you lend me your wand for a while?" Chapter 14 Shocking Talent, Patroness Charm. Hearing Charles's words, Dumbledore's movements suddenly paused, and even his expression was rarely controlled, revealing a look of horror, shock, and doubt. You said you have learned the banishing charm." Dumbledore's tone was a little higher. "Seal, you should know that although the difficulty of this spell is slightly lower than the Patroness charm, it is not much lower. Many senior students at Hogwarts have not been able to use this spell after years of magic learning. And you haven't even entered Hogwarts yet, and it's your first time to come into contact with magic." Seal looked at Dumbledore and smiled. "Principal, the reason is very simple, I am a genius. Geniuses are always different. If I guess correctly, although you may not be as good as me when you were a child, you should be far ahead of your peers. Geniuses often shock people. You should have a deep understanding of this." After a brief moment of surprise, Dumbledore smiled. Although he is a genius, he may not be as good as Seal when he was a child? It is really an interesting statement. Dumbledore has not heard it for many years. But the child in front of him is said to be the most talented student in the Muggle world. He can do incredible things in every subject he participates in. Maybe, it is really possible? After a moment of hesitation, Dumbledore turned around and pulled out a wand. But unfortunately, it was not the old wand that Seal was looking forward to getting more wool from, but the one that Dumbledore got from Ollivander. Seal could not see the specific material of the wand body and the wand core, but there is no doubt that it can the wand that matches Dumbledore, especially Dumbledore in his teenage years, is definitely not mediocre. After taking a deep breath, Charles took the wand from Dumbledore. As soon as he got it, the wand showed its temper. Charles could almost feel the resistance and disdain coming from the wand. "Who are you?" "I am Dumbledore's former wand. Even if it has been sealed because Dumbledore obtained the Elder Wand, I am not something that can be used by mediocre people. Charles raised his eyebrows, and when he looked up, he saw Dumbledore's smiling eyes. Dumbledore blinked. Charles, this wand is the first wand I used, carefully selected from Ollivanders. Well, I didn't have a good temper when I was young, so this wand that matches me is also quite unruly. How do you feel? This wand seemed to be Dumbledore's test of Seal's so-called genius theory. Is it more talented than the past? At least, it should be enough to make this former wand feel recognized, right? In response, Seal raised a trace of interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Does the wand still have a temper? That's good, I just hope its toughness can match its temper. Seal had taken a wand from Dark before, but when he cast the eternal blazing sun curse, the wand could not withstand the violent fluctuation of magic power and cracks appeared. After Seal reluctantly released a laser spell, the wand shattered into slag. At this moment, Seal's eyes flickered slightly and fell on Dumbledore's former wand, and he said in his heart, "How about using you to cast the eternal blazing sun curse? You must hold on." The next moment, the wand, which was originally full of resistance, seemed to feel the magic power gradually gathered by Seal and the terrifying spell that was about to be released with it. The tip of the wand immediately gushed out one flower after another and fireworks, and in an instant it was a cluster of flowers. If the wand could not speak, it might have shouted, "There is no two suns in the sky, Seal is the only sun in my heart." Dumbledore, who was interested at the side, was also surprised to see the shameless appearance of his original wand. "No, although it has not been used for many years, I remember that the character of this wand is not like this. Spraying flowers, fireworks, and so on, it has always sneered at this. How come you are so stupid now? Has he been left out for too long and is lonely?" Just when Dumbledore was still surprised, feeling the obedient wand in his hand, Charles grinned, held it tightly, and waved the banishment spell with a flawless posture. The next moment, an invisible and intangible magical field full of warmth and security spread out, covering the entire room. When he saw this perfect banishment spell, Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaimed. After a moment, he looked at Charles with a stunning look. "Charles, even I can't find any fault with your banishment spell. Perfect, it's as if you have been practicing day and night for decades. I have never seen a more perfect banishment spell." Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. "How did you do it?" Charles replied righteously. "I can do all this thanks to my talent and hard work. No factors other than talent and hard work." Hearing these words, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. Talent and hard work. What an amazing talent! In a trance, he seemed to recall that the headmaster of Hogwarts seemed to look at him with this kind of eyes and said similar words to him. Dumbledore didn't expect that after so many years, he would use the same eyes to say the same words to another teenager one day. The Charles Evans in front of him was undoubtedly a magic genius who surpassed himself. This made Dumbledore feel excited. For so many years, he has been blaming himself for not guiding Tom Riddle well and eventually letting him become Voldemort, who was a scourge to the magic world. Now, he has met a student who is more talented than Voldemort. Perhaps, he can make up for the mistakes of the past and guide Charles Evans on the right track. Especially, Charles Evans is different from Voldemort in the past. Voldemort was only interested in those advanced black magics, but Seal was obviously more passionate about defense against the dark arts. Then I couldn't discourage Seal's enthusiasm. I had to guide him to the direction of white magic and teach him the magic he loved. Dumbledore's eyes became hot. "Seal, I told you before that when you learned the banishing charm, I would teach you the more advanced patroness charm. Now that you have done it, I can't break my promise. Look carefully. This is the patroness charm that most adult wizards can't use in their entire lives." Dumbledore waved his wand, and Seal became extremely excited. The banishing charm can deduce powerful magic like the dustless land, so what can the patroness charm deduce? In addition, what will be his own patroness? Chapter 15 Apparition, Can the professor do it again? Under Seal's expectant gaze, the tip of the old wand in Dumbledore's hand burst into silver light. A silver phoenix with its head held high emerged from the silver light, spread its long wings, dragged its long tail feathers, circled in the ward for several weeks, then rushed out of the window and disappeared. Charles's eyes showed shock. Even though he had seen the release of the Patronus charm in movies in his previous life, the shock was still completely different from witnessing it with his own eyes at this moment. Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus exuded a powerful and noble aura visible to the naked eye, just like Dumbledore's terrifying talent and strength, which was completely different from the Patronuses of other wizards in the magic world. This also made Charles more and more expectant. What would his own Patronus be? At this time, Dumbledore began to explain the conditions for releasing the Patronus charm. After just finishing talking about the posture of waving the wand, Dumbledore wanted to extend it and talk about how the noble spirits of love, tolerance, and kindness behind the Patronus charm affected the Patronus. But at this moment, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly remember something, his expression suddenly changed, and he showed an apologetic expression to Charles. "Sorry, Charles, I'm afraid today's teaching can only stop here. I remembered an urgent matter that I must do immediately. Professor McGonagall will come to take you to buy textbooks and wands." After that, Dumbledore's figure disappeared on the spot, and at the same time, a sharp explosion sounded. He operated away. Charles's eyes showed a strange look. Dumbledore's departure was a bit too hasty. What made him so anxious? Charles remembered that in the original book, there was a theft in Gringotts before Harry Potter entered school. Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, broke into Gringotts and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort restore his body. But Dumbledore had already made arrangements in advance, transferred the Philosopher's Stone, and had planned to use the Philosopher's Stone as a prop to test Voldemort and Harry Potter later. It must be this matter that made Dumbledore, who was always calm, so hurried that he didn't even have time to say a few more words. However, Dumbledore's hurried departure using apparition gave Charles an unexpected surprise. In his mind, the scene of Dumbledore using the Patronus charm and the scene of Dumbledore operating away emerged. The mechanical prompt of the Deep Blue system sounded immediately. Derivable knowledge detected, Patronus charm, apparition. Do you want to deduce? Hearing the prompt, Charles's surprise was self-evident. This time, he got not only the Patronus charm from Dumbledore, but also apparition. To be honest, in Charles's opinion, the application of the Patronus charm is really a bit narrow. Even if it is Dumbledore's Patronus, it can only play a role when fighting against dark creatures. Otherwise, it has to be a messenger. With such a narrow use, if Charles can't continue to deduce, it is really unworthy of its high release conditions. But apparition is definitely one of the most incredible magics in the magic world. Not only is the threshold for use low, but the effect is also extremely overbearing. You can cross space by turning a few times, and you don't even need a wand. It's really a bit abnormal. Although there may be a risk of splitting, this risk is really insignificant compared to its effect involving space. I don't know who developed apparition. This person is definitely a master of space spells in the magic world. If this is deduced later, more spells involving space can be developed. Charles showed an uncontrollable excitement on his face, and asked Deep Blue how many points were needed to deduce these two spells in his mind. The reply he got was like being poured with a basin of cold water. It takes 10,000 points to deduce the Patronus charm for the first time. It takes 50,000 points to deduce the apparition for the first time. The Patronus charm is not bad, 10,000 points is affordable by Seal, after all, he still has nearly 50,000 deduction points. But the apparition is outrageous, 50,000 points, Seal's current points are still a little short of it. As for why it is so expensive, Seal can understand it. Things related to space are profound and unfathomable no matter where they are placed. Even the general theory of relativity in Muggle sciences will cost a lot of points to deduce, not to mention the apparition that can directly allow people to travel through space. Seal sighed. It takes 50,000 points to deduce the patroness charm for the first time, it takes 50,000 points to perform apparition. If you want to perform it twice, you need at least 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands. It's simply a bottomless pit. Deduction points are really not enough. He began to think about what other channels can be used to obtain a large number of deduction points, except for the reimbursement from the Ministry of Magic and Dark, who may come again at any time. Finally, Charles's thoughts were fixed on the goal that Dumbledore left in a hurry. Quirrell, two-faced man. The Philosopher's Stone, Horcruxes, are all good things. Charles couldn't help licking his tongue, and a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. There is the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts this year, and the Ravenclaw's diadem can be found in the Room of Requirement. I wonder how many deduction points can be provided by eating these two. By then, it should be enough to perform the apparition spell 3 times. Just as Seal was thinking, another explosion sounded outside St. Mungo's Hospital. A serious-looking, well-dressed witch hurried to Seal's ward. This was naturally Professor McGonagall, who Dumbledore mentioned would take Seal to Diagon Alley. When she saw Seal, Professor McGonagall's eyes were slightly red and she gave him a hug. "Poor child, you have encountered such a terrible thing. Don't worry, as long as you go to Hogwarts, no one will be able to hurt you again." Feeling Professor McGonagall's sincere care, Seal nodded his head to express his gratitude. In the original book, Professor McGonagall can be said to be spotless. She is fair and just, but also humane, and she has absolute care for the students of Hogwarts. In terms of character, Dumbledore seems to be less reliable than Professor McGonagall. After a while, Professor McGonagall restrained her emotions, stretched out her hand and pulled Seal. "Come on, Seal, I'll take you to the Leaky Cauldron and teach you how to enter Diagon Alley. This process will be a bit disgusting, please bear with it." Then, with a loud bang, Seal suddenly felt dizzy. He finally understood what the original book meant when it described the process of apparition as being flushed by a toilet. The space was distorted, and countless scenes were flying by at a high speed. The feeling was stronger than the most uncomfortable motion sickness that Sia had experienced in his previous life. When he landed, Sia also retched. But at this moment, a prompt from the Deep Blue system sounded in his mind. Because the host witnessed the space distortion phenomenon during the apparition process, the deduction obtained some references, and the points required for the first deduction of the apparition spell were reduced by 5,000 points. Charles's eyes widened instantly, and he thought to himself, how could he have forgotten this? The Deep Blue system does have the ability of infinite deduction, and can deduce advanced mathematics step by step from elementary school mathematics. But it consumes more deduction points. After all, it is equivalent to creating a new field from scratch. But if you get the corresponding textbook, it is equivalent to having a reference, and you can just learn it. In this way, the points consumed will be greatly reduced. Now it seems that the same is true for spell deduction. If you can get enough reference materials, or witness the spatial distortion changes in the apparition like this time, the difficulty of Deep Blue deduction will be reduced, and the points consumed will also be reduced a lot. This is definitely good news for Charles. At this moment, my Professor McGonagall was waiting beside Seal. She seemed to have gotten used to the performance of the young wizards after experiencing apparition, and was patiently waiting for Seal to recover from the dizziness and nausea. She even moved a little further away to prevent Seal from vomiting and splashing her robe. After Seal straightened up, Professor McGonagall said, "Okay, Seal, we are already at the Leaky Cauldron, follow me, I will take you to Diagon Alley." In her opinion, facing the magic world that he was about to witness, the young wizard would definitely be impatient. But this time, Seal's performance obviously caught Professor McGonagall off guard. Seal had no intention of moving forward at all, but stood there and begged Professor McGonagall. "Professor, Can you take me to apparition a few more times just now? I like to ride the Muggle roller coaster and Ferris wheel. The feeling of spinning is really exciting. This apparition is much better than the roller coaster. Fun, love to play. Chapter 16 Great Prophet. I am so relieved. After hearing what Charles said, Professor McGonagall stopped her steps towards the leaky cauldron, and a look of trance and doubt appeared on her serious face. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. Apparition, fun, fun? Being flushed by the toilet, is this fun? Do Muggle kids like to play like this now? Although she didn't know what the roller coaster and Ferris wheel that Charles mentioned were, Professor McGonagall had already decided that if she entered the Muggle world in the future, she would stay away from these two things. Then, Professor McGonagall felt embarrassed. It was not early, and she still had 2 houses to go. But seeing Charles's eager expression, Professor McGonagall's heart softened. According to the information, this child is an orphan. He has not had the love of his parents since he was a child, and even relies on the prize money he won from participating in competitions to eat. How pitiful! Not to mention that his recent 11th birthday was spent in such a bad situation, which made McGonagall even more embarrassed. Professor McGonagall felt distressed. After a moment, Professor McGonagall nodded. Okay, let's apparate again. Immediately, she grabbed Charles's hand again, and the two apparate again back to the outside of St. Mungo's Hospital. During this apparate, Charles consciously concentrated his mind, observing the distorted space and the rapidly moving scene. He felt like he was looking at an oil painting with indescribably chaotic lines. The dizziness brought by this was even stronger than the first apparate. As soon as he landed this time, Charles couldn't help but wow and vomited to the side. Just as he vomited, the voice of the Deep Blue system sounded in Charles's mind, reminding him that he had obtained more references this time, and the points required for the first deduction of apparate were directly reduced by 10,000 points. The first deduction that originally required 50,000 points now only requires 35,000 points. Rounding off, it is equivalent to saving Seal the deduction points equivalent to a bottle of sublimation potion. Think about the disgusting experience of drinking sublimation potion. The feeling of apparition, which is just thrown into the toilet, is much better. A huge profit. So after finishing vomiting, Seal raised his head and looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor, let's do it again. It's fun, really fun. Professor McGonagall was confused, and felt that she didn't understand the little wizards now. Isn't this asking for trouble? But under Seal's earnest plea, Professor McGonagall reluctantly agreed to take Seal to apparition a few more times. In Seal's mind, the reminder sound of the Deep Blue system kept ringing. But unfortunately, even if he stared at the distorted space with full concentration, the reduction in deduction points each time it sounded was gradually decreasing. Until the last time, it simply prompted that it had no reference value and could not be reduced anymore. At this time, the points required for the first deduction of apparition had dropped to 20,000 points. Seal then stood up with trembling legs, indicating that he had really had enough fun. Professor McGonagall then breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, even if she was an adult wizard, it was disgusting enough to have such a few apparitions. She was afraid that she would vomit in front of Seal and her image would be ruined from then on. Fortunately, Seal had finally had enough fun. After calming down the nausea, Professor McGonagall was finally able to take Seal into the famous Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron was now full of wizards. Many people were talking about the death of the vicious Black Wizard Dark. Some people called Seal another boy who survived. Speaking of this, more people were excitedly talking about another topic, that is, when would the boy who survived Harry Potter enter the wizarding world through the Leaky Cauldron? Seal didn't care about these discussions at all. All his attention was focused on the food he saw along the way through the Leaky Cauldron. Unfortunately, all that could be seen were ordinary foods. Even if some dishes were different, the ingredients used were all ingredients that could be found in the Muggle world. With these foods, eating 8 meals a day could only increase a few deduction points, which was far inferior to the recovery meals with magical herbs added to St. Mungo's hospital. It seems that before I find a more suitable source of magical food, I can only use St. Mungo's hospital as my canteen. With these thoughts flashing in his mind, Seal followed Professor McGonagall through the leaky cauldron and came to the famous wall in the original book. Professor McGonagall took out her wand and demonstrated to Seal how to find the brick he needed to knock according to the position of the trash cans on the wall to enter Diagon Alley. Seal asked Professor McGonagall another question that was beyond her expectations. "Professor, why do we need to use such a troublesome method to enter Diagon Alley? And this method seems unreliable. What if someone plays a prank and puts a lot of identical trash cans on the wall? Or someone simply tampered with the wall, painted the entire wall with paint or other spells, then there is no reference, wouldn't it be impossible to open the door?" Hearing these questions raised by Seal, Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly became very interesting, and even gnashed her teeth, as if she remembered something that made her angry. Then, she looked at Seal and asked with some hesitation. "Seal, why are you asking this? You shouldn't be the kind of child who likes pranks, right?" Seal shook his head repeatedly. "I swear I have no interest in pranks. My only hobby may be eating." Professor McGonagall was relieved a little, but still reminded Seal. "When you enter Hogwarts in the future, you have to be careful of the Weasley brothers. They did what you said, and Mrs. Weasley was almost mad at that time. It took the Weasleys 3 days to restore this wall." After the instructions, Professor McGonagall showed some confidence. However, after that prank, in order to ensure that the traditional way to enter Diagon Alley is not destroyed in any way, the Ministry of Magic invited someone to cast various magic on this wall to ensure that it cannot be modified or deformed. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Charles's eyes lit up. "That is to say, every brick on this wall they have magic power, they are all magic items, and the magic attached to them is very advanced." Professor McGonagall nodded with some pride. "I am also involved in this project, and there are many powerful wizards. We have all brought out our best skills. In addition, every once in a while, the staff of the Ministry of Magic will come to maintain it regularly and replenish the magic power of the spells on it. So you can rest assured that there will never be any accidents on this wall." Charles also smiled with relief. "So that's how it is. These bricks are placed here, no one can take them away, no one can move them, and the Ministry of Magic will also maintain them regularly, so I am really relieved." Chapter 17 The Apparition of the Fairies. "Professor McGonagall, damn it!" Then, Professor McGonagall drew out her wand and tapped a brick. The brick wall immediately began to ripple like the waves, and the bricks began to move. A few seconds later, a door appeared in front of Professor McGonagall and Seal. Professor McGonagall smiled and opened the door, revealing the bustling scene of Diagon Alley opposite the door, and welcomed Seal. "Come on, Seal, the magic world is just ahead." Seal's face was full of joy, and he even kissed the brick next to the open door, and then cheered. "Magic world, here I come." Seeing Seal so energetic, Professor McGonagall couldn't help laughing, and a trace of worry in her heart gradually fell. She was afraid that Seal would be traumatized by the previous kidnapping by Dark, but now it seems that Seal seems to have forgotten it. This is an enthusiastic child, and very cute. It feels like it will be a good fit for our Gryffindor house. Professor McGonagall thought silently in her heart, already looking forward to the moment when Seal was announced to come to Gryffindor at the sorting ceremony. But she didn't know that when Seal kissed the wall tiles, he was also thinking about something silently in his heart. "I took a bite of the wall tiles. And my deduction points increased by 1 or 2 points. Sure enough, even the magic bricks in the magic world are far inferior to the black reefs on the coast of Arlie in the dream. Doc, my good friend, where are you? When can we meet again and take me to Arlie for a big meal?" After a moment, Charles warned himself. "People, don't be too greedy. Although these bricks can't compare with the reefs in Arlie, they are almost the same as the magic recovery meals in St. Mungo's Hospital. The key is that St. Mungo's Hospital is not that big, and it can only supply so many magic meals every day, but there are at least hundreds of bricks on this wall, and the Ministry of Magic is responsible for maintenance. If you take a few more bites of each brick, you can earn thousands of deduction points every day. How can you dislike it? It's still good to come here for a midnight snack at night. Then, Seal followed Professor McGonagall through the portal and truly stepped into Diagon Alley. What came to him was the bustling scene of the first commercial street in the wizarding world, with various ancient shops lined up on both sides of the street. The streets were crowded with people, and wizard parents were everywhere bringing their children to buy learning necessities. On this street alone, Seal felt that there must be thousands of people. In response, Seal said silently in his heart, "J.K. Rowling, come out and apologize. What did you say? There are only 3,000 wizards in the whole of Britain. You are a novelist, what do you know about Harry Potter?" At this time, Professor McGonagall first took Seal through the quaint streets and walked towards the magnificent Gringotts. While walking, he also popularized information about Gringotts with Seal. What kind of bank in the wizarding world is the safest place besides Hogwarts? Seal nodded politely, but he was deeply skeptical about this. It seems that the two places mentioned by Professor McGonagall are not very safe. Since this year, Hogwarts has always had some accidents every year. Not to mention Gringotts, this year Quirrell and Voldemort will break into the underground vault. To be honest, this is understandable. After all, although Voldemort can only possess Quirrell, he is the former Dark Lord after all, and it is understandable that Gringotts can't stop it. But a few years later, the Harry Potter Triangle, 3 students who have not officially graduated from Hogwarts, can actually enter Gringotts under a very tense situation and steal Hufflepuff's the Golden Cup, and also stole a dragon. It can only be said that the defense that Gringotts is proud of is really not very good, just thanks to the fact that there are not many thieves in the magic world. Thoughts flashed in his mind, but Charles's footsteps did not stop, following Professor McGonagall towards the door of Gringotts. Just when they were about to enter the door, there was a sudden explosion next to them. Then, the figure of a goblin appeared out of thin air. If Professor McGonagall hadn't pulled Charles quickly, I'm afraid both of them would have bumped into the goblin that operated. Charles's footsteps paused, staring at the goblin, with a strange look in his eyes. Professor McGonagall thought Charles was frightened by this creature, and hurriedly explained. "This is the Goblin of Gringotts, an ancient race in the magic world, born with strong magical abilities. Especially in the production of alchemical weapons, the weapons made by goblins are famous. Gringotts was built by goblins." Seal was certainly not frightened by the goblins, but he suddenly remembered something. In Harry Potter's original work, there seems to be a difference between the apparition of wizards and the apparition of goblins and house elves. The latter can go to places that wizards cannot go. Even if the place is blocked by a spell, goblins and house elves can still pass through unimpeded. Even the spell set by Voldemort to block apparition cannot stop a house elf who has done housework all his life. So what exactly makes such a difference? If I can be taken by a goblin to apparition several times and witness the changes, it may be a good reference for the Deep Blue system. In this way, the points required for deducing apparition may be further reduced. Now it takes 20,000 points to deduce apparition for the first time, and at least 100,000 points for the second deduction. Char can't get so many deduction points in a short time. But if the points required for the initial deduction can be reduced to 10,000, and Charles can gather some points from other places, he may be able to perform a second deduction of apparition in a short time. This magic related to space is very useful for escaping. So after a while, Charles stopped the goblin who was about to enter Gringotts. "Hello, Mr. Goblin, I just witnessed your apparition, it's really amazing magic. I just heard from my professor that goblins are one of the oldest and noblest races in the magic world, and they are born with magical talents far beyond wizards. Your alchemical weapons surpass all alchemical items made by wizards. This is really cool. When the goblin was stopped at first, his expression was still obviously impatient. After all, it could see at a glance that Charles was brought to Gringotts by Professor McGonagall to exchange gold galleons. Those who are guided by Hogwarts professors are basically from Muggle families, not from the aristocracy of the magic world. In Gringotts' internal evaluation, these customers are low-value customers, so the goblins naturally don't have a good face. But when Charles put on a big hat, it was magical magic, and goblins were the noblest race, with magical talents far beyond wizards. The corners of the goblin's mouth inevitably curled up a little bit, and his expression softened visibly. "Little wizard, you really have a good eye." "Yes, we goblins are what you heard." Charles continued to plead while the iron was hot. "Then can you take me to experience a few apparitions, so that I can see the noble magic of the goblins with my own eyes?" The goblin hesitated. "But I still have things to do, and my time is very precious." Charles took out a check from a London bank without saying a word. "I have £200 here. Can I give you all of it, except for the part that can be exchanged into gold galleons, as your reward? I just want to experience the noble magic of the goblin. Please don't refuse me, Mr. Goblin." When the goblin saw the check, his eyes lit up. £200 can be exchanged for 40 gold galleons at Gringotts, but there is a limit on the number of exchanges that Muggle wizards can make each year. Even if they are worth billions in the Muggle world, they can only exchange a certain number of gold galleons each year. Unless they are willing to pay Gringotts a little money laundering fee. But Gringotts' internal employees will naturally not be subject to such restrictions. Charles took out the £200. The little wizard could exchange at most 10 galleons in the first year, and the remaining 30 galleons were all its rewards. It only needs to take Charles to apparition a few times. Instantly, the goblin agreed to Charles's request. "Deal. My name is Bashi, this little wizard guest. Serving guests has always been the purpose of our Gringotts. We can start at any time." As Charles skillfully complimented the goblin and even took out pounds to bribe him, Professor McGonagall's face changed a little bit, and she looked at Charles with an incredible expression. How can this child be so skilled in bribery? Professor McGonagall suddenly felt that her previous judgment of Charles seemed to be wrong. She pulled Charles aside and said seriously, "Charles, were you just flattering to achieve your own goals, and you even bribed them? This is not something a child should do." Charles sighed at Professor McGonagall's serious expression. "Professor, as you know, I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage and moved out later. You don't think the orphanage is a paradise, do you? It is a compulsory course to please and bribe the staff so that you can eat more. I know this is a bad habit, but I can't seem to get rid of this habit of flattering others. Professor, do you think I am very bad?" Professor McGonagall's face changed instantly, and her serious expression became flustered and flushed. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She looked at Charles with eyes full of pity and love. "No, no, how could it be?" Professor McGonagall hugged Charles gently, and then patted his shoulder. "Good boy, you don't need to please anyone when you go to Hogwarts. If anyone dares to bully you, I will never let him off easily. As for now..." Professor McGonagall took out the money bag was stuffed into Bashi's hand, and then he took back the check from Charles and said to Charles, "Go quickly and have fun. This is a treat from the professor." Charles's face was full of emotion, and he pulled Bashi and was taken away by Bashi with a bang. After Charles left, Professor McGonagall slowly hugged her head, huddled in a corner beside the door of Gringotts, and murmured in a low voice, "Why did I talk to this poor child like that? He must have been scared, right? I'm damned." Chapter 18 Ancient Passage. The first deduction of apparition. Just when Professor McGonagall regretted her attitude towards Charles just now, Charles was pulled by the goblin Bashi and began to apparition. The space in front of him began to distort and change, and the scenery went away like a spiral. In just a moment, Charles found himself outside the familiar St. Mungo's Hospital. But what surprised him was that compared with Professor McGonagall's apparition, the goblin Bashi's apparition was obviously much smoother. During the apparition process, Seal was concentrating on the distorted space, but the dizziness was far less intense than that of Professor McGonagall's apparition. After landing, Seal did not feel dizzy, but just swayed slightly and stood firm. This made Seal's eyes show a strange color, and he began to believe that the goblin's apparition was indeed different from the wizard's version. No matter what in other fields. In the field of apparition, the goblin is obviously much stronger than the wizard. At this moment, the deep blue prompt sounded, which also confirmed this. The host has obtained reference materials, and the deduction points required for the first deduction of apparition have been reduced by 3,000 points. Excitement surged in Seal's heart. Although the 3,000 points are not much, before this, Seal had observed Professor McGonagall's apparition several times, and he could not reduce the points if he continued to observe. But now he can continue to reduce the points by observing the goblin's apparition. You know, as the vice president of Hogwarts and a master in the field of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall is definitely one of the top wizards. Her magical attainments are not comparable to those of ordinary wizards. But the goblin Bashi in front of him can't be the only genius among the goblins, right? No matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary goblin. But even this ordinary existence has used apparition to exceed Professor McGonagall's upper limit, which is enough to prove that the goblin's version of apparition seems to be really different from that of wizards. Seal showed a curious look on his face and asked the goblin Bashi excitedly. Wow, Professor McGonagall apparat me here before, my god, it was like being stuffed into a toilet. But this time, Mr. Bashi, your apparition is much smoother. The goblin Bashi said with a superior look on his face. Of course, how can the apparition of wizards compare with that of us goblins? Hehe, even the spell of apparition was copied by wizards from us goblins, but it was just a poor copy. Pirated copies can't beat the original. Our apparition is not only more stable, but also far exceeds that of wizards in terms of distance and stability, and can easily go to places that wizards can't go. Immediately, the goblin Bashi pulled Charles to show it. With a loud bang, a huge stone statue in the wilderness appeared in front of Charles. Then, there were rocks where the sea and the sky met, and an island covered with dark clouds seemed to be seen in the distance. Countless scenes flashed by in the apparition. During this period, Charles also asked the goblin Bashi little by little about the difference between the apparition of goblins and wizards. According to the goblin Bashi, the reason for the difference in stability, accuracy, distance, and even one can pass while the other is forbidden is that the apparition of wizards and goblins is not on the same channel. If the apparition of goblins is like riding a train on a railway, the road is very wide and smooth. The wizards imitated this principle and built a narrower and more rugged mountain path by themselves, and stumbled in the carriage. Then the effect is naturally very different. And the blocking spell for apparition can block the mountain path built by wizards themselves, but it can't block the railway taken by goblins at all. This is why even the blocking spell set by Voldemort could not stop an old house elf from apparating. After hearing the information from the goblin Bashi, Charles was also suddenly enlightened, and most of his doubts about apparition were cleared. However, another question became more and more prominent. That is, the space channel or other terms that wizards use to apparate is built by wizards themselves. Then what about the one that goblins use? When Charles asked the goblin Bashi, Bashi showed a look like he was looking at an idiot. Of course it is innate. Since the birth of this world, before the birth of the goblin race, this ancient channel has always existed in the world. It's just that you wizards are not talented enough and can't use it. Only noble goblins can do it. This is our innate talent. If you must use your human words, you can understand that this channel is given by God. Listen at Bashi's words, Charles's pupils shrank slightly. This so-called passage has always existed in the world since the birth of the world, before the birth of the goblin race. The goblin Bashi even called it a gift from God? He seemed to have heard this argument somewhere before. Charles remembered that when he was abducted by Doc to the basement, Doc had murmured something madly. In his murmurs, he said that the things left by the old rulers and ancients who once dominated the world in ancient times have always existed in this world, but wizards and other races regard them as innate and ignore them. Tracing these things and going deep into ancient history, you will find that so many great beings have appeared in this world. Those incredible magics, tracing back to their roots, are all related to these great beings. So, is this passage, which is regarded as a gift from God by the goblins, the same? Such thoughts flashed through Charles's mind, but he quickly suppressed them. This is not something he is capable of thinking about now. The first thing is to improve your own strength with peace of mind. Even if the era of the old ones mentioned by Doc will return, as long as you are strong enough by then, the old ones can be skewered and roasted. The next moment, Charles was taken back to the door of Gringotts by the goblin Bashi. The goblin Bashi said goodbye to Charles happily, saying that Charles was the most polite, wise, and visionary little wizard he had ever seen. Mr. Charles, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future and own an underground vault in Gringotts that has been passed down from generation to generation. When the time comes, I will definitely help you get a vault with the best location. For the blessing of the goblin Bashi, Charles showed a meaningful smile. Really? The underground vault of Gringotts, I will definitely go in one day. After all, there are so many good things in the underground vault of Gringotts. Compared with here, the room of requirement in Hogwarts is simply a pile of rubbish except for the Ravenclaw crown. How can the things that students regard as treasures and dangerous items compare with the vision of the magic family with an underground vault? The treasures stored here are the treasures that are precious in the entire magic world. The Hufflepuff Gold Cup is just one of them. Charles believes that there may be more precious items than the Gold Cup in the collections of those ancient magic families. If the underground vault of Gringotts can be looted, the deduction points will definitely explode. Even if nothing else is mentioned, the mountains of magical gold galleons in Gringotts alone can provide astronomical deduction points. But these are all later, and Charles's attention is now focused on the Deep Blue system. After observing the goblin's apparition several times, the deduction points required for the first deduction of apparition were finally reduced to a range that he could accept. 10,000 points. If a second deduction is carried out on this basis, it is estimated that it will be 50,000 points. The points that Charles has on hand are not far away, and he can make up for it by adding them together. Moreover, even if it is the first deduction, the benefits of apparition to Charles will be huge. At least he can run away directly when he encounters danger. So after a moment, Charles said decisively in his mind, "Deep Blue, deduce apparition for me." Chapter 19, Charles's life-calling curse, choosing a wand. With a low shout in Charles's mind, the prompt of the Deep Blue system sounded. "Host, please specify the deduction direction." Charles had already had an idea about this. His most basic requirements for apparition are that the activation speed should be as fast as possible, the distance and direction should be accurate, the stability should be high, and there should be no situation where he cannot escape because he is blocked by others. Just deduce it for me according to the fairy version of apparition, and speed up the activation speed a little bit. The moment Charles gave the deduction direction, the Deep Blue system started to work. 10,000 deduction points were deducted, and with it, countless knowledge about apparition emerged in Charles's mind. Just like the spells he deduced before, it was as if there were countless parallel worlds where Seal was studying apparition day and night. With the help of the system, every trace of spatial fluctuations during the apparition of Professor McGonagall and the Goblin Bashi was analyzed in detail. Gradually, Seal seemed to have a vague perception of the channel. Whether it was the channel used by wizards for apparition or the channel used by goblins and house elves, Seal had noticed it. The former was full of traces of Wizard's magic power and could be called the high-speed rail of the magic world. It was an extremely large magic project and could be said to be one of the highest crystallizations of magic. Whether it was the wizard who proposed the theory or the wizard who was responsible for its construction, they were all famous figures in the history of magic. And the channel of goblins and house elves exuded a magnificent, eternal, and ancient atmosphere, as if the passage of time could not shake the channel in the slightest. When he noticed it, Charles finally understood why the fairies, even though they were defeated by wizards, still looked down on wizards and claimed to be a more noble magical race than wizards. Indeed, when the British Empire fleet was mentioned, even beggars in the slums of London would raise their heads with pride. The fairies who could feel the ancient magic were probably the same. Soon, why the wizard, the reason why they can't use the goblin channel was also revealed in the deduction. In fact, it is very simple. In addition to the fact that 99% of wizards cannot sense this channel, the remaining 1% also faces the problem of magic authentication. If it is not the special magic of goblins or house elves, it is equivalent to not having a ticket for this channel. Even if it can be sensed, it cannot be used. Most wizards do not have the ability to solve this problem. Wizards who are proficient in transfiguration, such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, can of course use some means to magically transform themselves to have some goblin characteristics. But it is obvious that even a dark wizard like Voldemort, who can make himself neither human nor ghost for power, would rather make his face more like a snake than be associated with races such as goblins and house elves. Not to mention Dumbledore. But all this is not a problem for Charles, who has deep blue. Sufficient deduction points can solve everything. A moment later, in the deduction, Charles obtained a method to disguise his own magic power and forge a ticket to switch between two channels freely. The deep blue prompt sounded again. The first deduction of apparition is over. The host has obtained the complete version of apparition, and can use the two channels of wizards and fairies to apparition at the same time. Because two channels are used for positioning, the maximum distance of apparition will be farther and the positioning will be more accurate compared to using any single channel. At the same time, the complete version of apparition solves the disadvantage of the wizard version that it needs to turn in circles to start, and the startup speed is faster. But because of the extra step of disguising the fairy's magic power, a spell is required to start. The spell can be set by the host. Hearing the deep blue prompt, Charles also took a deep breath. Can you use the two channels of wizards and fairies to apparition at the same time? Then in terms of distance and accuracy, it has completely met his requirements. At least there won't be the mistake of being teleported to the wrong place that Harry Potter and others encountered in the original book. The only pity is that although you don't have to circle in place, you need to recite a spell, and you can't just snap your fingers like goblins and house elves. But this is not much slower. And Charles's eyes showed a strange look. A spell that can be set by yourself? Perhaps it is better than snapping your fingers. After all, when you snap your fingers, there is no deterrence to the enemy. Everyone knows that you are going to apparate and run away. But if you recite a spell with strong deterrence, the enemy will subconsciously be on guard. How could they think that Charles, who recited such a spell, would actually run away? Thinking of this, Charles's eyes became brighter, and the original regrets were swept away. Then what kind of spell should I set for apparition so that all enemies will be subconsciously on guard? After a moment, Seal locked onto the spell that the entire magic world called unforgivable and that even Dumbledore had to be careful not to be hit by. Avada Kedavra. Take this as the starting spell for my apparition. A smile appeared on Seal's lips. He could imagine how wonderful their expressions would be when they faced some powerful enemies in the future, and when he shouted the Kedavra, they would be on guard but found that Seal had escaped. Besides, my apparition will only be used when I need to escape from a strong enemy. With my growth rate, as long as I escape, the enemy will be dead after I grow for a while. Since the enemy is doomed to die when I apparate, what's wrong with me calling apparition the killing curse? Isn't this very reasonable? The deduction of the apparition curse was completed, which made Charles feel more secure. Now he has the laser curse and the eternal sun curse for attack, the flash curse, the expulsion curse, and the dustless land curse for control. Plus the newly released killing curse, which can be said to be able to fight and run, and finally has a guarantee of safety in the magic world. Even if he faces a vicious black wizard like Doc again, even if he can't beat him, it's still no problem to use the dustless land in conjunction with the killing curse to run away. And all this happened in Charles's mind in just a moment. Professor McGonagall had no idea that in such a short time, Seal had already been able to achieve apparition that was close to or even surpassed that of goblins, and even came up with a Seal version of the killing curse. She said to Seal, "Come on, Seal, we are going to pick a wand for you next." At this point, Professor McGonagall's eyes also showed a strange look. When Dumbledore asked her to guide Seal, although the message was delivered very hastily, he still mentioned that Seal's talent was very strong. Maybe even stronger than Dumbledore back then. Dumbledore asked Professor McGonagall to pay special attention to what kind of wand Seal would match. Professor McGonagall was also very curious about this. A stronger talent than Dumbledore back then? Is Seal's talent so high? What kind of wand would he get? Holly, yew, applewood, or elderberry? Chapter 20 Break 1 and Get 10? This kid is quite polite. At this moment, not only Professor McGonagall was full of expectations, but so was Seal. The magic wand was a hot topic even in Seal's previous life. Here comes something that will excite magic lovers. Many Harry Potter fans on the internet will go to some mysterious fan-made websites to test what kind of wand is suitable for them. What's more, they will even customize a magic wand online to satisfy their fantasy of waving the wand to release magic. Charles was not so enthusiastic about this in his previous life, but in this life, the magic wand really existed, and its blessing to wizards could be said to be unparalleled. It is difficult for a wizard without a wand to even cast spells. Even if some highly skilled wizards can cast spells without a wand, the effect is vastly different from using a wand. For example, Charles, in fact, through repeated deductions of the fluorescent curse and the expulsion curse, his understanding of these two curses has already reached an unprecedented level. It is not impossible for Seal to cast these two spells without a wand. But even the lowest level of magic spell, the fluorescent spell, is extremely burdensome to cast without a wand. With Seal's current magic power, it can only light up a little firefly-like light on his fingertips, and the effect is close to nothing. In fact, let alone Seal, even wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort have wands that are almost irreplaceable. They have the ability to cast spells without a wand, but they rarely use it, presumably because it consumes too much and is ineffective. Therefore, a wand that belongs entirely to him is the most important thing for Seal at the moment. Following Professor McGonagall, Charles soon arrived at the only wand shop in Diagon Alley. The store was small and shabby, with a solitary wand placed on the faded purple cushions in the window. The gold-lettered sign on the door has peeled off, and it reads, "Ollivanders has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Walking into the store, there was nothing but a bench, and thousands of long and narrow boxes containing wands almost reaching the ceiling. Professor McGonagall said hello, and an old wizard walked out. This is naturally Ollivander, one of the three major wand makers in Europe. When he saw Seal and Professor McGonagall, Ollivander, who had experienced countless new semesters, showed a formulaic and enthusiastic smile. Aha, another little wizard comes to buy a wand. Believe me, Ollivander's wand will never let you down." Before he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall interrupted Ollivander's opening remarks, which he had repeated hundreds of times. "Mr. Ollivander, this is Seal. Principal Dumbledore asked me to tell you that Charles's talent is unexpected, even beyond his imagination. He said you should be prepared to be difficult. This time it may be more difficult than when you picked a wand for him." Upon hearing this, Ollivander's voice choked up. and a look of surprise was evident on his face. He has made hundreds of wands in his life, but few of them can follow the famous wizards. Dumbledore made Ollivander famous far and wide, and completely established his position as the first staff maker in Britain. Prior to this, there were still several wand makers in the UK who wanted to compete with Ollivander. But after Dumbledore revealed his talent that shocked the wizarding world, Ollivander only needed one sentence to end the long-running wand-making struggle. "What are you, Dumbledore?" And now, a young wizard who even Dumbledore praised as a genius appeared in front of him? After being surprised, Ollivander felt excited. In his opinion, this year is really his lucky year. The savior Harry Potter has not yet arrived, but such a talented little wizard has already arrived. Presumably, after this, the reputation of Ollivander's wand shop will become even more unshakable. What kind of German Gregovich is worthy of my Ollivander name? Immediately, Ollivander stood up and walked towards Seal excitedly, enthusiastically measuring Seal's arm data and various habits. After Seal answered one by one, Ollivander fell into excited contemplation, murmuring from time to time, as if he was thinking about what type of wand would be more suitable for Seal. Charles spoke at this time. "Mr. Ollivander, my situation is somewhat special, so I have special requirements for the wand. I can tolerate the power of the wand, but I require it to have strong tolerance and be able to withstand the most powerful or extreme magic imaginable. What I mean is that even if the light of the sun spurts out from the tip of the wand, it must be able to withstand it perfectly." Before Seal had finished speaking, Ollivander smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Charles, maybe you don't quite understand how the Ollivander family selects wands for wizards. We do not follow the wizard's requirements, but follow the experience accumulated over countless years to match the wizard's personality and spirit with a suitable wand. This has been verified by countless wizards. Please believe in my professionalism. As for whether the wand will be unable to withstand the magic power of the curse, I can guarantee that such a thing will never happen." Then, Ollivander took out several wand boxes and took out a wand made of beechwood with a dragon's heartstring core and handed it to Seal. "Come on, try this one." Seal paused and did not reach out to pick it up immediately. Finished the wand he wanted must be able to withstand the eternal blazing sun curse. His strongest spell at the moment. The wand he got from Dark before cracked after just one use, and it broke after barely using a laser spell. Charles doubted whether the wand Ollivander took out could withstand it. He asked Ollivander for confirmation again. "Mr. Ollivander, are you sure it can withstand it? What if it breaks later? You won't ask me to pay for it, will you?" A somewhat absurd smile appeared on Ollivander's face. He suddenly thought Charles was cute. When Charles's name is recorded in history, maybe he can use this conversation today as a funny story. Then, Ollivander made a gesture of "please go ahead" and said confidently, "If the wand breaks, I will pay you 10 for each broken one. Believe me, Mr. Charles, no one knows wands better than me." Charles was stunned. He looked at the wand in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Just by taking a few sips of the old wand, he had earned a lot of deduction points. These ordinary wands are certainly not as good as the old wand, but they are also rare magic items. It is even likely that they are the most expensive items that most wizards have ever bought in their lives. Both the wand body and the wand core are materials with magic power. If you eat it, the deduction points you can get will probably be much more than the magic meal at St. Mungo's Hospital. So Charles smiled embarrassedly. "Mr. Ollivander, thank you then." Ollivander was stunned. This child is quite polite. Chapter 21 Sacred Magic, Fairy Wand. At this time, Charles had already picked up the beech and dragon heartstring wand handed to him by Ollivander. Ollivander's eyes showed expectation, and a smile also appeared on his face. He was already imagining how people would talk about the wand in Charles's hand when he became successful and achieved great feats comparable to or even surpassing Dumbledore. The birth of another Dumbledore would add another glorious touch to the reputation of Ollivander's wand. Gregorovitch? Go eat shit. Imagining these scenes, Ollivander's smile became brighter and brighter. His eyes fell on Charles, thinking that he must write down every detail so that he can write it in his precious memoirs in the future. Perhaps this record material can be left in the history of magic. But just when Ollivander's eyes turned around, the scene in front of him made him stunned. Charles also sighed lightly. Just now, the brilliant light of the eternal blazing sun charm appeared in his mind, and he wanted to try to use this beech and dragon heartstring wand to see if it could withstand the extremely extreme magic of the eternal blazing sun charm. But before the spell was formed, a slight crack appeared on the wand. Not only on the surface, but also inside. It seems that the reason why the wand used by Charles before broke after releasing the eternal blazing sun curse was not because it left any scars, but because the magic power of the eternal blazing sun curse was indeed too extreme and not something that ordinary wands could withstand. Charles turned to look at Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm sorry, this wand seems to be broken. I reminded you." The smile on Ollivander's face solidified a little bit, and then became unbelievable. Ollivander had seen wands broken in duels, but those were extremely rare, and almost all of them were broken in the spell confrontation between powerful wizards. But a little wizard caused the wand to break while trying it out? This kind of thing is really unheard of. Whether it is Dumbledore's wand or the wand of the mysterious man, this situation has never happened. Ollivander stared at Charles with wide eyes. Could this be the genius wizard praised by Dumbledore? The process of testing the wand alone is so different. After a while, Ollivander became excited. He took the broken beech wand and looked at it carefully for a while, and the shock in his eyes became more and more obvious. It seems to be broken by some extremely powerful and even sacred magic. Like a beam of eternal brilliant light. While whispering, Ollivander quickly found another wand and handed it to Seal. "Try this one, birch wand with unicorn bristles." Birch, with the meaning of holiness and sacrifice, is considered very suitable for casting patroness charm, healing charm, etc. The wand core made of unicorn bristles is also the same, suitable for casting some holy, powerful and kind magic. It must be said that Ollivander can become one of the 3 major wand makers in Europe, and he is still very good. Seal broke the wand while testing the eternal blazing sun charm, and a trace of the magic power of the eternal blazing sun charm remained inside. It has an outstanding restraint on darkness, so Ollivander got a wand that is suitable for holy spells from the body to the core. Unfortunately, the extreme power of the eternal blazing sun charm still exceeded the limit of Ollivander's imagination. When Seal held the birch wand and tried to call the eternal blazing sun charm again, the wand trembled slightly. A hair-thin crack appeared at the tip of the wand. Ollivander immediately stopped Seal. "Don't try, this wand can't even withstand your sacred magic. Merlin, Mr. Seal, you will definitely be a dark nemesis in the future. Let me think about it, let me think about it again." Professor McGonagall heard Ollivander's evaluation of Seal, and the worry in her heart disappeared. Dumbledore asked her to report what kind of wand Seal was suitable for. In addition to curiosity, he wanted to find out what Seal's essence was in the process. According to the theory of wandology, the wand and the wizard are matched with each other. What kind of wand is matched can also reveal the character of the wizard. For example, Voldemort, he matched the U-wand back then. This kind of wood has the meaning of resurrection, like a prophecy, revealing Voldemort's deepest desire. If Seal had been matched with a U or Elder wand, Dumbledore would have been more cautious about Seal in light of previous experience. With such a talent, if he were to follow Voldemort's old path, it would be a disaster for the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall was also worried about this, until Ollivander said in person that Seal's magic power was so sacred that even a birch wand with unicorn bristles could not withstand it, and she was relieved. At the same time, Ollivander seemed to be in a huge problem, constantly searching in the wand box, taking out one after another that he thought could be suitable for Seal. But unfortunately, no matter which wand it was, it could not withstand the extreme magic power revealed by the eternal blazing sun curse. Even if it could barely release the eternal blazing sun curse, it would probably be damaged at most once or twice. Not only Ollivander could not allow such a situation to happen. Seal would not agree to it. Who likes to change wands every day? And if this problem occurs at a critical moment in the battle, or even like Ron and Lockhart in the original book, the spell is rebounded by the broken wand, it would be a joke. What's more, even if it is a wand that can withstand the eternal blazing sun curse, Charles may not be completely satisfied. After all, the eternal blazing sun curse is only his most powerful spell now. With Deep Blue in hand, he will definitely have more spells that are more powerful than the eternal blazing sun curse in the future. Also, the eternal blazing sun curse is extremely sacred and the nemesis of darkness, but the rest of Charles's powerful spells may not be so. The wands here at Ollivander can be adapted to the eternal blazing sun curse, but they may not be suitable for other spells. Charles frowned slightly. Perhaps the wands here at Ollivander, or his theory of wand making, are not suitable for his situation? After breaking nearly 20 wands in a row, not only did Charles begin to doubt, but even Ollivander began to doubt one thing. Could it be that he was stumped by a little wizard for the first time and couldn't find a wand that matched him? At this moment, a wand box that was completely different from the other boxes in Ollivander's wand shop appeared from under the pile of wands. This box was in a typical goblin style, inlaid with gold, silver, and gems, and was extremely gorgeous. Just looking at this box, you can tell that it was worth a lot. When he saw this box, Ollivander's mind suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning. If it's this wand, it will definitely work. But this wand was obtained by our ancestors from the goblins, not made by our Ollivander family. After hesitating for a moment, Ollivander gritted his teeth. Forget it, never mind, Gregorovitch once held a wand and claimed it was an invincible wand. If he can do this, why can't I? Immediately, Ollivander opened the box. A 15-inch silver wand with mysterious hollow patterns on it appeared in front of Charles. Chapter 22 Mithril Wand, are you transferring money or paying in cash? When they saw this wand, Seal and Professor McGonagall were both surprised. This wand was really different from the wands they had imagined. The wands that Ollivander had taken out before were all made of wood, with phoenix feathers, unicorn bristles, dragon nerves, or materials from some special magical animals inside. There was almost no beauty in the wand, which fits the description of a broken wooden stick. But the wand in front of him was not only made of silver metal, but also had an elegant and exquisite feeling, with mysterious hollow patterns all over it. At first glance, it was simply a beautiful work of art. Professor McGonagall was the first to cast a questioning look at Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, are you sure this is a wand? Ollivander seemed to have thought of the lines in his mind and said decisively. Of course this is a wand, and it is a wand with a great origin. Its history can be traced back to the war between wizards and goblins. As we all know, goblins have better innate magical abilities than wizards. But they were defeated by wizards in several wars. The most fundamental reason is that they don't have wands. Because of this, the goblins took great pains to steal the technology of making wands from wizards. Combined with the goblins' skills in using magic metals to make weapons, and began to make their own wands. But they just made a sample and were defeated in the war, and the sample was lost. Originally, this goblin wand would be annihilated. In history, but our ancestors of the Ollivander family, out of curiosity and love for wands, searched for relevant information everywhere and restored the goblin wand with the same technique. It's the one you see. I guarantee that even the goblins who made it back then would exclaim that it is exactly the same as the lost one. Charles and Professor McGonagall both looked quite meaningful. After introducing the origin of this wand, Ollivander quickly brought the topic back to the wand itself. Unlike wizards who use wood and magical animal materials to make wands, goblins use their ultimate magic metal smelting technology to make wands. At the same time, they believe that using wood with magical animal materials will cause the magic performance of the wand to be lost. How can two different materials cooperate with each other? So the wands they made did not distinguish between the wand body and the wand core. The whole body was made of a whole piece of magic metal. This wand used a whole piece of mithril, which is known to have the best magic performance. Did you see the hollowed out pattern on it? That is the pattern that further enhances the magic power transmission performance. Combined with the silver wand body, it is indeed like a work of art. I have to say that goblins are indeed far ahead in this regard. After Ollivander praised for a few words, he shook his head again. It's a pity that goblins only learn some of the superficial knowledge of wand learning, and have not studied the connection between wands and wizards at all. This greedy race does not believe in this mysterious and wonderful connection at all, but simply uses wands as weapons and tools. Therefore, this wand has no fragmentation, no recognition of the master, and no loyalty and personality. It serves everyone who holds it equally and exerts the same performance. It is not a wizard's partner, but just a weapon. If it weren't for the extreme power of Charles's magic, I'm afraid only materials like mithril could withstand it. I mean, I would never take out this wand. Charles's eyes lit up when he heard Ollivander's regret. Compared to Ollivander's concept of wand making, Charles agreed more with the idea of the goblins to make wands. Tools are tools, weapons are weapons, and wands are just like that. Wizards can certainly have feelings for wands, just like swordsmen love their swords, but no matter how much they feel about weapons, weapons are still weapons after all. Durable, strong, and easy to use, that's enough. As for personality, that's useless. As for loyalty, that's a little useful. But as long as it doesn't devour its owner, but just can't play its full performance in the hands of others, then there's not much difference. At least in Seal's opinion, if his wand falls into the hands of others during a battle, he will be close to death. The best way to keep the wand loyal to you forever is to keep it in your hands forever. So when Ollivander was about to tell the story, Seal had already reached out and held the mithril wand. The moment Seal held the wand, it was not as cold as Seal imagined, but with a little warmth and a metallic texture. But it was very comfortable to hold, and it fit the curvature of the palm very well. The weight was just right, not light, nor heavy, but just right. Seal's heart leaped with joy. When he held those wooden wands before, even he felt uneasy even though he was holding the mithril wand, which was known as the most resolute oak. But this moment, this feeling completely disappeared when he held the mithril wand. Char couldn't wait to try to call the eternal blazing Sunday. The wand was waved smoothly, and the extremely sacred and bright magic of the eternal blazing sun began to flow into the mithril wand, making the wand and even the hollow magic lines on it seem to flow with silver light. But as Ollivander said, mithril's ability to carry and conduct magic is indeed unique in the world. The eternal blazing sun has reached the point where it will burst out when Charles recites the spell, but the mithril wand can fully withstand it. Apart from the flashing silver light, there is no sign of anything wrong. That's right. Even if Seal becomes strong enough to cast several eternal blazing sun spells in a short time, the mithril wand should be able to bear them easily. Seal excitedly withdrew the eternal blazing sun spell, and then tried the dustless earth spell. The magic power completely different from the eternal blazing sun spell poured into the mithril wand, but it was conducted and carried in the same way. At this point, Seal showed satisfaction on his face. In his opinion, this is indeed more suitable for him than any other wand. Ollivander was also relieved. If this wand doesn't work, he really has no other choice. At this time, Seal asked Ollivander, "Mr. Ollivander, how much is this wand?" Ollivander reported a number. 200 galleons. He really didn't make a false report. This fairy wand is worth more than 200 galleons, not to mention its craftsmanship, exquisiteness, and long history. This piece of mithril alone is worth more than 200 galleons, which is already a bargain price. Of course, Ollivander also knew that a Muggle-born freshman like Seal would not have so much money. He didn't really want so much, but wanted Seal to praise Ollivander wand shop whenever he achieved something outstanding in the future. The last time he met Dumbledore, Ollivander missed this opportunity. Now he regrets it. If he had thought of doing this earlier, maybe Ollivander would not be known as one of the 3 great wand makers in Europe, but the best wand maker in the world. Now, Ollivander saw the opportunity to achieve this goal in his generation. He was already waiting for Seal to bargain, and then he would propose his own conditions and give Seal the mithril wand for free. But the next moment, when Professor McGonagall was about to reach out to his purse to buy the wand for Seal, Seal nodded to Ollivander first. Deal. Then Mr. Ollivander, you still owe me 800 gold galleons. Do you want to pay by Gringotts transfer or cash? Chapter 23 What a good child, eating 8 meals a day. Hearing Seal's words, Ollivander was suddenly stunned. No, you bought the wand from me, how can I still owe you 800 gold galleons? Seal laughed. Have you forgotten that I reminded you before that I wanted a wand with strong enough bearing capacity? But you told me confidently that it wouldn't break, and you would compensate me with 10 wands for each broken one. Only then did I feel relieved to try the wands, but in the end, 20 wands broke in a row. I once thought that I would have no wands to use, and I would not be able to enter Hogwarts because of this, and I would have to say goodbye to my wizarding career. Do you know how much psychological damage this caused to me as a little wizard? According to your previous promise of 10 times the price of one broken, you should compensate me for the price of 200 wands. Although the broken wands do not have such an extreme combination of Hollywood and phoenix feathers, the price should not be too expensive, but the average price should still be 5 galleons, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold galleons. After deducting 200 galleons for the mithril wand, you still owe me 800. I am right, right? Ollivander's expression changed continuously at this moment, becoming extremely wonderful. This. Charles said in a faint voice. Mr. Ollivander, of course you can choose not to pay the bill, but I think you don't want others to know that you broke 20 wands in a row here, right? Tisk Tisk, one of the 3 major wand manufacturers in Europe. Tisk Tisk, as famous as Gregorovitch. Tisk Tisk, it has been making excellent wands since 382 BC. Tisk Tisk. Ollivander's face turned pale and blue. Don't tisk, transfer the money to Gringotts, okay? But you must not tell anyone about what happened today. Seeing how Ollivander was controlled by Charles, Professor McGonagall was stunned, and her hand that was about to take out her purse to pay Charles froze. After a while, she reacted, looked at Charles and coughed hard, thinking about what to say. At this time, Charles laughed. Just kidding. Why would I ask Mr. Ollivander for 800 gold galleons? Not to mention using the reputation of the Ollivander family to threaten me. I, Charles, am a little wizard with conscience and morality, how could I do such a thing? Hearing this, Ollivander was as if he had been pardoned, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and squeezed out a smile. Actually, I was joking too, ha 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 ha, how could there be a wand worth 200 galleons? Am I Ollivander such a profiteer? This mithril wand is given to you, Charles, my friend, as a testimony of our friendship. After a knowing laugh, Charles put the mithril wand into the box. Ollivander breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to send Charles away, Charles suddenly remembered something and asked Ollivander. By the way, Mr. Ollivander, can you give me the broken wands? You can reimburse the Ministry of Magic for the original price. Ollivander was really stunned. Broken wands? What do you want this for? Charles showed a look of mourning on his face. I think about what you said, Mr. Ollivander. Wands are also alive, but this time so many wands were broken because of me, which really makes me feel bad. Just thinking about them being destroyed because of me, my tears are about to flow from my mouth, no, from my eyes. I always believe that every life deserves respect. Please let me take them away, as my way of compensating them and giving them a proper place to go." Hearing Seal's words, Ollivander stood still for a moment, and his face showed a touching expression. He has been making wands for so many years, and the wizards he has seen basically use wands as a tool. Even if he tirelessly repeats and tells wizards that wands and wizards have a mysterious connection, most wizards still sneer at this. Adult wizards are like this, not to mention those ecstatic little wizards who have just received the wand. All they think about is waving the wand quickly and watching the sparks and fireworks burst out. There is really no one like Seal who respects the wand so much. Professor McGonagall wiped her eyes. In her opinion, although Seal is a child with some problems, just looking at this action, the kindness in his nature and the respect for life are already extremely obvious. Dumbledore's worries seem to be just groundless. How could such a kind child do bad things in the future? What a good child, so kind. Ollivander sighed, then, he packed up the broken wands that could not be reused. Carrying this heavy bag of broken wands, Charles's heart was filled with anticipation. Although these wands were broken, the materials of their shafts and cores were still there. Phoenix feathers, unicorn bristles, dragon heartstrings. No matter what kind of material, they all come from extremely high-level magical animals, and the magic power contained is extraordinary. After eating these wands, there should be another wave of deduction points. The points required for the second deduction of apparition are enough. Then, Charles followed Professor McGonagall out of Ollivander's wand shop and went to Madame Malkin's robe shop, Flourish and Blott's bookstore, and the grocery store to buy crucibles and various miscellaneous items. Until this time, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Her guidance of Charles was completed here. Looking at Charles carrying large and small bags, Professor McGonagall asked, "Charles, do you have a place to live? Are there any problems that I can help you solve?" Charles said that he had his own apartment in the Muggle world. This was true. This apartment was a reward from the Muggle school he attended before. After all, before Charles's rise, this school was just an unknown civilian primary school. But after Charles came out of nowhere, its name appeared countless times in the news all over the UK. For this reason, the school management committee decided to buy this apartment as a thank you and financial support for Charles. So in this life, Charles actually became a homeowner early on. But I still want to stay in the Leaky Cauldron for a few days to continue to experience the customs of the wizarding world. After learning about Charles's situation, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and told Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, to ask her for help if there was anything. Then she left to guide the Muggle students waiting to come to the door. After Professor McGonagall left, Seal showed a relaxed smile on his face and walked towards the Leaky Cauldron. Although the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron is rather shabby, the housing on the second floor is said to be quite exquisite. There is a related description in the original book, saying that the traceless extension spell was cast inside, and the space is much more spacious than it looks from the outside. Of course, the price is also quite expensive. In order to get deduction points conveniently, Seal plans to live in the Leaky Cauldron before school starts. He will naturally not treat himself badly, but he does not intend to really spend such a large sum of money. After all, the gold galleons he has on hand are not abundant after buying a bunch of sundries. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Minister Fudge reached that agreement with me, otherwise how could I afford to live in the upper room of the Leaky Cauldron? Minister Fudge is really a good man. With such thoughts in mind, Seal came to the bar of the Leaky Cauldron and said to the owner Tom, "Boss, give me 10 of your most luxurious set meals. The bill will be put on the Ministry of Magic account. Prepare this amount for me every day and every meal." Tom said subconsciously. "One of the most luxurious set meals. The quantity here is very large. There are not many little wizards who can eat a complete set meal. The next moment, Tom realized that the quantity Seal said did not seem to match his understanding. Wait, 10. You mean 10? Friend, are you kidding me? Seal said lightly. Do you think I am idle and I have to come here to joke with you? Or is it that the leaky cauldron can't even provide 10 sets of set meals for every meal, and this money can't be earned? Tom shook his head decisively. How is it possible? It's just 10 luxurious set meals, which is only 30 a day. We can still afford this amount. This time it was Seal's turn to shake his head. 30 portions a day? How did you calculate that? Tom was stunned. 3 meals a day, 10 portions per meal, isn't that 30 portions? Oh, I see. You mean skipping breakfast, right? That would be easier. Charles shook his head again and said faintly. Is there a possibility that I eat 8 meals a day and need 80 portions a day? From today until the start of Hogwarts, it will be this amount every day. But I also need a spacious room to live in comfortably. Tom shuddered and his voice broke. Yes, yes, yes. The luxurious room upstairs is available. It's free. Chapter 24 Wands must be dipped in soybean paste. Secondary deduction. Then, Tom excitedly staggered out of the bar, helped Charles carry the bags, and led Charles to the best room. If there was no so-called kneeling service in the magic world, Tom would have arranged it for Charles. I'm kidding. It's good enough for customers who come to drink here to order a plate of side dishes. Some even bring their own side dishes. Who would order an expensive luxury set meal? If it weren't for the beginning of the school year when parents brought their children to try it out, he could occasionally sell a few portions. Otherwise, he might not even sell 1 portion a day. But Charles lives here, and he needs 80 portions a day, which is enough to multiply the profit of the leaky cauldron. What's the big deal about giving him a good room and the best service? Tom even wanted to introduce his granddaughter Hannah Abbott to Charles to match them up. It just so happens that the 2 children are from the same family. Level 1, feelings should be cultivated from childhood. After sending Charles into the room, old Tom continued. Mr. Charles, I will make the luxury set meal you want right now, but the quantity is quite large, and it may not be delivered in a short time. How about I send you a few snacks first? Charles waved his hand and put the bag containing the broken wands on the table. No, I brought my own. Are there any condiments such as pepper, salt, and ketchup? Just send me a few. To this, Tom could only say that sending some condiments to such a wealthy customer was nothing. For any condiment that can be found on the market, if one is less, it is poor service. So next, Tom waved his wand, and the guests in the leaky cauldron saw a strange sight. One by one, strange condiment jars lined up, tap danced, and rushed to a room on the 2nd floor. Pepper salt, black pepper, white pepper, ketchup. These common seasonings are not to be mentioned, and even seasonings with some ingredients from the magic world were sent in. Tom even took out a bottle of soybean paste from somewhere and sent it in. After Tom sent these seasonings, Charles locked the door with a fiery look in his eyes. After working so hard for so long, the time to reap the rewards is finally here. He pulled out a broken wand from the package, a combination of beechwood and phoenix feathers. Well, phoenix feathers, reborn from the ashes, need to be strong enough. Immediately, Charles dipped the chili powder sent by Tom and put the wand into his mouth. Hiss! The pain brought by the chili powder and the heat released by the phoenix feathers, a perfect combination, creating a feeling as if eating a super spicy hot pot. Great! Charles slurped a few mouthfuls, then suddenly bit down hard. Crack! It was crunchy, like eating French fries. Then came the reminder of the deep blue system. Deduction points plus 2200. When the reminder sounded, the fiery color on Charles's face became more intense. A phoenix feather, or who knows when it was plucked and made into a wand stalk, can provide so many deduction points. If the phoenix is roasted and eaten, how much would it cost? Hundreds of thousands, right? Dumbledore seems to have a phoenix named Fawkes. From the original book, I think it's stupid and should be easy to deceive. At the same time, in the principal's office of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was half closing his eyes, as if thinking about something. Fawkes the phoenix was pacing on his desk. Suddenly, Fawkes shivered, as if he felt some kind of chill. Dumbledore felt something in his heart, opened his eyes, and a trace of heaviness appeared on his face. Darkness is reviving, Voldemort's power is making a comeback, and in the near future, the magic world will be in danger again. This chilling chill, Fawkes, do you feel it too? Fawkes was stunned for a moment, and showed a humane look of disgust. Then he turned around and pointed his phoenix butt at Dumbledore, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. Dumbledore was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly, and his attention returned from this little episode to his next plan. Harry Potter is about to enter the wizarding world. He grew up in the Muggle world and has a mysterious connection with Voldemort. What kind of character he has still needs further testing. There are signs that the Philosopher's Stone is being watched. I'm afraid it's Voldemort and his minions. It won't be long before they attack Gringotts, but I have moved the real Philosopher's Stone out. This stone can be used as bait to attract Voldemort to Hogwarts, so that I can see what state he is in now and how many years it will take for him to return. At the same time, this is also a test for Harry Potter. I hope this child will not let me down. When Harry Potter had not yet entered the wizarding world, Dumbledore had already been thinking carefully. And even thinking about how to arrange the levels to test Harry Potter and his future friends. When thinking of Harry Potter's friends, Dumbledore subconsciously thought of Seal. Such a talented little wizard, according to the feedback just sent by Professor McGonagall, it can be seen that the essence of Seal's magic is the ultimate holiness and light, which is completely incompatible with darkness. Let him become Harry Potter's most important friend in the future, which will play an important role in Harry Potter's future savior. Dumbledore showed a satisfied look on his face, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good arrangement. As for how Seal would get to know Harry Potter, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the strongest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore had 100 ways to arrange it. He was sure that Seal and Harry Potter would not notice anything at all. No matter how high Seal's talent was and how great his future achievements would be, he was just a little wizard who had not grown up yet. Dumbledore was sure that Seal would never be beyond his control. What Dumbledore didn't know was that in the luxurious private room of the Leaky Cauldron, Seal had discovered a new way to eat a broken wand. Charles picked up a magic wand, dipped it in the soybean paste brought by Old Tom, and then picked up a cucumber strip and put them into his mouth at the same time. Crack! The crisp, sweet, and soy sauce flavor made Charles look enjoyable. The wand should be dipped in soybean paste. With cucumber strips, it tastes amazing. I won't get tired of eating 50 of them. He slowly put the last wand into his mouth and ate it. In the Deep Blue system, Charles's deduction points had soared by nearly 40,000 points. Including the previous surplus, his deduction points now exceeded 80,000 points. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. The first deduction of apparition can give him a similar apparition to the fairy version, greatly improving his escape ability. What about the second deduction? Charles's mind flashed a scene he had seen in the original movie. Dumbledore and Voldemort's figures changed continuously, and the battle rhythm was so fast that ordinary wizards could not intervene at all. In some magical works, wizards appeared out of thin air in another place like ghosts. This made Charles think of the next deduction direction. Perhaps, it can be deduced in the direction of short-distance apparition and used directly in battle. The next moment, Charles said in his mind. Deep Blue, second deduction, deduction in the direction of short distance, fast, and high precision, deducing apparition into a displacement spell that can be used in battle. Chapter 25 Blink Spell. Do you want to dance too? With Charles's order in his mind, more than 50,000 deduction points were deducted instantly. Following this, there was a flood of knowledge about apparition. Apparition is generally used for long-distance travel, because it requires turning in circles while concentrating. If you panic or distract, it is easy to cause different parts of the body to go to different places during the apparition process. This is the so-called split body. In the original book, after Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron stole the Hufflepuff Gold Cup from Gringotts, Ron split during the apparition process. Fortunately, it was not serious, and the wound can be healed with white mulberry. But some serious separations may even cause situations like being torn apart by 5 horses. Apparition outside of battle may have such risks, not to mention using apparition in battle. If you are not focused a little, your head may be separated from your body. For this reason, no one can use apparition to change position in fierce battle except for those wizards with the most outstanding skills. In Charles's cognition, only 3 people can use apparition to fight: Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Ordinary enemies will feel that they cannot match these wizards even if they have more people. An important reason for this is that they can use apparition in a short distance in battle to change their position instantly. Not only can they make the powerful spells used by the enemy fail, but they can also find angles to bypass the enemy's protective spells and launch unexpected attacks on the enemy. This is an extremely advanced wizard combat skill, and it also involves a strong understanding of apparition. If it were an ordinary little wizard, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to peek into the secret. But what Charles has is not only talent, but also a miracle called Deep Blue. As long as he gives the direction and has enough deduction points, Deep Blue can achieve all deductions. At this moment, with Deep Blue's deductions countless times per second, everything about short-distance apparition in battle was unraveled and appeared in front of Charles. The most important thing here is actually the positioning problem. Long-distance apparition uses channels for transfer and positioning. But short-distance apparition is different. Although it still uses channels for displacement, it is difficult to locate such a short-distance transfer by relying on channels. It's like locating a position accurate to centimeters on a high-speed train. The difficulty is too high. Because of this, short-distance apparition uses the wizard's own magic to mark a place, and uses the induction of his own magic to complete precise positioning. This is also why Dumbledore, Voldemort, and others will not use this magical fighting skill in the first place in the battle, but will use it when the battle is fierce. Because in the initial encounter, both sides did not have time to leave magic in the nearby space. Only with the collision of spells, the magic splashed and gradually spread to the nearby battle area, can short-distance apparition be performed. Now, this mystery has been understood by Charles. Even surpassed. Because Charles once deduced the Dustless Land curse. Once this spell is released, it can instantly eliminate the specified magic in the specified area. In extreme cases, it can even retain only Charles's own magic in the specified area for a short time. This can not only prevent the enemy's apparition, but also allow Charles to directly have a location beacon. In other words, once the Clean Earth curse is cast, Seal can directly perform short-distance apparition within its coverage, without the need for a heat engine like Dumbledore and Voldemort. And because Seal can use both wizard and goblin channels at the same time in the initial deduction, his apparition accuracy and stability will be higher. Countless knowledge churned in Seal's mind, and finally a deep blue mechanical prompt sounded. The second deduction of apparition is completed. Host has obtained under normal conditions. The blink spell requires a certain concentration of magic power in the nearby space to be accurately released. But if the Dustless Land spell is released first, the blink spell can be used immediately. At the same time, since the blink spell also uses the fairy channel, a spell is also needed to simulate the fairy magic to obtain the channel permission. It is detected that the host has previously set Avada Kedavra. Do you want to use this spell? Charlotte took a deep breath, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. He set Avada Kedavra as the activation spell in the previous apparition because once this long-distance apparition is used, it means that Charlotte is defeated and is ready to run away. That is naturally to give the enemy a certain degree of fear before running away, so that the enemy can be alert and avoid the enemy's immediate pursuit. But this flash spell is used in battle. If Charlotte says Avada Kedavra and then activates the flash, wouldn't the enemy's tension level be directly raised to the maximum? Charlotte doesn't want this. Therefore, Charlotte decisively rejected the Deep Blue System's inquiry on whether to continue to use Avada Kedavra. Not to be used. I want to set a separate activation spell for the flash spell, called. Charles pondered for a moment and felt that in this case, he must have a spell that would make the enemy's eyes go black, his brain go blank, and his head bewildered. Of course, it would be better to have some style. After all, although Charles doesn't have many faces, he still needs them. If he kept shouting "Dear, let's have a date" in the battle, Charles's face would feel unbearable. After a while, his eyes lit up. "Do you want to dance too?" "That's it." Soon after the Deep Blue System prompted that the settings were completed, Charles couldn't wait to wave his wand. Dust-free land. A domineering, repulsive magic roared out like a domain, spreading Charles's magic throughout the room. Then he heard Charles say faintly, "Do you want to dance too?" Snap. "Do you want to dance too?" Pa. "Do you want to dance too?" Pa. The figure flashed continuously, flickering in the room like a ghost. A satisfied look appeared in Charles's eyes, and then his face suddenly changed. He turned around and lay on the toilet and began to vomit. He now understood another reason why Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald, and others did not apparate crazily in battle. This reaction was 5 or 6 times stronger than long-distance apparate. Even the strongest stomach could not stand it. I believe they did not want to vomit directly in battle, so that the enemy could see clearly what they had eaten today. After finally recovering, Charles got up from the toilet and wiped his mouth nonchalantly. But it doesn't matter. If you master short-distance apparate, it will not improve your strength a little bit. It's just vomiting. You will get used to it after vomiting. Besides, preparing some motion sickness medicine in advance should greatly alleviate the side effects of this process. Compared with this minor side effect, Seal is more looking forward to the subsequent deduction direction of apparition. The current flash spell only shifts my position, and I cannot cast spells in the middle of the flight. What if I continue to deduce and allow the spell to cooperate with the flash spell during the flight? For example, the moment the light ball of the eternal blazing sun spell flies out of the wand, I use the flash spell to make it cross 100 meters and flash to the enemy's face. Chapter 26. Are all the freshmen at Hogwarts so crazy? Thinking of that scene, Charles's breathing became rapid. If this could really work, he would like to call himself a little boy in the magic world, playing a nuclear explosion. Even wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort might be knocked down by one set. However, when Charles asked Deep Blue how many points it would take to continue to deduce the apparition in this direction, Deep Blue's reply directly sobered up Charles's excited mind. In order to ensure accurate positioning and safety during the apparition process, it is impossible to cast spells. A simple spell may cause the user to split. The more powerful the spell, the more dangerous it will be during the apparition. Even if you are lucky enough not to die, it is impossible to guarantee the accuracy of the displacement. These are two mutually exclusive things, but if the host insists on deducing, the system can also proceed, but it requires at least 5 million deduction points. The number of 5 million points made Charles speechless. Even if Dark appeared again and pulled Charles into the dream world of Arlie again, Charles would have to eat on that beach for a few days to get so many points. Not to mention the magic world, how many wands would it take to get so many points? Even if all the wands that the Ollivander family had ever made were counted, it would still not be enough. This also made Charles sigh with regret and temporarily gave up this idea. As for the rest of the subsequent deduction directions of the apparition spell, such as the flying thunder god that Charles had seen in the anime, they all started at 1,000,000 points, which made Charles sigh in despair. Knowledge related to space is really useful, but it's also really damn expensive. He could only shake his head helplessly and no longer consider the 3 deductions of apparition in the short term. The results of these 2 deductions can be used for escape and combat, which is enough for a long time. Really, if you want to continue to make huge improvements, you should wait until you have enough deduction points before moving forward in this direction. When thinking about the deduction points, Charles also had a headache. Just after deducing the flash spell, his total deduction points fell back to less than 30,000 points. It looks good, but it is not enough for the first deduction of the patroness charm. Not to mention that Charles still has a lot of spells and knowledge he wants to deduce. For example, transfiguration, one of the most profound subjects in the magic world, plays a vital role in exploring the mysteries of magic and enhancing strength. In addition to the Horcruxes, the reason why Voldemort can have such powerful magic is that he has performed many dangerous black magic transformations in the 10 years after graduating from Hogwarts. From the original handsome young man, he became neither human nor ghost, with the characteristics of magical animals, but his magic power was so huge that ordinary wizards could not help but sigh. Magic power is currently a major shortcoming of Seal. He is still a young wizard. Although the spells he has are profound and powerful, he is not able to cast too many powerful spells due to his own insufficient development and magic power. If he can deduce the transfiguration performed by Voldemort, Seal believes that his strength will reach a new height. Or if he deduces the animagus transfiguration, if he can deduce it to the point where he can transform into a magical animal, Seal's magic power will also soar after the transformation. Therefore, Seal must be involved in the field of transfiguration. There is no need to say much about the depth of this field, and the deduction points consumed are certainly indispensable. At the same time, Seal is also very interested in potions, alchemy, and other fields. Magic potions and alchemical items are a major channel for Seal to obtain deduction points. If you can master the methods of refining potions and alchemical items by yourself, wouldn't you be self-sufficient? You can even sell some to supplement your wallet. In addition, both potions and alchemical items can be used in battle. In the long run, this will be of great benefit to the development of Seal, so it must be put on the plan. But the depth of potions and alchemy is needless to say. Dumbledore and Voldemort both dabbled in potions, but when it came to making potions, they still had to rely on Snape, the potion master. As for alchemy, even though Dumbledore had made achievements in discovering the 12 uses of dragon blood in alchemy, he did not make 2 outrageous alchemical items. The only thing that could barely be related was a lamp extinguisher. It can be seen that these 2 fields are also big consumers of deduction points. Not to mention that Seal is still thinking about Arlie and the so-called Old Ones in his heart. God knows how many points will be consumed if the knowledge involved in these aspects is to be deduced. After calculating this, Seal is really overwhelmed. Poor. Really poor. The gap in deduction points is so big that even Charles has to make plans. Harry Potter hasn't appeared in Diagon Alley yet, which means that there is still some time before Voldemort, who possesses Quirrell, breaks into Gringotts to look for the Philosopher's Stone. If it were any other time, I wouldn't dare to attack Gringotts. But if Voldemort breaks through Gringotts' defenses on this day, I might try to get a piece of the pie. Thinking of the treasures stored in the underground vault of Gringotts, Charles's eyes were burning. If he could do this, how many deduction points would he have? It would be enough for Charles to get rich. But there is no need to say more about the risk. Charles doesn't feel it is safe yet. Fortunately, he still has some time. Before Quirrell takes action, I will try to get as many deduction points as possible, and also get some wizard spell materials, which may serve as reference materials and reduce the consumption of deduction points. If I can improve my strength to a higher level during this period, I will follow Quirrell to fish in troubled waters and break into Gringotts. After making such a plan, Charles finished all 10 luxurious meals sent by Old Tom in a whirlwind, and then stood up and walked towards Diagon Alley. When passing by the brick wall that Professor McGonagall said was cast with advanced magic, Charles stopped. He couldn't help licking his lips. In his opinion, with his deduction points running out, this brick wall was not a brick wall, but a delicacy. Although there were several figures in front of him staring curiously, and judging from their attire, they were obviously young wizards and their parents from Muggle families, but since Professor McGonagall was not there, Charles was not afraid of being discovered. The next moment, Charles walked towards the brick wall with a fiery face, and then kissed it passionately. Magic world, here I come. At this moment, the little wizard's parents standing nearby watched this scene with a smile and whispered, "Look at this child, he should also be born a Muggle, right? He is so enthusiastic and cute. Should we learn from him? Maybe we can take a photo here as a souvenir." While they were discussing, Charles kissed another brick deeply. "Hey, magic world, here I come again. I come again. I come again. I come again." The smile of the little wizard's parents slowly solidified. "Are all the new students at Hogwarts so crazy? I suddenly feel that sending my child to Hogwarts seems to be a wrong start." Chapter 27 First meeting Hermione, looking for materials. At this moment, Seal didn't care about the weird expressions of the little wizard's parents. He was concentrating on he sucked the brick wall of Diagon Alley carefully. Every time he sucked a brick, the deep blue system in his mind sounded a prompt. Deduction points +2. Deduction points +3. Although the deduction points increased by a small amount each time, according to Charles's experience in the past 10 years, compared with ordinary food, this is already much more. Just like the deluxe set meal at the Leaky Cauldron, the portion is so large, but it is all ordinary food. Eating 10 portions may not increase the deduction points by 2 or 3 points. In this comparison, the deduction point increase brought by the brick wall is actually quite considerable. The most important thing is that the brick wall is maintained and cleaned up by the Ministry of Magic. After sucking all the magic power inside today, the Ministry of Magic will make up for it. In the long run, this is a continuous source of income. After kissing all the brick walls he could touch affectionately, the points in Charles's mind increased by about 1,000 points. It felt like the magic inside was in danger. If he kept talking like this, he might not be able to open the door to enter Diagon Alley. Only then did Seal reluctantly leave the brick wall. Just at this moment, a voice of doubt came from beside Seal. "Seal Evans." Seal turned around and found that it was the little wizard who had been looking at him in surprise who asked the question. She had fluffy brown hair and slightly large front teeth, a bit like a little squirrel, and the whole person exuded a kind of academic temperament. Seeing this little wizard, Seal felt familiar. Could this be Hermione Granger, one of the 3 iron triangles of Harry Potter in the original book? But how did she know her name, and he seemed to have seen her somewhere. Soon, Hermione took the initiative to reveal the answer. She stared at Seal with wide eyes, revealing an eager desire to win. "You actually received an admission letter from Hogwarts. That's great. I've always wanted to beat you. I thought I wouldn't have such an opportunity after coming to Hogwarts. I didn't expect you to go to Hogwarts too. Just wait, Charles Evans. I will never lose to you again in the magic world." Charles was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized. It turned out that when he was in the Muggle world, he and Hermione had participated in competitions together. Although Hermione was a top student, she could never be a match for a jerk like him, so she was always thinking about beating him once. At this time, Hermione's parents standing by also suddenly realized. This child with strange behavior in front of them turned out to be the genius student Charles Evans that their daughter had been talking about. Oh, that makes sense. Geniuses always have some quirks. They also sent an invitation to Charles. "Seal, I didn't expect that you know Hermione by chance." Would you like to go to Diagon Alley together? Hearing her parents' invitation to Seal, Hermione's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and a hint of blush appeared on her face. She has been paying attention to Seal since she was defeated by him in the competition for the first time. As a top student, Hermione also has her own pride and wants to regain her ground in the subsequent competitions. But there seems to be a huge gap between top students and geniuses. In every competition, Seal crushes all opponents with an absolutely overwhelming attitude. Later, the competitions Seal participated in were beyond Hermione's reach. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time that Hermione was crushed by a peer, so she paid special attention to Seal. This time, meeting Seal in front of the brick wall of Diagon Alley really gave her a feeling that it was destined by God. Feeling Hermione's expectant and shy gaze, Seal also smiled a little, and then decisively refused. Sorry, I have some personal matters to attend to. Next time. Then, Charles waved goodbye to them, tapped the bricks, and quickly walked through the portal into Diagon Alley. Hermione looked disappointed when she saw Charles leaving, but she still managed to comfort herself. He must have something to do. Didn't he say that? Next time, I will invite him to go shopping next time I see him. Hermione was still depressed. Even when she was about to enter Diagon Alley, she pressed harder on the bricks. An idea came to her mind. Maybe I can meet Charles in Diagon Alley later? And the next moment, something even more depressing happened to Hermione. The portal that Charles had just passed through disappeared without a trace this time. It seemed that something had gone wrong with the brick wall. No matter how Hermione took out her wand and knocked on the bricks, there was no response. Are you kidding me? The last time the professor brought me here, he clearly told me that this brick wall was regularly maintained by the Ministry of Magic and there would be no problems. How come it went wrong? Is this the result of the Ministry of Magic's maintenance? Hermione stared at the brick wall angrily, as if she had seen the epitome of the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Magic who were idle and cutting corners. At this moment, Hermione, who had been repeatedly frustrated, had an idea in her mind. If I become the Minister of Magic in the future, I must put an end to such things. At the same time, Charles, who walked into Diagon Alley, had no idea that Hermione had such inner thoughts. After getting rid of Hermione's family, Charles breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I walked fast, otherwise I would have been entangled. As for Hermione, when the time comes, you will be tied up and it will be inconvenient to do anything. As for Hermione, when watching movies in the previous life, Charles still liked this female character. But please, no one will really bring the love for paper people into reality, right? 11-year-old kid, dating? Talk about nothing. Little kids of this age have a lot of troubles, and Charles is tired of being friends. Who likes to take care of children? Dumbledore likes to play house with children at his age, and even arranges various games with interest, but Charles is not interested in this. Walking quickly on Diagon Alley, Charles soon came to his place of business. Destination, Flourish and Blots. This place can undertake the textbooks of Hogwarts. In the Muggle world, it is just like Xinhua bookstore. If you want to find some books, it is very complete. It just so happens that Seal uses deep blue deduction. If there are ready-made reference materials, it can reduce a lot of deduction points consumption. This is also the reason why Seal came here in the first place. Before, with Professor McGonagall following him, Seal could not buy some advanced books he needed openly. Now he can let go. After entering Flourish and Blots, Seal quickly found what he needed. Books. Alchemy from beginner to die, potions from beginner to die, transfiguration from beginner to die. In addition, there are papers published by some well-known wizards. For example, Dumbledore's 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood and Severus Snape's A Principle of Potion for Suppressing Werewolf Impulses, Wolfsbane Potion for which he won the Order of Merlin II. The high-end achievements of the magic world in recent years are all published in flourish and blots. However, this area is rarely visited, and many papers on the bookshelf have obviously not been flipped for many years. There was a bit of trepidation in Charles's eyes. He was not sure whether these books and papers could really serve as materials for Deep Blue. If they could, his deduction points gap would be greatly alleviated. After taking a deep breath, Charles carefully took down a copy of The 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood. After flipping through it casually, Dumbledore's detailed explanation of the magic of dragon's blood came into view. Deep Blue then gave one reminder after another. Obtain materials related to dragon's blood magic. When the host deduces knowledge related to dragons in the future, the deduction points required will be greatly reduced. Obtaining dragon blood samples or even living dragons for verification can further reduce the deduction points required. Chapter 28. He is still a child. What's wrong with eating a little more? When the Deep Blue prompt sounded, the ecstasy in Charles's eyes could not be suppressed. Immediately, in order to further verify, Charles opened Snape's paper on Wolfsbane potion again. A moment later, the Deep Blue prompt sounded again. Obtaining materials related to werewolf transformation, the host's subsequent deduction points required for werewolf-related knowledge will be greatly reduced. Obtaining werewolf blood or living samples can further reduce the deduction points. Then came transfiguration from entry to burial, and a similar prompt sounded again, which allowed Charles to reduce a large number of points when deducing many elementary and intermediate transfiguration techniques. At this moment, Charles couldn't help laughing out loud. It's done. I fucking did it. He looked around at the magic books and papers in flourish and blots that few people were interested in. These books that other wizards thought were long, boring, and difficult to understand were precious treasures to Charles, which could save him countless deduction points. An idea emerged in Charles's mind. After all, the books in flourish and blots are for the general public. Except for those famous papers published publicly, they are far from the most advanced and precious magic knowledge. This kind of top-level magic knowledge is either in the restricted book area of Hogwarts or in the family collections of various pure-blood nobles. If there is a chance in the future, you can search in this area. Then, Charles called the bookstore clerk. Pack a copy of these books and papers for me and send them to the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron. The bookstore clerk looked at the dozen bookshelves that had been piled up to the ceiling, his face full of astonishment. Is this how you buy books? Buy a dozen bookshelves at a time. After a moment, the bookstore clerk said hesitantly. It's no problem to pack them up and send them to the Leaky Cauldron, but sir, these books are very valuable. Seal certainly knew this. Books in the magic world inherited the nature of the capital world and were extremely expensive. A large part of the cost of students' enrollment each year is actually spent on buying textbooks. In order to save on textbook costs, many students from poor families will choose to buy second-hand books. The textbooks are like this, not to mention that the books in the area selected by Seal are quite advanced books, which makes the price even more expensive. The total number is really not a small amount. But what does this have to do with Seal? He is not the one who pays the bill. The kind-hearted Minister Fudge will reimburse him. After all, Minister Fudge signed a permanent agreement with Seal to reimburse all Seal's food expenses in the magic world. Books are spiritual food. It is reasonable to use this reimbursement amount, right? If it doesn't work, Seal can also perform a book-eating show. Immediately, Seal waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Put it on the Ministry of Magic's account. Minister Fudge will reimburse it." The clerk heard this. The originally worried and suspicious look suddenly turned into surprise and respect. It seems that this little wizard in front of him has a great relationship with Minister Fudge, and he can even get the Minister of Magic to reimburse him. Immediately, he also patted his chest and said that he would pack up the books and papers mentioned by Charles immediately, and also quietly said that he could give him a box with a traceless extension spell. Although this thing is obviously illegal, who made Charles related to the Minister of Magic? Illegal things are said to civilians, for nobles and officials, how can there be less illegal items in their homes? Charles was glad to accept this. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Charles started shopping in Diagon Alley without stopping. After all, there are a lot of materials to reduce the consumption of deduction points, but this is a kind of cost saving, so he still needs to open up sources and get more deduction points. So a series of magic item stores on the street were all swept by Charles. It was not until the evening that Charles returned to the room of the leaky cauldron with satisfaction. At this time, even the room where he had been cast the traceless extension charm was almost filled with 20 or 30 large boxes, all of which were goods sent from various stores. Charles's eyes showed a fiery look. Although the magic power of these magic items is far inferior to that of the broken wand, such a large number should be enough to increase his deduction points. In addition, with so many materials obtained from Flourish and Blots, a large number of deduction points for most common spells can be exempted. After digesting all of these, his strength will definitely increase again. I have to thank Minister Fudge. If he hadn't been so generous, how could I afford so many things? I really hope that Minister Fudge can work for a long time, and he must not be driven out of office. At the same time, in the office of the Minister of Magic, Fudge was reading today's Daily Prophet, which praised the Ministry of Magic's follow-up handling of the Dark Seed incident. Providing lifelong food reimbursement for young wizards who have been abused is one of the few things Minister Fudge has done since he took office. Fudge smiled at this evaluation, and ambition flashed in his eyes. Of course he knew that he had a bad reputation in the magic world, but wasn't this the beginning of a change in reputation? From now on, I will climb to the top step by step, and I will become the greatest minister of magic in the history of the magic world. Fudge now recalled the deal he had negotiated with Charles at St. Mungo's Hospital, and his mind was full of admiration for his genius. Genius, I am a political genius. What do you mean by spending little money to do big things? Mad money, bloody money. At this moment, Fudge's staff rushed into the Minister of Magic's office with a pile of thick letters in their arms. It's bad, Minister, something big has happened. Hearing this, Fudge's face instantly sank. Why are you so flustered? What's the big deal? The staff trembled as he put the pile of letters on the table and stammered. Bills, Charles's expense bills, these are all. Hearing this, Fudge, who was originally in a state of panic, breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the staff with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? Are you so flustered just because of a bill? I thought something big happened. Let me guess, is it because Charles's expense bills are particularly large this time? The staff nodded repeatedly, and he was immediately scolded by Fudge. I'm not saying anything bad about you. It's the beginning of the school year. Seal, a Muggle-born wizard, went to Diagon Alley. He saw all kinds of delicious food. Isn't it normal for a child to eat more and buy more? Besides, I saw it at St. Mungo's Hospital before. This child is simply the chosen Hufflepuff. His appetite is a little big. It's normal to be a little greedy and buy more food at this time. The child is growing up. Is it a big deal to eat a little more? Is it worth your panic? Can he eat our Ministry of Magic out of money? You have to have a big picture. Do you understand? Big picture. The staff was scolded with shame on his face and nodded. After Fudge had enough of scolding people, the staff said carefully. Then I will reimburse Seal's bill of 6,237 galleons this time. Fudge nodded calmly. More than 600 galleons? It's a bit much, but it's understandable. Reimburse me. You don't need to disturb me for such trivial matters in the future. After a while, when the staff was about to turn around and leave, Fudge suddenly reacted, his expression froze instantly, and he roared in disbelief. Wait a minute. How much did you say? How much is this bill? Chapter 29. You kid won't take kickbacks, right? Transfiguration deduction. Fudge stared at his staff in a daze. The numbers reported by the staff still lingered in his ears, and he felt unbelievable. He once suspected that his staff had seen it wrong, or he had heard it wrong. More than 6,000 galleons. How could a little wizard spend so much? But after repeatedly confirming with the staff, Fudge still got the same answer. He staggered, and then snatched the stack of bills from the staff. I want to see what Charles bought to spend more than 6,000 galleons. As the bills came into view, Fudge's face changed. 80 deluxe meals at the Leaky Cauldron. Wait a minute, 80 meals a day. Monthly payment. Damn, do you think I've never been to the Leaky Cauldron? That one meal would have made me die. Charles eats 80 meals a day. Even if he feeds trolls or even dragons in the room of the Leaky Cauldron, it wouldn't cost that much. But this bill is just a fraction of the total. Then there are more exaggerated bills that come into view. Honeyduke's candy mail order, 100 copies of all styles. Hiss, isn't he afraid of losing his teeth in the sweetness? Hasn't anyone taught him that children shouldn't eat too much candy? Fuck, I've said it before, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, always likes to eat some weird candies, and the children who haven't entered school yet have been corrupted by him. If these bills are barely within Fudge's acceptable range, then the next bills from Ollivander's Wand Shop, Flourish and Blott's Books, and many magic props shops in Diagon Alley made Fudge's face turn pale and his defense was broken directly. What is going on? Why are there so many bills for wands? There are 20 wands to be reimbursed. There are so many magic props. There are even nearly 3,000 galleons worth of books at Flourish and Blott's. Damn it, the agreement we reached with Charles only reimburses food expenses. Other expenses cannot be reimbursed. How come the bills can still be sent? The way he spends, it won't be long before our political donations are all spent by him. Fudge stared at his staff who was responsible for drafting the magic agreement, his eyes full of suspicion. You kid left a back door when drafting the agreement, and planned to take kickbacks. The staff wanted to cry but had no tears. No, I really didn't. Fudge looked gloomy. You didn't take kickbacks. Do you believe me? Let me bring you a truth serum to ask you. The staff choked and said quickly. You know about kickbacks, Minister. How many people in our Ministry of Magic don't take kickbacks? But Seal's agreement was so rushed that time, not to mention Dumbledore was also present. I was only thinking about doing things, how could I dare to do it? There is really no problem with his magic agreement. Every time he reimburses, his true intention of purchasing items will be detected. Even if he buys food, as long as he doesn't think about eating it himself but sharing it with his partners when submitting the reimbursement, the bill will not be passed. Fudge frowned and asked. So what's going on now? The set meal at the Leaky Cauldron, the candy at Honeyduke's, I won't count those. How can a wand be billed through expense reimbursement? 20 wands, are you going to tell me he ate them like chips with salt and pepper and ketchup? And all the props from the magic shop, he bought 100 speed writing quills, enough for an entire Hogwarts college, did he buy them to eat like lollipops? Not to mention the books at Flourish and Blott's, more than 3,000 galleons, how many sheets of parchment would that take? Could Seal have eaten them all? So how did this expense reimbursement get through? The staff was sweating. Maybe he is really a genius and found some loopholes in the magic agreement. Investigate, we must investigate. We can't let him use our magic agreement as a means to fleece the sheep. We must regulate his use and ensure that he really eats what he buys, instead of recording all the expenses on our account. Fudge nodded, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. We must investigate, otherwise how much money can be reimbursed by Charles like this? But I just publicized this matter and received unanimous praise from the magic world. This is rare since I took office. If we investigate it now with great fanfare, wouldn't everything be in vain? Besides, Dumbledore was also present when the agreement was signed. He will definitely protect Charles. We also have to consider Dumbledore's opinion. Who to send to investigate is also a problem. After thinking for a moment, Fudge's eyes lit up and he thought of someone. I remember that among the graduates of Hogwarts this year, there is a disguised animagus who is currently training as an intern or right? The staff member hurriedly said. Yes, it's a girl named Tonks. She is born with the ability to disguise as an animagus and can change her appearance. She is simply a natural lurker and a master of disguise. Fudge clapped his hands. Let her investigate and secretly collect evidence to see if there is a problem with the magic agreement for Seal to buy so many things, and whether he ate them all. As long as the evidence is collected, we are not afraid even if Dumbledore speaks. Besides, Tonks just graduated from Hogwarts. Compared with the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, she is more like Seal's senior. With such an identity, it won't be too sensitive if others know about it. The more Fudge thought about it, the more he felt that this was another genius move. Let Dumbledore's people investigate Dumbledore's people. Am I, Fudge, really a political genius? The staff member on the side also praised this. He said nothing, but still raised a doubt. But Minister, it may take some time for Tonks to find out the results of the investigation. What if Seal still claims the money in this way during this period? Fudge shrugged his shoulders. There is no other way. Before collecting evidence, let Seal report it. But we have to urge those Malfoys to pay their political donations. He sneered. Who gave them such a big handle? The treasury is short of money. Who else can we squeeze if not them? Go and urge them. Give them a hard time. I will bear the blame. Just when Fudge and his staff were planning to investigate Seal. In the leaky cauldron, Seal was holding a dozen quill pens in his mouth, sucking the ink inside like a lollipop. When the frequency of the deduction point prompts in his mind decreased, he bit off the quill pen and converted the pen into deduction points, then took out some other magic props from the big box next to him. At the same time, Seal was also flipping through the large monograph Transfiguration, from Beginners to Burial. It integrates all the Transfiguration content that Hogwarts needs to learn from the 1st to the 7th grade, and covers all branches of Transfiguration, Disappearance, Appearance, Human Body Transformation, Animagus Transformation, and Summoning. In short, it is equivalent to a Transfiguration reference book that is more complex, comprehensive, and in-depth than the textbook. If you thoroughly understand this book, all Transfiguration assessments in Hogwarts for 7 years, even the Newt course, will receive excellent evaluations. Seal originally considered reading books in the field of potions or alchemy first. After all, preparing potions and making alchemical items by himself can greatly increase his progress in obtaining deduction points. It's just that considering that Quirrell will go to Gringotts soon, this opportunity to get rich is really not to be missed. In addition, potion preparation and alchemical item production are both practical subjects. The principles will be described in books, but the real essence is often passed on by word of mouth or even hand to hand. Not to mention the need to purchase various precious materials. Purchasing materials for the purpose of preparing potions cannot be reimbursed through the Ministry of Magic agreement test. So these two fields, Seal still plans to wait until he goes to Hogwarts to study them in depth, and now he should focus on improving his combat effectiveness. And the field of Transfiguration has a huge improvement in the comprehensive strength of wizards. An excellent Transfiguration master may not be particularly strong in practical ability, but he will never be weak. And if you want to become a top-level wizard, Transfiguration is an indispensable part. There is a very important reason for this, that is, many applications of Transfiguration do not require spells, and sometimes even wands are not needed. For example, in the Animagus Transfiguration, Sirius Black even had his wand confiscated, but he could still use the Animagus Transfiguration to escape from Azkaban. In the original book, in the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, both sides also had very exciting Transfiguration attacks and defenses. In this Transfiguration duel, neither side recited any spells, and the rhythm changed very quickly. If ordinary wizards participated in this battle, they would not even have a chance to attack, and would be defeated on the spot by the fast, flexible, and spell-free transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, who has always been modest and cautious, also made such remarks in the field of transfiguration. She believes that transfiguration is more elegant and superior than other magical fields. Professor McGonagall has never been an arrogant person. The fact that she can say such words also shows that the field of transfiguration is indeed profound and has a significant impact on the strength of wizards. Therefore, Seal first opened the Transfiguration book to obtain materials. At this moment, even if he turned the pages mechanically and scanned every line of text quickly to provide materials for Deep Blue, Charles had already turned the pages for more than 5 hours. Charles finally turned the last page of Transfiguration, from beginner to burial. In his mind, the reminder of Deep Blue's machine sounded. The host has obtained a large amount of Transfiguration materials, and the points consumed for the first deduction of Transfiguration have been greatly reduced. Do you want to consume 5,000 points for the first deduction of Transfiguration? When this reminder sounded, Charles's eyes were filled with passion. You know, the first deduction of Transfiguration before consumed 50,000 points, and now it has dropped too much. Although obtaining more materials can further reduce the consumption of the first deduction, the impact is not that great. Deduction early, enjoy early. Charles took a deep breath. Deep Blue, deduce for me. Chapter 30. I am an intern auror, can't I handle the little wizard? As Seal said deduction, 5,000 deduction points were deducted. Then, Deep Blue deduced the transfiguration knowledge that the other party had just seen thousands of times in his mind. The so-called elementary transfiguration, intermediate transfiguration, and advanced transfiguration divided in the 7-year course of Hogwarts were now completed in Seal's mind in one go and fully understood. The knowledge that ordinary young wizards need 7 years to learn, in Deep Blue, only takes a moment. When Seal opened his eyes again, transfiguration, which gave most wizards in the magic world a headache and even nightmares for many years after graduation, had become almost instinctive in him. Deep Blue's prompt sounded in Seal's mind. The host has completed the first deduction of Transfiguration, and the basic content of Transfiguration has been completed. Master it. Consume 50,000 points to conduct targeted secondary deductions on various branches of Transfiguration, Animagus Transfiguration, Human Transfiguration, Summoning, Disappearance, Apparition, etc. Obtaining the corresponding materials can reduce the deduction points consumed by the secondary deduction. Charles took a deep breath, pulled out his mithril wand, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he waved his wand easily, and the table in front of him began to change back and forth between various forms. Sometimes it was a cherry wood table, sometimes it was turned into a walnut pattern by Charles, and later it was even turned into a modern computer table with a lifting function by Charles. Then Charles let go even more, and with a wave of his wand, the table turned from a dead object into a living thing. It turned into a brown bear, a tiger, a giant turtle, and even grew wings, turning into an eagle with enough wings to stand a person on its back. This wonderful feeling made Charles feel like he had found some fun toys, and he performed the transformation technique tirelessly. In this process, he truly felt why so many wizards are full of praise for transfiguration. Why Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of this century, is also famous for his transfiguration. The secrets of magic transformation and change contained in this subject are absolutely profound and mysterious, and it is worth it for wizards like Dumbledore to spend their whole lives exploring. After a while, Seal stopped moving and waved his wand to restore everything in the room to its original state. Seal was very satisfied with the gains from the first deduction of transfiguration. Although this is not like deducing a specific spell, such as the luminescent spell deducing the eternal blazing sun spell, which gives Seal a final killing move, it is a huge supplement to his overall strength. After all, he can't always hit every enemy with an eternal blazing sun spell. Yang curse is over? Flexible and fast transfiguration is enough to solve most of the troubles. And in the intervals between powerful spells, transfiguration can fill the battle rhythm, making the enemy overwhelmed and buying time for himself. Char estimated that his current transfiguration attainments should be far beyond the 7th-year graduates of Hogwarts who have studied transfiguration. But it is still far from the level when Dumbledore graduated. After all, the examiner when Dumbledore graduated exclaimed that Dumbledore used transfiguration to do something he had never imagined. Although he never revealed what kind of feat it was, he must be a well-known figure in the field of transfiguration to be an examiner of transfiguration at Hogwarts. Even he was so shocked. It is certain that at that time Dumbledore's transfiguration has far exceeded the scope of students, and can even be called a master of the new generation. Seal is still far from this level. After all, he has only integrated the content mentioned in the textbook through the first deduction and turned it into instinct, which can be regarded as having maxed out the basic transfiguration. But he has not yet mastered the various branches of transfiguration, and it is far from being said that he has reached the level of mastery. Looking at the secondary deduction prompts given by Deep Blue, Seal's eyes showed a contemplative look. Animagus transfiguration, human body transformation, disappearance, appearance, summoning. There are really many branches of transfiguration. With so many branches, if you want to master them all or even innovate and break through the barriers, the deduction points required are really astronomical. In a short period of time, I'm afraid I can only choose a few fields for deduction. After having a better understanding of transfiguration than most wizards, Seal was also clear about the subsequent direction and academic frontier of transfiguration. For example, the direction of transfiguration, the typical representative is one of the most difficult spells encountered in the 5th-year assessment of Hogwarts, the vanishing spell. However, the so-called most difficult spell is at best just an introduction to the transfiguration of vanishing, which is used to lay the foundation. This direction is further extended, combined with alchemy. There are products such as invisibility cloaks and vanishing cabinets. As for the direction of human body transformation, it can be Moody's transformation of Malfoy into a skunk in the original book, but this is still very superficial. The truly profound one is the permanent transformation of the human body, which is the direction of transfiguration that Voldemort took. By permanently transforming himself, Voldemort gained special magic, which is powerful, deadly, and full of deterrence. Exorcism, that is, summoning and dispelling, should be the field that Dumbledore has studied in depth. The golden flames he summoned and the lightning that struck Snape's wand were all manifestations of his attainments in this field. And Grindelwald's terrifying fiend fire. In a sense, fiend fire and the various monsters it transformed into were also the product of summoning transfiguration combined with the direction of black magic. Seal pondered the direction of his next secondary deduction of transfiguration. Finally, his eyes fell on animagus transfiguration. The reason is not complicated, because there are more public research materials on animagus transfiguration. This is thanks to Professor McGonagall. As one of the few legal animagus, and she is also the professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, she has produced several papers in this direction in recent years. And under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, some other legal animagus have also published papers. This can provide Seal with more sufficient materials. In addition to this direction, if Seal wants to study the advanced direction of human body transfiguration, it must involve the path taken by Voldemort. Dark wizards who take this path do not write papers. As for the direction of summoning, Dumbledore and Grindelwald have long been successful and famous, and it is past the time to write papers. Is it really hard to find such high-end information? Or is it relatively easy to collect materials in the direction of animagus? This way consumes fewer deduction points. Of course, animagus transfiguration also has a disadvantage, that is, its academic value is higher than its combat value. Animagus transfiguration is to switch between wizard form and animal form. As for what animal to turn into, it depends on luck and personality. Like the reporter named Leaky of the Daily Prophet, she transformed into a beetle, which is a good way to eavesdrop, but it is useless in battle. Professor McGonagall is similar. She turned into a tabby cat. Maybe sometimes she can rely on the cat's slender body to avoid the spell in battle, but the value is still not high. Even Sirius, who can turn into a big black dog, is still worrying in animal form. The masters of transfiguration in the magic world have certainly thought about solving this problem. The most intuitive idea is not limited to the transformation of ordinary animals, but to try to transform into magical animals. For example, transforming into a phoenix, a fire dragon, a harpy. The power of these magical animals should not be underestimated, and they can make the animagus transformation state no longer limited to academic research. But until now, this path has not been taken, and no one can perform magical animagus transformation. But this drawback is the easiest to solve for Charles. What others can't do, he can do. Deep Blue, if you want to deduce the animagus transfiguration to transform into a magical animal with combat power, how many points are needed? Deep Blue gave an immediate answer. This direction requires 100,000 points. Seal naturally cannot afford this number of points. But fortunately, he still has several papers on animagus transfiguration that can be used as materials. When he read all these papers and asked Deep Blue again, the points Deep Blue needed were directly cut in half. The host has obtained reference materials, and the points required for deduction in this direction have been reduced to 50,000 points. If you want to continue to reduce the deduction points, please obtain a sample of a living animagus wizard. In view of the particularity of this direction, acquired animagus wizards can only provide a few references. It is best to have innate animagus abilities. Charles's eyes showed a strange look. Innate animagus ability owner? Is there such a person in the magic world? The practice of animagus transfiguration is very tedious and dangerous. How could it be possible to have animagus abilities innately? The next moment, a figure suddenly came to Charles's mind. Wait a minute, I remember that Tonks in the original book was a disguised animagus. And this is blood inheritance, which is an innate ability, and there is no need to practice deliberately. Even her children will also have this ability in the future. Does this meet Deep Blue's requirements? Then, Charles frowned. But at this point in time, Tonks should have graduated and become a trainee Auror, and is no longer in Hogwarts. How can I find her? Minister Fudge can't just transfer her here for me, can he? After a moment, Seal's frown relaxed. Collect some other animagus papers and materials to see if the deduction points can be further reduced. Then see if he can contact Tonks through Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore and find a way to meet her. If it doesn't work, he can barely afford 50,000 deduction points now. Directly deduce twice to obtain the magical animagus transformation ability, and then find Tonks to get materials before the third deduction, which is acceptable. No hurry, there is still time, wait a little longer. At the same time, in a training ground affiliated to the Ministry of Magic, Tonks with pink hair is undergoing trainee Auror training, but she has received a task assigned by the Ministry of Magic through her superiors. Let me investigate the freshman Charles Evans to see if he has abused the Ministry of Magic agreement to obtain improper benefits, and whether there are people involved in profiteering behind the scenes. Tonks' eyes showed excitement. She has been a trainee Auror for a while, and has been undergoing high-intensity and boring training every day. She is almost tired of it. Now that the mission has come, she can finally show herself and take a break. As for the content of the mission itself, in Tonks's opinion, it is almost not difficult. With her ability to disguise as an animagus, plus the strength of an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, and having undergone the training of a trainee Auror, how difficult can it be to investigate a freshman who has not yet enrolled? Tonks said confidently. As an intern Auror, how can I not handle a little wizard? 3 days, at most, I can investigate Charles Evans from head to toe without anyone noticing, and I won't miss even a hair's secret. Chapter 31 Spying in Secret, we can't be robbed by Charles, right? Please read. After receiving this task, Tonks, who wanted to prove herself, immediately used her ability to change into a man's appearance, and then rushed from the Auror training ground to Diagon Alley. With a loud bang of apparition, Tonks appeared in an open space in Diagon Alley. Looking at the bustling scene of Diagon Alley with parents bringing their little wizards to buy, Tonks, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, was a little emotional. Time flies so fast. It's another year of freshman, but I've already graduated. Just as Tonks was sighing, she noticed that every store in Diagon Alley seemed to be out of stock this year, and there was a long queue at the door of the store. But at the same time, the clerks were carrying boxes that were obviously cast with the Traceless extension spell and walked towards the leaky cauldron. Tonks' heart moved, and just as she was about to ask, several wizards in black robes had already asked the clerks with curiosity. Are these also what the little wizard Seal wants? So many things, how many gold galleons will it cost? How can he eat and use them all by himself? The clerks smiled and shook their heads. How would we know? But I heard from old Tom at the Leaky Cauldron that he delivers 80 luxurious meals to the little wizard Seal every day, and they are all eaten up in less than 10 minutes. He once suspected that the little wizard Seal kept some magical animals with huge appetites in his room, but it's none of our business. He is rich and generous, so we just sell them. After answering these curious inquiries, several shop assistants continued to deliver goods to Seal. Tonks, who heard this conversation, showed a determined look in her eyes. No wonder you asked me to investigate. There must be something fishy about Seal. How is it possible that he eats and uses so many things by himself? It is likely that there is someone behind him who is really guiding him and finding loopholes in the magic protocol and making profits from it. Tonks's expression became excited. In her opinion, the wizard who can find loopholes in the Ministry of Magic's protocol must be a cunning wizard, or he might be a habitual criminal of magic protocol fraud. Seal must have been used as a scapegoat by those wizards. This time, maybe we can catch a big fish. She clenched her wand tightly, feeling her heartbeat speeding up. After 7 years of studying at Hogwarts, she finally became a trainee Auror. The time to make achievements is now. Tonks took a step and walked towards the leaky cauldron, intending to find a chance to wait for Seal there to see if there were any suspicious wizards entering or leaving Seal's room. But in her excitement, Tonks did not notice that the black-robed wizards who had just asked the clerk glanced at her back obscurely, their eyes full of doubts. The man just now seemed to have been standing nearby and listening to us getting information. Now he is heading straight to the leaky cauldron. Is he also coming for Seal? There was a dangerous light in the eyes of several people. Traveling together. But after a moment, there was disdain in the eyes of several people. Not like that. If it was a colleague from Nocturne Alley, he wouldn't be so careless. He's probably a newbie who's greedy for money. His intention is too obvious. It's easy to deal with. He's not a threat to us. Just keep an eye on him. One of the wizards followed Tonks from a distance. He would go shopping in nearby shops from time to time, and greet the little wizards and their parents from time to time, but he always kept a certain distance from Tonks, and finally stayed in an inconspicuous corner outside the leaky cauldron. The other wizards also looked in the direction of the leaky cauldron. Watching the big boxes being sent into the leaky cauldron, they couldn't help their greed. Seal spent money like crazy in Diagon Alley these 2 days. I'm afraid he spent nearly 10,000 galleons. Although he used the Ministry of Magic agreement to reimburse, in the eyes of others, spending money like water is certainly a skill, but being able to reimburse is obviously better. Such a little wizard must have an extraordinary background. In other words, the gold is very valuable, maybe even more valuable than the same weight of gold. If you flip through any of his purses, you may find endless gold galleons. These black-robed wizards in Nocturne Alley are very jealous and plan to make a fortune in the Shire. After making this fortune, who would still live in Nocturne Alley and live a life of hanging their heads on the belt. How much money can you make by dealing in contraband items all day? But this seal is really hateful. What's wrong with being rich? Can you disrespect people just because you have money? Every day he asks the clerk to deliver goods to him. This is exploitation and oppression. According to the Muggles I have heard, he should be hanged on the street lamp. Will he die if he comes out to receive the goods? It's hard for us to kidnap him. Now he stays in the second-floor room of the Leaky Cauldron every day. This place is full of good and bad people. Kidnapping him here is simply seeking death. What should we do? After thinking for a while, the leading dark wizard came up with an idea. Have you noticed that the things that Charles bought are all magic items? He basically doesn't accept ordinary items. What does this mean? It means that he has good taste and doesn't care about those ordinary things. He only wants magic items. If we can take out a rare magic item or magic material, maybe we can lure him out of the Leaky Cauldron. If we can trick him into going to Nocturne Alley in the evening, then this matter will be a sure thing. It's not easy for a few of us, a few experienced dark wizards, to subdue a little wizard who hasn't even entered school yet. Song. As soon as this proposal came out, the remaining people nodded in agreement, and then came to a key question. Where can we find rare magic items and magic materials? Do you have them? If we can afford them, do we need to take risks like this? The leading dark wizard said firmly. We don't have so many gold galleons now, but we can get some money together to mortgage loans at Gringotts. At most, we can mortgage our wands and houses. Think about it, as long as we buy rare magic items and materials, trick Seal out, and make this deal, what is this little money? At most, if our operation fails, we can sell the magic items and materials again and lose some money. He said half-jokingly. It's not that we fail to kidnap and are robbed by Seal, and lose everything, right? After saying this, the other dark wizards were amused. After the laughter, several people showed determination in their eyes. Let's do it. Let's go to Gringotts for mortgage loan. Chapter 32 Unicorn Horn, Who Made Me Kind-Hearted? In Gringotts. The goblin at the counter looked at the wizards in black robes outside with surprise and confirmed again. Gentlemen, are you sure you want to mortgage your property, wands, and the magic items in your hands? If you can't return them on time, according to the agreement, all of these will belong to Gringotts. The dark wizards said impatiently. Yes, that's right, don't ask, and mortgage us the gold galleons quickly. While waiting at the counter, they looked outside from time to time, looking quite anxious. After all, who knows if there will be other colleagues eyeing Charles, the big fat sheep? If someone gets there first, then they have worked in vain. When the goblin saw them like this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It laughed. Gentlemen, don't worry. You must have a big business to do, so you are mortgaging here. I would like to congratulate you on your wealth. But to be honest, the wand, the property, and a few magic items can't really be mortgaged for many gold galleons. Are you sure it's enough? After all, you are all big businessmen. If there are not enough gold galleons and you can't make ends meet, wouldn't that be troublesome? When several dark wizards heard it say this, they looked at each other and hesitated. Indeed, if they wanted to trick Seal out of the Leaky Cauldron and let him go with them, they would definitely have to take out something very precious. This kind of thing can be found in Nocturne Alley, but the prices are more expensive than one. They were not sure whether they could buy such an item with the gold galleons after mortgage. At this moment, the goblin's face showed eagerness. Let's put it this way. We at Gringotts have recently launched a new service called leveraged loans. Through this method, you can get far more gold galleons than usual. As for the cost, the interest rate will be a little higher, and the consequences of not being able to pay it back after the due date will be more troublesome. But as long as you can pay it back, it won't be a problem. This is the best way to solve the shortage of funds. Under the goblin's persuasion, the hesitation on the faces of several dark wizards gradually turned into determination. Indeed, as long as Charles was kidnapped, tens of thousands of gold galleons would be easy. Are you worried that you won't be able to repay the loan from Gringotts by then? Leverage, right? 5 times as a start. No, 5 times is too little, 10 times. Forget it, max it out, just max it out. Soon, the dark wizards who signed the Gringotts agreement left Gringotts with bulging bags, and their faces showed excitement and anticipation. With this money, we can buy real good things to lure Charles out. We're going to be rich. That night, Charles was still flipping through the many magic books he had bought from Flourish and Blots in his room. In his mind, a deep blue prompt flashed from time to time, telling him that he had obtained materials in a certain field, and deducing the corresponding knowledge could reduce the consumption of deduction points. At the same time, next to Charles, an assembly line was running. This assembly line was transformed by him using transfiguration, and the raw materials were vases, tables and chairs, plates, etc. in the room. And now, they were transformed by Charles into an assembly line that continuously transported the magic items in the box to Charles's mouth. In this way, Charles could flip through the books to get materials while opening his mouth to swallow magic items and get deduction points. This is much more convenient. Charles couldn't help but sigh. It really is magic that changes life. However, the only pity is that these magic items are common goods, most of which are shorthand quills or prank items like nosebleed nougat, with weak magic power, and none of them contain strong magic power. Despite such a continuous input, the total number of Charles's deduction points has soared a lot compared to before, reaching nearly 80,000 points. But thinking of the previous gulps of sublimation potions and the refreshing feast in the dreamland Arlie, Charles still felt a little disappointed. I don't know when I can go back to those days. Doc, my Doc, I miss you so much, and Arlie, the holy place in my dreams, let me go there for another meal. No, let me take another look. Just as Charles was reminiscing, there was a knock on his door. It was a message from old Tom. Mr. Charles, there is someone in the lobby looking for you. He said he might have something you like. Charles raised his eyebrows, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He didn't seem to know anyone in the magic world, and he didn't have many friends. Come to find him so late? He secretly raised a few vigilance in his heart. But after thinking for a while, Charles still walked out of the room. If this person can really come up with something that interests him, it would be okay to meet him. With so many trump cards in hand, even if the other party has any plans, Charles is not afraid of ordinary wizards. Soon, Charles came to the lobby of the Leaky Cauldron and saw a middle-aged wizard who looked honest. The wizard's face was full of humility and embarrassment, revealing a feeling of flattery, and he looked like the kind of honest man who was often bullied. At this moment, the wizard saw Charles coming out, carefully took out a package from his arms, and smiled flatteringly. Is it Mr. Charles? I heard that you bought a lot of magic items in Diagon Alley, and I remembered that there seemed to be a few things passed down in my family, and I wanted to see if you were willing to buy them. As he said this, a bitter look appeared on his face. It's embarrassing to say that my daughter will also enter Hogwarts this year, but I can't even afford to buy her a new wand. If you can accept my things, I can buy her a new wand and a new robe. Charles listened to the words of the middle-aged wizard and nodded repeatedly, his expression seemed to be moved. But Charles sneered in his heart. This kind of story was still useful in the 1990s, but he had heard this kind of story more than 1,000 times in his previous life. How could it be so easy to believe? He always believed that people who were truly in pain and cramped would rarely show their difficulties and pain to others. Generally, those who can't wait to tell a stranger about this kind of thing, and it is related to money, are 99% scams. Charles believes that there is truth, goodness, and beauty in the world, but he never hesitates to speculate the other party with the worst malice. Soon, his eyes fell on the package. When the middle-aged wizard opened the package, Charles's pupils shrank slightly. There is a tiny horn inside. Charles has read a lot of papers on animagus these days, and with the change in fact, the content of the shape spell also involves a lot of animal characteristics, so Charles saw at a glance that this was a young unicorn's horn. Although it has been placed for a long time, the magic power in it is far less than when the unicorn just died, but this item is still a treasure. The most important thing is that the magic world passed a resolution a long time ago to prohibit the hunting and killing of unicorns for their horns, so the unicorn horns are extremely precious and prohibited items. As soon as this thing was taken out, Charles was completely sure that the honest middle-aged wizard in front of him was not a good person at all. This unicorn horn is clearly a bait to tempt him. It's really hard for the other party. Facing such a young wizard like me, he actually took the trouble to set up such a trap, and his acting skills were pretty good. Charles's expression moved, and he laughed. Oh, this is the horn of a bull beast, it's not worth much. But sir, I do sympathize with your daughter. How about this? For 3 gold galleons, I will accept your horn of the ox-bill, and you can buy a wand for your daughter. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged black wizard on the opposite side clenched his palms, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and he was cursing in his heart. Horn of the ox-bill? This is obviously the horn of a unicorn, which I bought in Nocturne Alley for 500 gold galleons. As a result, this Charles said it was the horn of the ox-bill, and only gave 3 gold galleons. Fuck, this little wizard is even more evil than the black wizard. But this is also confirmed. This kind of shameless style is either expensive or they are either from a big business family or a bureaucratic family of the Ministry of Magic. After all, normal people can't do such shameless things. Then, the middle-aged black wizard felt relieved. Fortunately, he pulled the lever at Gringotts to get more gold galleons and bought a few more things. Otherwise, just buying a unicorn horn would not be enough to satisfy the greed of the little wizard seal. Immediately, he pretended to be surprised and said, 3 gold galleons? That's great, so my daughter can buy a new wand. But the money for the new robes and new textbooks has not been settled yet, but I have a few similar things at home, all passed down from my ancestors, but they are bigger than this and it is not convenient to bring them over. Mr. Seal, my home is nearby, how about you come with me to take a look at my home? Charles sneered in his heart. Sure enough, they wanted to trick him out. It seemed that he had attracted a lot of attention in Diagon Alley these past 2 days. It was really hard for the other party to arrange it like this. If it was another little wizard, he might have been fooled. But Charles still had a question in his mind. The horn of a unicorn is very valuable. Even the horn of a young unicorn would cost at least several hundred gold galleons, and you have to have a way to buy it. It seemed that the other party had prepared some other baits, which would probably not be worse than the horn of a unicorn. This would cost at least 1,000 or several hundred gold galleons. This is not considered poor in the magic world. Why would he take such a risk with such a lot of money? But after a moment, Charles suppressed the doubts in his heart. Who cares? Since the other party is targeting him, if he doesn't take the bait, wouldn't it be a waste? After taking a few magical materials like unicorn horns, the deduction points will definitely exceed 100,000, or even 150,000. In this way, even if he forcibly deduces the animagus transfiguration for the second time, it will be very sufficient. So Charles pretended to be hesitant, first pulled the unicorn horn from the other party's hand, stuffed it into his arms, and then thought for a long time, and finally sighed. Okay. I'll go with you to take a look. I can't help it. Who made me kind-hearted? The middle-aged wizard on the opposite side almost bit his back teeth. You call this kind-hearted? Good for your mother's head. But he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word of gratitude. Yes, 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 Mr. Charles, you are so kind. Thank you on behalf of my daughter. But the middle-aged black wizard had already made up his mind. As soon as Charles entered Nocturne Alley, he promised to let Charles know what cruelty is. Chapter 33 Acromanthus Venom, Dragon Heart, Lucky Day. Diagon Alley. Under the night, the bustling bustle of the day has dissipated, replaced by silence and desolation. And on the street, the middle-aged black wizard took Charles to a nearby alley. The signs and warnings at the entrance of this alley have been temporarily erased. At first glance, it looks like countless ordinary alleys, but it looks particularly deep. But if some experienced wizards come here, they will be terrified of this alley. This is the place where all kinds of illegal transactions in the magic world take place, and it is also the place where black wizards frequently appear, Nocturne Alley. Some wizards who strayed into this place left safely without seeing anything, and some escaped without any danger. But some of them completely disappeared. At this time, the middle-aged black wizard brought Charles here and tried his best to persuade Charles to go in with him. "Mr. Charles, my family is still waiting for gold galleons to buy wands and robes for my daughter. You don't want to see your future classmate, a pink and tender little girl wearing an old robe that is ridiculed by others, go to school, right?" Charles shrugged and said faintly. "Is it possible that I will be one of those who ridicule her in the future?" The middle-aged black wizard choked and smiled awkwardly. "How could it be? Mr. Charles is kind-hearted, you are a kind person." After this, Charles nodded with satisfaction. "You still have good vision. Since you said so, forget it, I'll take a loss and take your things." Immediately, Charles took out his wand. The middle-aged black wizard was shocked. "Mr. Charles, why are you taking out your wand?" Charles chuckled and chanted a spell. "Luminescent." A bright light burst out from the tip of his wand, illuminating the road ahead. He said with a smile, "The road ahead is so dark, I'll cast a fluorescent spell to illuminate the road. I dare to follow you into this alley, you won't be afraid of even a little wizard like me, right?" The middle-aged black wizard thought about it, and it was true. For a little wizard like this who hasn't entered Hogwarts to study, it's the best he can do with a fluorescent spell. How can he be a match for such a vicious black wizard? "I'm afraid that the little wizard will be scared to death when he hears the 3 words Dark Wizard." So he grinned and complimented Seal. "Mr. Seal is indeed from a famous family. He can use the luminescent charm so skillfully before entering school. His future is limitless." Immediately, he took Seal and walked into Nocturne Alley step by step. At the same time, in the shadows not far away, Tonks saw this scene and heard the conversation between Seal and the Dark Wizard. She was anxious. She was an intern aura after all, so she knew where Seal entered. That was Nocturne Alley. A place that most wizards in the magic world would be terrified of. This was also the result of a compromise between the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Wizards, so that the Dark Wizards could have a place to trade, and there was anti-detection magic in it, so it didn't matter if the Dark Wizards robbed the Dark Wizards in it. As long as the unforgivable curse was not used, or some cruel experiments were conducted, the Ministry of Magic would turn a blind eye and assume that nothing happened. After all, the group of Dark Wizards has always existed in the magic world, and it is impossible to ban them. If they were to be completely cut off from trading and making a living, the Ministry of Magic would be overwhelmed with so many Dark Wizards scattered all over the UK. Therefore, once they entered Nocturne Alley, due to the anti-detection magic, if Seal was abducted by these Dark Wizards, it would not be so easy to find him. And these Dark Wizards took great pains to trick Seal here, so their intentions were naturally not simple. Thinking of this, whether it was out of her own mission or her innate sense of justice, Tonks could not sit idly by and watch all this happen. Immediately, Tonks drew out her wand and prepared to rush into Nocturne Alley to rescue Seal. But the next moment, a binding spell flew from behind Tonks, hitting Tonks, who was caught off guard. The Dark Wizard who had been following Tonks sneered at Tonks, who fell to the ground. "Stupid, you are so young and you still want to learn how to do it. You are unlucky today." As he waved his wand, Tonks' wand flew to the side, and ropes were wrapped around Tonks. Tonks' face showed regret. How could she have thought that she had been discovered long ago and was still being secretly followed by the Black Wizard? This is over. Not to mention saving Seal, maybe she will have to die. At this time, Seal, who entered first, had his retreat blocked by the middle-aged Black Wizard, and two other wizards in black robes appeared in front. He asked with a strange look in his eyes. "Where are the things I want to collect? Have you brought them?" The middle-aged Black Wizard behind him showed a sarcastic look. He didn't expect Seal to have not reacted to this situation and was still thinking about collecting things. The two black-robed wizards also laughed. I have it, Master Charles, please have a look." Then, the two black-robed wizards took out two packages. One package contained a glass bottle with a green liquid in it. The other package contained a shrunken persimmon-shaped object, but it was the size of a football. Charles narrowed his eyes and recognized the two objects, and his face showed an uncontrollable fiery look. The glass bottle contained the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, and there was quite a lot of it, which was an extremely rare magical material. The football-sized, persimmon-shaped object was a shrunken dragon's heart. Although it had been a long time, it was not in a fresh state, and there was definitely not a drop of dragon blood left, but the value of the dragon's heart was also quite high. These were all precious materials that were difficult to buy through normal channels. Except for Nocturne Alley, I'm afraid it would be difficult to buy them even if you searched the entire Diagon Alley. Charles licked his lips and said, "A bottle of unknown spider blood, disgusting, give it to 12 sickles. And that, ugh. Dried animal organs, you're asking me to buy that too? Forget it, I'm kind-hearted, 1 gold galleon. Add the two together to make it a whole, I'll take both gold galleons." While speaking, Charles took out 2 gold galleons and smiled. "You don't have to thank me, it's my duty to help people in need." This time, except for the middle-aged Black Wizard who had seen Charles's face before, the other 2 Black Wizards were also stunned. "Fuck, this is the venom of the Acromanthus giant spider, how did it become the blood of an unknown spider? 12 silver sickles? Do you know how many gold galleons a pint of this thing is? And this is the heart of a dragon, how dare you say it is a dried animal organ? Add them together and give me 2 gold galleons? How can you be so cruel at such a young age?" Char spread his hands. "How can this be called a cruel heart? I warn you, you are insulting my personality. If someone else insulted me like this, I would definitely fight him to the end and ask for spiritual compensation. But you are already in trouble. If I do this again, am I still a human being? I am a kind person. I don't want compensation. Just leave the things." In Nocturne Alley, silence echoed. The 3 Black Wizards looked at Charles with a feeling of gritting their teeth, as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through their hearts. This is called kindness? This is simply money grubbing. The middle-aged Black Wizard who brought Seal here could no longer bear it, and drew out his wand and shouted angrily. "You damn little wizard, termite, vampire, you dare to say that you are kind, I have tolerated you for a long time. To tell you the truth, this is Nocturne Alley, haha, we tricked you here specially, you don't think we really want to send you something? Wait and see how I will deal with you." At this time, at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, Tonks, who was tied up, was also dragged in by the Black Wizard who was following him. The Black Wizard said disdainfully, "I subdued this idiot, and this fool was still confused when I knocked him down." Looking at the 4 Black Wizards in Nocturne Alley, Tonks's eyes became more and more desperate, and even the effect of the animagus disguise could not be maintained, and she returned to her original appearance. With pink hair and a youthful and beautiful face, she stood out in Nocturne Alley. When the 4 Dark Wizards saw Tonks' true appearance, they were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. "Well, we thought she was a man, but it turned out to be a witch." Several greedy eyes wandered over Tonks. She's really young, just graduated from Hogwarts, right? Tisk tisk, it must taste good. When we have enough fun, we can sell a lot of gold galleons for your parts. Merlin, you really favor us. Today is our lucky day. Listening to their creepy words, Tonks couldn't help but show fear in her eyes. If she really fell into that situation, she would rather be hit by a killing curse. Just when several dark wizards couldn't help laughing triumphantly, Charles looked at Tonks, whose hair color and appearance had changed, and seemed to have seen something that surprised him. With such features, it is certain that he is an animagus in disguise. This is an important material suggested by the Deep Blue system, which can greatly reduce the points required for the subsequent deduction of animagus transfiguration. Seal was originally thinking about I was going to find Tonks later, but Tonks was here by accident. He couldn't help laughing. First it was the unicorn horn, then the venom of the giant spider and the heart of the dragon, and now there's a disguised animagus. Merlin, I don't know if today is your lucky day, but it's definitely mine. Chapter 34 Don't mess around, Nocturne Alley is not a lawless place. At the entrance of Nocturne Alley, the laughter of Seal and the Black Wizards echoed together. Gradually, the laughter of the Black Wizards stopped. The four Black Wizards looked at Seal, who was still laughing, and fell into silence for a while. After a while, the leading Black Wizard scolded angrily. Laugh, you're still laughing. Do you know what's going on now? Let me tell you, this is Nocturne Alley, the laws of the wizarding world don't apply here, no one knows what happened here. If you expect someone to come and rescue you by delaying time, you're making a wrong decision. The four dark wizards had ferocious looks in their eyes, and raised their wands one after another. At this time, Tonks, who was tied up with ropes, roared. Are you crazy? Seal is still a child. If you need money, come to me, don't hurt the child. The dark wizard's eyes immediately fell on Tonks. You. Tonks gritted her teeth. I am related to the Black family and the Lestrange family. They are ancient and famous families in the magic world. They are rich, but there are few heirs. I have money. If you want money, I can let these two families pool it. You release Seal. When the dark wizards heard this, they were overjoyed. The ecstasy and greed in their eyes could not be suppressed at all. I didn't expect that you are also a noble lady. I said today is our lucky day. But we can earn 2 shares of the money, why should we earn less? We want both of you, not one less. When Tonks was full of despair and racked her brains to think of a way to take Seal away, the 4 dark wizards raised their wands again and pointed them at Seal. At this time, they saw Seal also holding his wand to face them. The dark wizards all laughed. Oh, you are a very courageous little wizard. You will definitely go to Gryffindor in the future. But what are you going to do with your wand? Are you going to use a fluorescent spell to celebrate for us? A playful smile appeared on the corner of Charles's mouth, and there was even some expectation. To be honest, except for the time with Dark, Charles has never used a wand in real battle. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't practice so many new spells? The next moment, Charles waved his wand neatly and said faintly, Dustless Land. The Dustless Land spell poured out instantly. The domineering and all-repelling invisible magic formed a field, which spread from Charles's body at a very fast speed, covering these dark wizards. The dark wizards saw this spell from Charles, but they didn't see any light of the spell, and they were all amused and laughed. What kind of spell is this? Oh, it's so powerful, so powerful. It must be a spell created by you, a great little wizard, right? It's so scary. I almost peed myself. But the next moment, when the field of the Pure Land curse spread, they wanted to use the spell to knock Charles unconscious, but they were shocked to find something. The magic power that was like blood and instinct disappeared. Even their wands seemed to have turned into broken wooden sticks and could not be used at all. They waved their wands in vain, but there was no reaction at all. Even the ropes transformed by the binding spell on Tonks fell down one by one. Such a scene made everyone present blank, and the laughter of the dark wizard stopped abruptly. But Charles's actions have not stopped. After the Pure Land curse burst out, Charles waved his wand again. Silently, without the sound of reciting spells, but as the wands were waved, extremely advanced transfiguration was performed. The ground under the feet of several dark wizards began to churn, and the originally solid bricks suddenly became soft and turned into a quagmire, trapping several people in it. And the wands in their hands and the packages in their arms flew towards Charles as he waved his wand. Looking at the harvest in his hands, Charles showed satisfaction on his face. 4 wands and 3 precious magic items, this harvest is quite rich. All this happened in a flash, and when the black wizards reacted, they only had a head exposed outside the quagmire. At this moment, they widened their eyes, and the confusion and horror in their eyes dissipated, and then they understood one thing. Charles, a little wizard who has not yet entered school, surprisingly has the strength to crush them. In this way, Charles pretended to be ignorant and followed them into Nocturne Alley. It was obvious that he was determined to rob them. For a moment, several people were filled with grief and anger. You, Charles, are so rich, but you still want to rob the poor people? Are you still human? You are so young, you are so unkind. But after all, their lives were controlled by Charles, so they dared not speak, and could only speak humbly. Lord Charles, this time we were blind, we failed. But you didn't lose anything, and you also stole 3 precious magic items from us. Is that enough? The middle-aged black wizard in the lead was soft but hard, trying to persuade Charles to return the 3 items to them. We are all scum of the magic world, but you still have a bright future. How can you degenerate and become corrupt with us? Mr. Charles, robbery is not allowed. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Magic knows, let Hogwarts know, your future will be ruined. Charles raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect these black wizards to dare to speak. He said jokingly, "Are you going to the Ministry of Magic to sue me for robbery? Aren't you afraid that if the Ministry of Magic finds out about your attempt to kidnap me, you will be put on trial?" The leading dark wizard said with a firm face. "We are familiar with the laws of the magic world. We did not succeed in kidnapping. At most, it is an attempted crime and we cannot be sentenced to any punishment. But Mr. Charles, you really committed robbery. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, it will leave an indelible mark on your future. I advise you to return the things to us. How about we just pretend that what happened today didn't happen?" Charles sneered. "Are you kidding? You want to return the things that are in your hands?" he asked calmly. "Since you know so much about the laws of the magic world, I would like to ask you a question. Does the magic world have a law to protect minors? I am an 11-year-old child who has not yet entered Hogwarts. I accidentally killed several dark wizards due to excessive self-defense. Will I be sentenced? You must know what the Wisengamot jury will sentence me in this case." Char slowly raised his wand, and the swamp continued to churn, causing the wizards to continue to sink slowly. At this moment, the hearts of the dark wizards seemed to be galloping with 10,000 grass mud horses. "Fuck, I forgot, this is an 11-year-old, one of the T0 versions, I can't afford to offend." The swamp gradually submerged their chins, and the dark wizards cried out in fear. "Lord Charles, calm down, calm down. It's not necessary. Nocturne Alley is not a lawless place, don't mess around. We also have relatives and friends in Nocturne Alley, all of them are powerful dark wizards." As soon as these words came out, the churning quagmire solidified immediately. Just when the dark wizards thought their warning might have worked, Charles showed an expression that made them shudder. Charles licked his lips with eager eyes. "Do you have relatives and friends? Are they all powerful dark wizards?" "Good, very good, talents, all talents. What I, Charles, like most is talents." Charles slowly grinned, looking at the deep nocturne alley, as if he had seen a treasure trove. He pointed his wand at these dark wizards. Go, send a message to all the dark wizards you know in Nocturne Alley, saying there is an opportunity to make a fortune here, and you guys can't handle it all, so ask them to come over. Chapter 35, Reverse the Heavenly Gang. Little Mouse, I found you. When Charles said this, not only the dark wizards were stunned, but also Tonks beside them. She couldn't help but speak. Charles, let's go quickly, this is Nocturne Alley, it's too dangerous. Before he finished speaking, Charles glanced at her. You are so useless, and you still come to teach me how to do things. Immediately, with a wave of the wand, the ground under Tonks' feet also churned, turning into a quagmire and submerging her. Charles nodded with satisfaction. This way, when he robbed the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley later, he wouldn't have to worry about Tonks, the precious material, escaping, nor would he worry about this woman doing anything weird. This is what he learned from watching countless movies in his previous life. When doing big things, all interference factors must be eliminated to avoid any accidents. Then, he pointed the wand in his hand at the black wizards again. Will you call for help? The black wizards looked dreamy and dazed. After looking at each other, they all expressed the same meaning. Why do you think we should mess with him? It's bad luck to find such a ruthless guy. But after all, they are black wizards and have no moral burden. Faced with Charles's wand and the transfiguration quagmire that gradually suffocated them, they nodded their heads in agreement without hesitation. One of the black wizards took the wand and obediently sent the black wizard's secret language into Nocturne Alley according to Charles's request, then carefully put down the wand and looked at Charles, with a malicious light flashing in his eyes. Lord Seal, I did what you said. Our relatives and friends will be here soon. The other dark wizards who were trapped in the quagmire also had cold eyes. This is Nocturne Alley, where there are countless dark wizards. They just don't believe that Seal, a little wizard, can really suppress the entire Nocturne Alley. When more and more dark wizards come to Nocturne Alley, Seal will definitely be defeated. At that time, they swear to pay Seal back 100-fold for what he did. At this moment, several black-robed figures rushed in from Nocturne Alley, still discussing the secret words that had just flown into Nocturne Alley. An opportunity to make a fortune. Was Charles caught? Where is he? When they saw Charles standing alone at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, the black wizards who came were overjoyed, their eyes full of greed. Is it really Charles? This overwhelming wealth has fallen on our heads. But the next moment, the domain of the dustless land expanded again, covering them. Several branches turned into ropes, wrapped them up, and then swung them violently. With a plop, these black wizards were also thrown into the mud, splashing mud stars all over the sky. Their wands and the magic items they carried on their bodies were scattered on the ground, becoming Charles's trophies. Charles pointed his wand at them and said coldly, "Keep calling people to Nocturne Alley. Otherwise, although I can't cast the Cruciatus curse, I guarantee that being drowned in muddy water will never be a pleasant experience." These new black wizards were stunned, but they soon realized the situation. A few more secret words flew towards the depths of Nocturne Alley. Come on! This Charles has a lot of good stuff on him. We can't eat it. We can't eat it at all. Let's get rich together. Dark wizards don't lie to dark wizards. These continuous secret words flew by, breaking the silence of Nocturne Alley. At night, shadowy figures appeared in Nocturne Alley, which was as lively as Diagon Alley during the day. However, what greeted these black wizards who wanted to get rich was not the golden galleons, but the combination of Charles's unsolvable dustless land curse and transfiguration swamp. In just over 10 minutes, the entrance to Nocturne Alley was already covered with a quagmire, which was filled with dark wizards planted by Charles. Charles collected nearly 30 magic wands alone. Other small and scattered dark magic items were also scattered all over the ground, among which there were some things comparable to the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider. Looking at these gains, Charles took a deep breath and looked at the gloomy and deep Nocturne Alley in front of him, as if he had seen some holy land. You have to pay to buy things in other places, but in Nocturne Alley, you don't even need money to cheat. Is there any better place in the magic world than this? In Charles's heart, Nocturne Alley is now the place second only to the dreamland of Arlie. However, Charles glanced at the dark wizards who were planted in the quagmire and was deeply dissatisfied with the number of dark wizards. Why are there so few people? Nocturne Alley is so big and deep, and I see there are so many doors and windows, and only 30 or so dark wizards of yours came out. No way. He looked towards Nocturne Alley. That means there are still many dark wizards who haven't come out. Charles was quite dissatisfied with this. What's going on? As dark wizards, you don't come out with all this wealth in front of you. You are so unprofessional. If you don't come out, I will go in and search every house. Soon, Charles waved his wand, released the middle-aged dark wizard from the quagmire, and conjured a rope to tie him up. I, Charles, am kind-hearted. I cannot bear to see the black wizards in Nocturne Alley suffer from poverty, so I must deliver them to their doorsteps. Take me in, and identify them door to door. At this moment, the middle-aged black wizard's eyes were already dark when he saw the black wizards being planted into the mud by Charles like potatoes. In his eyes, Charles was simply a monster, and he was scared out of his wits. Besides, being planted in the mud, feeling the fear that the mud could drown him at any time, was enough to consume his already limited courage. The middle-aged black wizard was as obedient as a quail, and took Charles into Nocturne Alley, identifying the black wizards door to door. He pointed to a door and said, "Here, there lives a black wizard, and he hasn't come out." Charles grinned and shouted outside the door, "Open the door, Mr. Dark Wizard, please open the door. I'm here to bring you wealth." A muffled voice came from inside, but even through the door, one could hear the fear and trepidation in it. "No, I don't need it. I'm used to being poor, there's nothing wrong with being a little poor. Thank you for your kindness." The next moment, Charles's wand was aimed at the door. Allaho open. The unlocking spell, a spell that a first-year student at Hogwarts would learn. With the amount of magic knowledge that Charles had after repeated deductions in the Deep Blue system, he could already use it skillfully by just flipping through the elementary spell book. But after the unlocking spell hit the door lock, the door did not open. The middle-aged dark wizard explained, "Every door and window in Nocturne Alley can defend against the unlocking spell. After all, here, no one wants to have their home turned upside down when they go out once." A relieved voice also came from inside the door. "Yes, that's right. I have reinforced the door of my room. You can't open it. Mr. Charles, I really don't want this opportunity to make a fortune. Let's give it to someone else." Charles took a deep breath. "Don't want it. I'm here to give you a chance to make a fortune, but you don't want it. You going to trample on my kindness and good intentions? Good intentions should not be rewarded like this." Immediately, Charles whispered the spell of the high-frequency laser spell. A bright and dazzling laser burst out from Charles's wand. The laser that can easily melt and cut even steel, just like cutting tofu, easily opened a big hole in the door in front of him, revealing the black wizard who was still confused and terrified inside. Without waiting for him to chant the spell, Charles waved his wand, and the messy debris in the house was transformed under the transfiguration, hanging the black wizard in the air, and the wand and all the magic items fell out. Charles turned his head and looked at the middle-aged black wizard. "Next one." The middle-aged black wizard's eyes became more and more odd, and he obediently led Charles to go door to door in Nocturne Alley. The dazzling lasers almost never stopped in Nocturne Alley. The fearful and frightened shouts of the black wizards echoed in the night sky of Nocturne Alley, but outside the alley, all that could be heard was silence. In the bar in Nocturne Alley, several black wizards hid behind the bar, curled up and shivered. Some of them also held their wands and whispered in anger. Shame, this is simply a shame. In Nocturne Alley, a place that makes people shudder, our group of vicious black wizards were actually killed by a little wizard, and they were so scared that they hid behind the bar and shivered and dared not come out. If this gets out, it will simply make black wizards from other countries look down on us. Think about it, if those French black wizards heard about this, would we still be able to hold our heads up? The dark wizards beside him were also angry when they heard this. Those French guys? Why do they do that? When Grindelwald first rose to power, they were the first to surrender. Do they have the right to say that about us? No, we can't be looked down upon by anyone but those French guys. The dark wizard who spoke earlier nodded repeatedly. That's right, we should go out and kill that guy Seal. The dark wizards beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, kill Seal. I agree. Since you said so, then you go. The dark wizard just now was stunned for a moment. Let's go together if we want to. Why should I go? This is to protect everyone's reputation. The other dark wizards were not interested. Forget it. We are all grown up. What reputation do we have? When the Death Eaters were recruiting, we were all rejected. We are just a bunch of small shrimps. Don't really think of yourself as a powerful dark wizard who can stop children from crying at night, okay? What is reputation worth? Let's hide here and don't go out. I don't think Charles can find us. At this moment, a dazzling laser lit up. The doors and windows of the bar were protected by a high-frequency laser spell and were easily torn into pieces. The light reflected the pale faces of the dark wizards huddled in the counter, and also reflected the corners of Charles's grinning mouth. Ah, there are still a few little mice hiding here. Found you. Chapter 36. You should be assigned to Azkaban. Transfiguration 3 times. The screams of terror cut through the night sky of Nocturne Alley, and then it quickly turned into silence as if being swallowed by some monster. The few little mice that Charles had just found were now hung upside down by ropes created by transfiguration, and their wands and magic items were also looted by Charles. Charles was holding a bag with a traceless extension spell cast on it, but even though the space in the bag had been expanded a lot, it still seemed a bit stretched at the moment, and was almost filled by the Nocturne Alley. Filled with the harvest from the bar. Fortunately, after this bar, the area belonging to Nocturne Alley is almost at the end. As Charles walked forward, a quaint shop appeared in front of him, with the sign of Borgin and Burke's hanging on it. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Charles did not break the door with a high-frequency laser spell as before, but stopped at a distance. Charles still had some fears about this shop that stood firm in Nocturne Alley. When Voldemort graduated from Hogwarts, he did not even go to the Ministry of Magic, but preferred to work in this shop. Although a large part of the reason is that Voldemort wants to find some strange items here to make Horcruxes, Voldemort is not a person who likes to waste time. If Voldemort can't learn anything here, he can't stay for a long time. Even Voldemort, who just graduated from Hogwarts, has mastered the advanced black magic content such as making Horcruxes, and his strength has surpassed most of the Hogwarts professors. But even so, he still patiently stayed in Borgin and Burke's for a long time. It can let him learn the place where you can find things must be very deep. What's more, the key item in the assassination of Dumbledore, the Vanishing Cabinet, also appeared in this store. Being able to participate in this matter and play a key role further proves that this store is fundamentally different from those dark wizards outside. Before he has the strength to never fail, Charles does not intend to force his way into Borgin and Burke's. Just when Charles stopped in front of Borgin and Burke's, a greasy voice came from inside. Mr. Charles, you made a wise choice. Believe me, if you break into Borgin and Burke's, you will definitely pay an unimaginable price. How about this? We are in harmony, how about you leave now? Charles raised his eyebrows. He didn't intend to break in here, but since he was here, how could he leave empty-handed? The treasures in Borgin and Burke's were much better than the collections of those poor dark wizards. He sneered. In harmony? Let's not beat around the bush. I, Charles, am robbing. The greasy voice inside was obviously a little angry. Robbery? You can try. I can guarantee that walking into Borgin and Burke's will be the thing you regret most in your life. Charles's face showed a bit of weirdness. Really? That may not be the case. Who said you have to go in if you want to rob? Charles said quietly, holding his wand. Mr. Borgin, do you believe me throwing feces at the door of your store? In Borgin and Burke's, the greasy voice fell into a long silence, followed by an unreasonable exclamation. Charles, you are simply a black-hearted hooligan. You are shameless. Charles shrugged his shoulders. Do we need to talk about morality when dealing with dark wizards? Besides, I have never claimed that I am a person of high moral character. As he spoke, Charles seemed to remember something and took out a magic camera from a traceless stretch pocket he carried with him. He said excitedly, I will take pictures of the whole process of throwing feces and send them to the Daily Prophet or the Defiant Ones. In the store, Mr. Borgin was really panicked. Throwing feces? Even a dark wizard couldn't think of such a dirty trick. Although his store is in Nocturne Alley, many well-known figures will come to deal with some shameful things. If the photos of being thrown feces are really spread, it is estimated that those rich noble wizards will not even set foot on the floor tiles in front of his door. This made Mr. Borgin utter a vicious curse. I really hope that the hat at the Hogwarts sorting ceremony can be smart and sort you into Azkaban, which is your destination. But then, Mr. Borgin pinched his nose and compromised, packed a few treasures in the store into a package and threw it out. Seal waved his wand, opened the package, and saw the most conspicuous dried human hand inside. This is a black magic item called Hand of Glory. When a candle is lit in the Hand of Glory, it will emit a light that only the holder can see, and it is enough to illuminate most of the magic fog. In the original book, this item also played a significant role in Malfoy and the Death Eaters sneaking into Hogwarts to assassinate Dumbledore. Seal didn't expect that Borgin would take this thing out directly, which was a pleasant surprise. This thing may also be used as material for the further deduction of the luminescent charm. If the characteristics that are only visible to the user can be integrated into the Eternal Blazing Sun charm, the power of the Eternal Blazing Sun charm may not increase, but the concealment will be improved by an unknown amount. When the enemy dies, they don't know how they died. As for the other two items in the package, they are not as special as the Hand of Glory, and most likely they will be directly absorbed as deduction points. However, being able to be put together with the Hand of Glory, the magic power contained in the two items is also extraordinary, and should be able to provide a considerable amount of deduction points. Charles's eyes showed satisfaction. Compared to those poor black wizards, Borgin is obviously much richer. When I am strong enough, I will come again to see what Borgin has collected. As for now, tonight's bounty is already rich enough. Charles seized more than 70 wands alone, dozens of various black magic items, including unicorn horns, 8-eyed giant spider venom, dragon heart, and other precious materials. Not to mention Tonks, a disguised animagus. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. I have already gathered the points for the second deduction of the animagus transfiguration. With this harvest, plus Tonks material, maybe we can deduce the animagus transfiguration 3 times in one go. Then this will be another magic that has been deduced 3 times after the Eternal Blazing spell. Think about the power of the Eternal Blazing spell, which is derived from the luminescent spell. The 3 deductions of transfiguration in the direction of animagus, Seal doesn't think it will be inferior to the Eternal Blazing spell. Maybe. The problem that the magic world has never solved, the magical animagus that can transform into magical animals, will be born tonight. With such expectations, Seal hurriedly walked towards the entrance of Nocturne Alley with this harvest. Chapter 37. You still say you are not undercover. When Charles returned to the entrance of Nocturne Alley, a group of black wizards were still stuck in the quagmire created by transfiguration like potatoes. Seeing Charles coming from the depths of Nocturne Alley, these black wizards were filled with fear. During the time when Charles disappeared, they prayed countless times that God would have eyes and let Charles, the daring little wizard, be killed in the depths of Nocturne Alley. But now, Charles came out intact, and even the bag in his hand made a clanging sound with his footsteps, obviously full of war weapons. Loot. What does this mean? It means that the entire Nocturne Alley was really pierced by Charles. Nocturne Alley, which ordinary wizards are afraid of, was robbed by a little wizard who has not yet entered school. What kind of little monster is this? Even Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or even the man who cannot even be named, can't have such strength at this age. One after another, eyes full of fear, awe, and even some with reverence looked at Charles. When Charles's eyes were cast, the dark wizards subconsciously lowered their heads and put on a humble attitude of the weak facing the strong. Charles nodded with satisfaction, waved his wand, and released Tonks, who was trapped in the swamp. At this time, Tonks was also full of shock. She couldn't imagine that a little wizard could do such a feat and robbed all the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. This is 11 years old. Tonks, who always thought she was talented, suddenly felt a strong sense of disillusionment. Is she really that bad? But then, Tonks came to her senses and couldn't help but persuade Charles. Charles, you're wrong to do this. Although these are all dark wizards, you're robbing, and the amount is huge. If the Ministry of Magic knows, you'll be in big trouble. Before he finished speaking, Charles frowned. Shut up. With a wave of his wand, several ropes were wound into a ball and stuffed into Tonks' mouth, so that she could only make a slight whimper. Then, tighter ropes were wrapped around Tonks, and even her hands and feet were tied tightly, so that she wouldn't apparate and run away, and Charles would lose the material for the disguise animagus that was unique in the magic world. It was at this moment, as if reminded by Tonks' words just now. Charles, who was about to leave, glanced at these dark wizards and asked. You heard it too. There was a lot of noise tonight. If the Ministry of Magic knew about it, I would be in trouble. You won't go to the Ministry of Magic to complain that I robbed you, right? I'm going to study at Hogwarts soon. I don't want to face the Ministry of Magic's inquiries every other day. Will you go to the Ministry of Magic? The dark wizards were terrified and shook their heads hurriedly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. They had no doubt that if their answers did not satisfy Charles, they might really be drowned in the mud by this little monster. No, how could that happen? We are dark wizards. How could we go to the Ministry of Magic to complain? Don't worry, Lord Charles. We dark wizards have professional ethics. Charles raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. What if someone investigates and asks what happened tonight and why there was such a big noise? What do you say? The dark wizards fell silent. The next moment, a clever black wizard immediately said. Our folks in Nocturne Alley have always been simple and honest. Everyone is a loving family. We are also very enthusiastic about the children who come to Nocturne Alley. The commotion tonight is our Nocturne Alley holding a welcome ceremony for Mr. Charles. Charles paused for a moment, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then your doors and windows are all destroyed, many people are drowned in the mud, and many people are hung upside down. This time, the clever black wizard didn't need to think of a solution, and other black wizards immediately followed this idea. These are all the content of the carnival. So happy, we saw Mr. Charles coming to Nocturne Alley, so excited that we took down our doors and windows. As for being drowned in the mud and hanging upside down, these are all performances. We are performing the mud holding breath, and those are performing acrobatics. Charles asked the last question with satisfaction. If someone asks you where your wands and other magic items are, what will you say? All the dark wizards present gave a unanimous answer. gifts. Local specialties. Mr. Seal is leaving Nocturne Alley, and we are so reluctant to let him go, so we gave all these things to him as gifts and local specialties. We are all giving them voluntarily. This time, Seal was completely satisfied. He stretched out his hand and planned to take Tonks to the leaky cauldron to study the materials for the disguised animagus. But seeing Tonks covered in mud, Seal took his hand back, and with a look of disgust, he used transfiguration to conjure a garbage cart and threw Tonks in. At this moment, Tonks looked at the walls of the garbage truck, her face full of despair, as if her soul had been taken away from the world. She was full of one thought. Let's just destroy this magic world. Long after Seal took Tonks away from Nocturne Alley, the mud and ropes transformed by transfiguration were finally removed. The dusty black wizards shivered and moved their stiff bodies. Tonight was a complete nightmare for them. After they recovered a little, all the black wizards showed hateful expressions and cast their eyes on the black wizards who brought Seal to Diagon Alley at the beginning. It was you guys who brought Seal to Diagon Alley. Lead him here. Are you mentally ill? Why did you mess with him? Now I'm gone. I have nothing. All the gold galleons on me were taken away by Charles. Are you undercover agents hired by Charles? When the black wizards saw this scene, they swallowed their saliva. The middle-aged black wizard quickly explained. How could it be? How could we be undercover agents hired by Charles? We have a deep hatred with Charles and we are sworn enemies. Then he hurriedly said. It's not over. Today's matter is definitely not over. We can't just let Charles go. We have to get back all the money we have earned from our hard work. Just now everyone was just pretending to be nice to Charles, right? Now that Charles is gone, we can speak freely. We will go to the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot Court, and Hogwarts to hold banners and demand an explanation. Charles, the madman, will never be able to enter Hogwarts. We will make him lose the qualification to enter Hogwarts, and let him be sentenced by the Wizengamot to break his wand. We will make Charles pay the price for what he did today. He and his 3 direct descendants will not be able to enter the Ministry of Magic. Before the voice fell, a big fight was slammed in the face of the middle-aged dark wizard, followed by the increasingly angry voices of the dark wizards next to him. In this way, if Charles doesn't go to Hogwarts to study, he can only mix in the dark wizard world. Then what should we do? You are so cruel and vicious. Do you want us to die? Son of a bitch, you still say you are not undercover. Beat these undercover dogs to death and expel them from the dark wizard community. Chapter 38 Voldemort can't hold it anymore, the old bee is too shameless. Outside Knockover Alley, the several dark wizards who had previously lured Charles away all limped out with bruises on their faces. They all looked depressed. Originally, they thought they could make a fortune from Charles, the big fat sheep, and live the life of a rich wizard from then on. But they never expected that this was not a big fat sheep at all, but a tiger in sheep's clothing. Now not only did they not make any money, but even the 3 precious materials bought with the mortgage loan were robbed by Charles, and even the wands were robbed, and they were resisted by the dark wizards. The debt collection day of Gringotts is imminent. If they can't pay the debt, they know with their asses that those goblins will definitely squeeze out all the remaining value of their lives. These black wizards looked at me and I looked at you. What should we do now? It seems that we can't survive in the British magic world. I heard that Gringotts is as cruel as ice and snow to wizards who owe them money. Just when they felt desperate, the middle-aged black wizard in the lead gritted his teeth and said, I know a rumor that may help us turn things around. Several people looked over, and the middle-aged black wizard continued. I heard that there is such a legend in the wilderness of northern Scotland. Legend has it that there is a pair of wizard tomb robbers who specialize in stealing treasures from tombs, live a rich life, and even enjoy tomb robbing. Until one day, they dug up an ancient tomb and dug out an exquisite magic necklace from the tomb. It is said that the necklace is made of a magical metal that no one has ever seen before, and it is shaped like the fangs of some beast. Just one look at it can make you feel the creepy horror mixed with gorgeous beauty. Later, the pair of wizard tomb robbers disappeared. There is a legend that they had an internal conflict over the necklace and both died in the duel. Some people also said that there was some special magic on the necklace that made them crazy and they were taken to their own cemetery. But what is certain is that the magic necklace is absolutely priceless. If we can dig it out of the grave in the wilderness of northern Scotland, wouldn't it be a turnaround? As soon as these words came out, the other black wizards also showed excited looks. The priceless magic necklace is their only chance to turn the tables. The middle-aged black wizard went on to encourage. People can be unlucky for a while, but they can't be unlucky for a lifetime, right? We have fallen to the bottom, there is nothing to be afraid of. After a while, several people unanimously decided to go to the wilderness of northern Scotland to find the legendary magic fang necklace. At the same time, in Diagon Alley, the garbage truck rolled by itself with a creaking sound, and Tonks in the car was bumped and felt that she had no desire to live. Being tied up by a little wizard and shoveled away by a garbage truck like this, Tonks felt like she was having an extremely absurd nightmare. And Charles walked slowly on the side, looking very leisurely. But if you look closely, you can find that his fingers are tightly grasping the mithril wand, and his knuckles seem to be a little bulging and white. Then, as if he was tripped, Charles staggered, but in fact he took this opportunity to quickly turn around and pointed his wand at a shadow on the street. "You have followed me all the way, come out." After a moment of silence, a figure wrapped in a large turban slowly walked out of the shadow. A curious voice sounded. "How did you find me?" Looking at this figure, Charles's expression was extremely solemn. In this weather, he still had a headscarf wrapped around the back of his head, and his identity was obvious. It was Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor who was possessed by Voldemort in the original book and broke into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Under that turban, on the back of Quirrell's head was Voldemort's face. Seal didn't know when Quirrell had targeted him. Now it seems that Quirrell was probably in Diagon Alley before. He witnessed everything Seal did and followed him all the way. If Seal hadn't cast another dustless land curse when he left Nocturne Alley to completely eliminate the traces of magic he left behind, which just happened to cover the area where Quirrell was, and sensed the extremely suffocating and trembling magic power, Seal wouldn't have discovered that there was such a person lurking in the dark. At this moment, Seal felt cold sweat seeping out of his back. He was not afraid of Quirrell, but he was afraid of Voldemort in Quirrell. Although Voldemort was in a residual soul state at the moment, far from his heyday, a lean camel was bigger than a horse. Even Dumbledore, who was a being like him, did not act rashly before he had a thorough understanding of Voldemort's remaining strength, so naturally, Charles was very afraid. While tightly grasping the wand, Charles was ready to recite the killing curse. He was also grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had previously deduced the apparition, otherwise, if he fell into this situation, if he could not win, he would be at the mercy of others. As for now, at least he could still run. But what made Charles slightly relieved was that Quirrell did not seem to have any intention of taking action, but applauded him instead. "I saw you straying into Nocturne Alley before, and I was going to protect you, but I found that there was no need at all. Mr. Seal, you are a little wizard born in Muggles, and you haven't even entered Hogwarts yet, but you have such a profound attainment in transfiguration. If I were in Hogwarts now, I would give you 100 points for your college." After praising him, Quirrell revealed his identity. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I am the defense against the dark arts professor hired by Hogwarts this year. I was buying some materials for class in Nocturne Alley before, but I didn't expect to witness such an amazing scene." Then, Quirrell blinked his eyes, as if he wanted to get closer to Seal. "I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. After all, everyone should have some little secrets, right?" And the next moment, Quirrell's temperament became even colder and deeper. He waved his wand casually, and a street lamp on the roadside was transformed into a thick python, coiling on the street and making a hissing sound. This scene fell into Charles's eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly, and he was amazed in his heart. It seems that Voldemort in Quirrell has taken action. Is he showing his strength to himself? Such a transfiguration is indeed superb. Although Charles deduced the transfiguration for the first time, his attainments were only profound compared to ordinary wizards. Compared with the abnormal geniuses like Voldemort and Dumbledore, he was not as good as they were when they graduated, let alone the current Voldemort. Even this move of Voldemort made a deep blue prompt sound in Charles's mind. The host has obtained the living creature transformation branch material of the transfiguration, and the points required for secondary deduction in this direction have decreased. Such a prompt made Charles happy. Good guy, I didn't expect that Voldemort would give me a small gift when I first met him. As for why Voldemort wanted to show his transfiguration skills in front of him, Charles probably guessed that he wanted to seduce him so that he would continue to look for him after entering Hogwarts, and even help him snatch the Philosopher's Stone. He might even make him a hidden man lurking beside Dumbledore. And this made Charles have an idea in his mind. There are not many opportunities to contact wizards of Voldemort's level. Although Dumbledore had promised to teach Charles more spells before, this old bee was too cautious and would set up tests at every turn, which was not very pleasant. If he could see more advanced magic here from Voldemort, the materials that Deep Blue could obtain alone would be enough to reduce a lot of deduction points for Charles in the future. However, Voldemort was not a philanthropist. He consumed his own strength when he possessed Quirrell. If he was not greatly stimulated, he would not show too much advanced magic. Is there any way to make Voldemort impulsive? Just as Seal was thinking about it, Voldemort, who possessed Quirrell, spoke tempting words. Seal, your talent and gift are not what ordinary professors can teach you. But I happen to know some powerful magic, such as the transfiguration you just saw. After school starts, you can come to me for any magic you need to learn. Teach me, but I will never hide anything. Looking at Seal, Voldemort was very sure in his heart that this little wizard would definitely not be able to resist the temptation and come to him. How could a genius little wizard who had such a transfiguration attainment before entering school resist the temptation to learn more advanced magic? And at this moment, Seal's eyes lit up, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Ah, Professor, I thought you were going to teach me something, it turned out to be transfiguration. Then, Seal lowered his voice and said, Then I will also let me tell you a little secret. Headmaster Dumbledore has promised me that he will teach me transfiguration after school starts. He also said that his transfiguration is the strongest in the entire wizarding world. I also asked the headmaster who is better at transfiguration, him or the you-know-who. The headmaster said that the you-know-who is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. According to the headmaster, many of the you-know-who's magic were actually plagiarized from his notes, and then shamelessly claimed as his own, which is simply shameless. After Charles said this, Quirrell's expression became stiff little by little. What? Dumbledore, the old headmaster said this. Fuck, so shameless. Chapter 39 Voldemort breaks through defense, harvest time. Shameless, this is simply too shameless. Quirrell was gritting his teeth and cursing. Charles tilted his head and asked curiously. Professor, why do you hate him so much? Who are you calling shameless? Quirrell looked stiff, forced a smile, and said word by word with gritted teeth. I'm saying that the mysterious person who plagiarized the magic of Principal Dumbledore is shameless, too shameless. Stealing the results of magic is the most despised thing in the magic world. Charles nodded in agreement. Right. I think so too. Principal Dumbledore told me that the mysterious person is famous for the killing curse, claiming to have developed the killing curse from the runes, but that's not the case at all. The principal said that he had developed the killing curse a long time ago, but because it was too cruel, he only wrote it down in his notebook, and it was stolen by the mysterious person and became the mysterious person's signature. Voldemort, who occupied Quirrell's body, was stunned, as if he was in some kind of confusion. Then, Seal dropped another bombshell. The principal also said that you-know-who also stole the transfiguration from him, and he only learned the basics. You-know-who wanted to complete a transfiguration called Animagus and turn into a giant snake, but something went wrong, and it was Principal Dumbledore who changed him back. The reason why you-know-who lost his nose was the sequelae of the Animagus transformation. The principal mentioned it and shook his head, saying that if he had known, he would not have saved you-know-who and let him eat rats to death. Voldemort's face turned blue and purple. He never expected to hear such news from Charles. Dumbledore, the insidious and cunning old bee, actually used such words to slander him behind his back? The killing curse was obviously the result he was proud of. When did it become his? Also, the reason why he lost his nose was completely intentional. It was a trivial price he paid for the black magic transformation. How did it become that he failed to transform and was saved by Dumbledore? Rumors, all rumors to discredit him. How many rumors did Dumbledore, the old bee, spread during the years when he disappeared? However, after being angry, Voldemort still had a trace of doubt. He really didn't think Dumbledore is a saint, but can Dumbledore's quality really be so low? Could this little wizard Seal be talking nonsense? The next moment, a gleam of light flashed across Voldemort's eyes. This is his innate ability, similar to legilimency. After constant tempering and transformation by black magic, it has reached its peak and can distinguish almost any lie. Lying in front of the Dark Lord is recognized as impossible among Death Eaters. Even if there is only this little soul left, Voldemort can still use such an ability. He wants to see if what Seal said is true. At the same time, a deep blue voice sounded in Seal's mind. The host has obtained legilimency magic materials, and the points required to deduce the legilimency spell will be greatly reduced. A strange color flashed across Charles's eyes. Since Deep Blue said so, that means Voldemort must be furious now, right? With legilimency, which is almost a natural instinct, no one can lie in front of the Dark Lord? What if I didn't lie? Charles pondered for a moment, and then began to fan the flames. In the heart of Headmaster Dumbledore, there is only one real opponent and nemesis, and that is Grindelwald. What mysterious man, in Dumbledore's opinion, is not as good as Grindelwald? In Dumbledore's heart, the only one who can be called the Dark Lord is Grindelwald. As soon as these words came out, Voldemort, who was using his talent to judge the truth of Charles's words, just stayed there. Really, he could sense that what Charles said was all true. If the previous words angered Voldemort and made Voldemort feel that Dumbledore, the old bee, was becoming more and more shameless, now these few words completely broke Voldemort's defense. He never thought that he regarded Dumbledore as his biggest opponent, but in Dumbledore's eyes, he, the Dark Lord who created the havoc, was nothing, not as good as the failed Grindelwald. Why? Wouldn't he be like a clown? Dumbledore! Voldemort roared angrily in his heart. You will pay for what you said. Then, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes became much colder, and he looked at Charles. Said, Charles, Dumbledore's magic is certainly powerful, but I have traveled in the magic world for many years and have also obtained some mysterious and powerful magic, which may not be inferior to Dumbledore's. Come to my office after school starts, and I will teach you all these magics. Believe me, once you perform it, I guarantee that even Headmaster Dumbledore will be shocked. Charles raised his eyebrows, showing a doubtful look. Really? Okay, then Professor, I'll give you a chance. Voldemort took a deep breath and turned to leave the shadows. He returned the body to Quirrell, and Quirrell, who regained control of the body, was as pale as paper and asked tremblingly, Master, are you really going to teach Charles magic? Voldemort's voice, filled with infinite anger, echoed in his soul. I was just planning to use Seal as a pawn, using his pursuit of power to see if it could be put to good use. But now, I've changed my mind. Dumbledore, that damn old thing, I'm going to let him know what the price is for completely angering me. I'm going to prove to Seal that Dumbledore's old-fashioned magic is nothing compared to me. I'm going to make Seal completely fall into darkness and severely hurt Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort's voice was cold. Doesn't Dumbledore have his boy who lived? It just so happens that I heard that Seal has also been called another boy who lived recently, so he will belong to me. Then, Voldemort urged Quirrell. Get ready. I'm going to break into Gringotts as soon as possible and get the Philosopher's Stone to rebuild my body. I've had enough of this kind of life. When I rebuild my body, I will definitely scare Dumbledore and make this Charles crawl at my feet. Watching Quirrell's figure go away, Charles's tense body gradually relaxed and he let out a long breath. It must be said that although Charles successfully broke Voldemort's defense with his familiarity with the plot, he got the opportunity to go to Hogwarts to learn Voldemort's advanced black magic. But the furious Voldemort just now also brought great pressure to Charles. If a fight really breaks out, if Charles's magic fails to work in the first place, he may have to use apparition to run away. It can only be said that his current strength is still far from the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. In the eyes of others, this is a matter of course. After all, Dumbledore and Voldemort are the pinnacles of the magic world. A little wizard like Charles wants to compete with them. This is simply crazy. But a hint of coldness appeared in Charles's eyes. He didn't like the feeling of being oppressed. And the chasm that ordinary people can hardly cross may only take him one night. After taking a deep breath, Charles quickened his pace and took Tonks back to the leaky cauldron. Clank, clank, Charles poured out a large bag of loot, his expression gradually became hot. This is the harvest of looting Nocturne Alley tonight. If all is digested, the 3 deductions of transfiguration are completed. I dare not say Voldemort in his heyday, but Voldemort possessed by Quirrell, Charles may not be unable to touch it. The next moment, Charles grabbed a bottle of acromantula venom and gulped it down. Deep Blue, dinner is ready. Chapter 40, 300,000 points. Deduction begins. As he swallowed a bottle of acromanthus venom, a series of deep blue prompts suddenly sounded in Charles's mind. Deduction points plus 100. Deduction points plus 100. As the prompts sounded, Charles had no intention of stopping. He also stuffed the unicorn's horn into his mouth. Because the dragon's heart was too big, Charles directly used the laser spell to cut it into several pieces, and then swallowed it piece by piece. Then, the wands of those dark wizards were also arranged in a long line by Charles, just like eating a bowl of longevity noodles, swallowing them all into his stomach. Even the dangerous magic items scattered on the ground, Charles didn't even blink an eyelid. Except for the Hand of Glory that he planned to study in order to continue to deduce the fluorescent spell, other magic items were swallowed by Charles in a whirlwind. When the last magic item disappeared from Charles's mouth, the deep blue prompt in his mind finally froze. The rapidly growing total number of deduction points also slowly stopped, and finally stopped at 300,000 points. Looking at this unprecedented number, Charles's eyes showed ecstasy. After being in contact with the magic world for so long, this is the first time he has so many deduction points. The ancients did not deceive me. However, according to Charles's previous experience in deducing spells, if a more advanced spell wants to complete 3 deductions, it basically needs to be close to 1 million points. Transfiguration should be no exception. 300,000 points are still a long way from 3 deductions. But Charles happened to have Tonks, the only disguising animagus in the magic world, who was born with some characteristics of animagus transfiguration. These are extremely precious high-level materials in the judgment of the Deep Blue system. The materials obtained from her can greatly reduce the deduction points required for animagus transfiguration. 300,000, plus Tonks, should be enough. Charles got up and went to a room in the suite. When he just came back, in order to avoid Tonks saw that he could swallow the venom of the giant spider, the heart of the dragon and many dangerous magic items, so he locked Tonks in the room. And now is the final harvest moment. At this time, Tonks, who was locked in the room, saw Seal coming, and panic appeared in her eyes. The behavior of Seal, the little wizard, was too unexpected, and she didn't know what Seal would do to her. Then, Seal raised his wand to Tonks, untied the rope that blocked Tonks' mouth, and said coldly, "Use your ability to change your appearance to animagus and change your appearance to show me. When I am satisfied, I will let you go." Tonks widened her eyes. What exactly does Seal want to do? He took so much trouble to bring me back just to let me use the ability to change my appearance to animagus. After a moment, Tonks gritted her teeth and said, "I'm an Auror, you can't do this to me. Charles, you are now suspected of kidnapping, first robbery, now kidnapping. You are still a child, you can't go further and further on the wrong path." Charles took a deep breath, his eyes showing impatience. He is not really a child, his values have long been formed, and he has no time to listen to such teachings. If Tonks was not a good person and tried to protect herself when surrounded by dark wizards before, Charles would not let her off just because she was following him. Charles said coldly, "Do you know why Borgin and Burks in Nocturne Alley bowed their heads and was willing to hand over several precious magic items to me?" He approached Tonks step by step and said something that made Tonks' mind go blank. "Because I threatened Borgin, if he doesn't give me some benefits, I will throw manure on his store, and take photos of the whole process and send them to the Daily Prophet and other newspapers. I have all the photos of you being subdued by the Dark Wizard, being planted in the mud by me, and being tied up with ropes. Sister Tonks, you'd better listen to me and show me the animagus disguise with all your strength. In this way, I promise that these photos will not be circulated, otherwise. Are you afraid of what Borgin is afraid of?" After realizing what Seal meant, Tonks' face turned pale and she screamed, completely giving up the idea of persuading Seal. "No. I'll do it, I'll do it." Then, under Seal's wand, Tonks activated the ability of the animagus disguise, and her pink hair gradually turned into a fiery red color. Her pupils also turned into an ice blue. Seal stared at Tonks intently, and a deep blue prompt sounded in his mind. The host has obtained the material for the disguised animagus. The secondary and tertiary deduction points of the animagus transfiguration will be greatly reduced. Please continue to obtain more materials for the disguised animagus. So Seal urged Tonks again and again. "Try harder and change your face shape for me. I have posters of celebrities here. You can change them one by one according to the appearance on them. What about the figure? Can the figure be changed?" Every time Tonks changed, Seal's hands moved slowly on her face and body, feeling the strange reaction of Tonks' body changing under the magic. Seal understood the ability of the disguised animagus. No wonder it is called animagus. This is indeed similar to the traditional animagus transfiguration. It's just that the traditional animagus is transformed into an animal, while the disguised animagus cannot be transformed into an animal. It can only change its appearance, figure, etc. at will. However, such a reference value is extremely high. If the traditional animagus can change freely like the disguise animagus, for example, it can change freely into countless animals such as brown bears, wild wolves, and flying birds, then its use will undoubtedly be much wider. In addition, the transformation of the disguise animagus is very stable, so that it can be passed on to future generations through blood. This characteristic related to the inheritance of magic power is also a strong reference for the magical animagus whose goal is to transform into magical animals. As Seal's palm moved around Tonks for several circles, the deep blue prompt finally stopped. This also means that Deep Blue has collected all the materials for the disguise animagus. At this time, Seal once again checked the points required for the second deduction of the transfiguration in the direction of the animagus. This has been reduced from the original 50,000 points to 20,000 points. And the points for the next 3 deductions will also decrease accordingly. Seal took a deep breath, with expectation in his eyes. 300,000 points, 2 consecutive deductions, enough. At this time, Tonks's face flushed, and she looked at Seal with extremely ashamed anger. During Seal's collection of materials, he touched her body several times without reservation. Tonks now wanted to bite off a piece of Seal's flesh. How could such a young wizard who had not yet entered school be so bad? Feeling Tonks's gaze, Seal seemed to remember something. He took his hand away from Tonks. "Sorry, it was not intentional. I just wanted to feel the process of disguising as an animagus more clearly." Tonks stared at Seal. "I don't believe you. Charles, I tell you, I'll fight you, I'm not done with you." Before he finished speaking, a muffled sound rang out. Charles took back the sturdy mithril wand in his hand and apologized to Tonks, who fainted on the ground. "Sorry, I don't have the time to waste on the stunning spell, and I don't have time to argue with you, so I can only use this physical stunning spell, but the effect looks pretty good." Then he tied Tonks tightly and locked her in the room to avoid disturbing him later. After doing this, Charles clenched his palms tightly and said in his mind, "Deep blue, transfiguration animagus direction. Deduced for me." Chapter 41 Ever-changing. 3 deductions, magic animagus. With Seal's voice, 20,000 deduction points were deducted. Following this, Seal had already honed the basic transfiguration to the point where it was almost instinctive, and took a sudden step towards the specialization of animagus transfiguration. In the magic world, there are not many wizards who can practice animagus transfiguration. There are only a few legal animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic. Even if the illegal animagus is counted, there are no more than 10 wizards who have practiced this transfiguration in the original book. The reason is that the traditional animagus transfiguration method in the magic world is too cumbersome. The process requires the preparation of potions under various harsh conditions. The difficulty is not high, but if you make a mistake, you have to start all over again. If there is no reason to practice animagus, such as James Potter, Sirius Black, and others to help Lupin who turned into a werewolf, or reporter Lizzie needs to explore various secrets, otherwise few wizards will spend so much effort to practice animagus. So much effort, just to turn into an animal. You can't get rich, you can't increase your strength, and even if you turn into a bug or something, you may be eaten by a bird by accident. Who is willing? The non-complicated method is also yes. For example, the first batch of wizards who began to practice animagus transfiguration did not have such a mature foolproof tutorial that could be practiced by several Hogwarts students. Without the help of potions, they relied purely on their transfiguration attainments. This is not cumbersome, but this process is enough to cause more than 90% of wizards to have various sequelae, and even nearly half of wizards have become animals forever. Those successful people have continuously accumulated experience and summed up lessons, and then developed the cumbersome but basically safe animagus transfiguration process commonly used in the magic world today. Every step here can basically not be simplified. It can be said to be 1,000 hammers and 1,000 times of tempering. If someone can further improve the animagus transfiguration, even if it is just a little bit less tedious to practice it, it is enough to shock the field of transfiguration in the magic world, and it is a sure thing to get the Merlin second-class medal. It is a pity that even transfiguration masters like Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore have not been able to accomplish this. But now, the Deep Blue system is burning the deduction points, plus the materials obtained from the disguised animagus. This feat that takes several generations to complete, is accomplished in Seal's mind in an instant. Transfiguration animagus direction, the second deduction is completed. The host has obtained the complete animagus transfiguration. In Seal's mind, the deep blue prompt sounded. Along with it, there is also a huge amount of information about the so-called complete animagus transfiguration. Since the creation of the animagus transfiguration, the ambitions of the transfiguration masters have never been limited to transforming into only one animal. A master of transfiguration can turn a matchstick into anything in the world. How can he be satisfied with only being able to transform into one animal when it comes to his own transformation? Even this process is random and uncontrollable, and it is related to each person's personality. The ever-changing, free switching among countless animals, this is the ambition when the animagus transfiguration was created. It's just that this goal is too difficult, and the current magic world is still far from achieving it. But now, I have achieved it. Complete animagus transfiguration means that you can transform yourself into any ordinary animal at will, whether it is a bird, a beast, or an insect, you can transform. Charles took a deep breath, his face showing excitement. The next moment, he performed the full animagus transfiguration. Instantly, Charles's human form disappeared, and a tiger appeared in the room. Charles raised his palm, which should be called a claw now, and stepped on the floor. The thick pads of flesh eliminated almost all sounds, making his movements seem like a ghost. And his vision, sense of smell, physical explosion, etc., are no different from those of a real tiger. Then, Charles suddenly jumped up and pounced forward. In the air halfway through the pounce, he changed again. A pair of wings grew on the tiger's back, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden eagle. Any flap of the wings would cause a gust of air to whistle, and Charles could rush out of the window and fly into the sky at any time. As he once again performed the complete animagus transfiguration, the golden eagle fell to the floor and turned into an ant, moving through the vast room. After a while, Charles's figure reappeared in the room. All these wonderful experiences made Charles couldn't help but admire. It feels like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Complete animagus transfiguration. If I were to publish a paper, if I save money, I can probably get a lot of Merlin medals. This kind of transfiguration is much more useful in battle than before. It allows me to fly without the help of anything, and I can also use the senses of animals to explore. However, even if the animagus transfiguration has been deduced to this point, Charles is still not satisfied. It is indeed magical to change ordinary animals at will. But this is the magic world. There are so many magical animals, and the best of them are completely superior to ordinary beasts and even wizards. For example, a magical animal called the leopard has a highly toxic breath, and it is said that it takes at least 100 adult wizards to catch it. There are also magical animals such as basilisks, whose eyes have an instant death effect. Even a ghost will be petrified if it looks directly at its eyes. Isn't this much better than the killing curse? If you can turn into a magical animal, Sir Charles felt that the animagus transfiguration was truly of great practical value. This was exactly the direction of the third transfiguration he envisioned, and it was also declared impossible by the transfiguration masters in the magic world, magic animagus transfiguration. In the past few centuries, many transfiguration masters have also pursued this direction. But without exception, they either died of magic power runaway during the transformation, or completely turned into magical animals, with no way to recover. Therefore, the field of transfiguration has already considered this an impossible direction. But at this moment, Charles's eyes were burning. What the magic world considers impossible is not impossible for him who has deep blue. Deep blue, how many points are needed to deduce the third transfiguration in the direction of magic animagus? Deep blue gave the answer. Since the precious disguise animagus material has been obtained, it has a significant reference role in the magic animagus transfiguration. The points required for this deduction have been greatly reduced, requiring 200,000 points. Charles clenched his palms, his heart surging with joy. This number is similar to what he estimated. He has collected 200,000 points, and even has nearly 80,000 points left. Without any hesitation, Charles growled in his mind. Deep blue, 3 deductions of transformation, Magic Animagus Direction. Chapter 42. A miracle has been accomplished. What is a hexagonal warrior? Accompanied by a low roar in Charles's mind, a full 200,000 deduction points were deducted. This was the largest single investment in deduction since Charles came to the magic world. This was even the result after obtaining a large amount of materials and greatly reducing the deduction points. If there were no such materials, relying on deep blue to brute force deduction, the deduction points spent would be at least 1,000,000. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. It only cost 100,000 to deduce the luminescent spell to the eternal blazing sun spell. The points invested in transfiguration this time were much higher than those of the luminescent spell. He believed that the magic animagus transfiguration deduced by deep blue would never let him down. At this moment, unprecedented vast knowledge poured into Charles's mind, which was even more than the sum of all the magic knowledge he had deduced before. Charles's eyes even went dark at this moment. There was a feeling of being overwhelmed by knowledge, and he lost consciousness for a while. When Charles woke up, he felt as if he was in another world. Then, a trace of disbelief appeared in Charles's eyes, and he tried to wave his wand to use basic transfiguration. In his room, countless objects began to change rapidly. The speed and accuracy were a qualitative leap compared to the 3 times before Charles deduced the animagus transfiguration. Seal even felt that the hand that Voldemort showed in front of him before, he could also do it now. His basic transfiguration level may have been equal to or even surpassed the level when Dumbledore graduated. After thinking for a while, Charles showed enlightenment on his face. After all, animagus transfiguration is a branch of transfiguration. I have deduced it continuously and pushed it to an unprecedented level. The knowledge gained in this process will certainly feed back to my overall transfiguration level. After the second deduction, my transfiguration should have improved a lot, but I didn't feel it deliberately and didn't notice it for a while. After the 3 deductions, the change is so obvious that it can't be ignored, which makes me feel like a leap. Then, Seal took a deep breath and clenched his hands. The knowledge gained from the 3 deductions alone has been of great benefit to me. What about the real product of the 3 deductions, the magic animagus transfiguration? The next moment, a deep blue reminder sounded in Seal's mind. Transfiguration animagus direction, 3 deductions completed. The host has obtained the magic animagus transfiguration, which can break through the barriers recognized by the magic world, transforming from a wizard into a magical animal, fully possessing the characteristics of the transformed magical animal, and even obtaining the inherited knowledge of some magical animals. Feeling the information of the magic animagus transfiguration, Seal took a deep breath and felt a little dazed for a moment. The miracle that was considered impossible to accomplish in the magic world was successfully deduced by Deep Blue. If this were to be made public, Seal would surely create an immortal monument in the field of transfiguration in the magic world. Sheeta has a separate chapter for Seal to commemorate his great achievement. After a moment, Seal came back to his senses and obtained more detailed information. Since the magic animagus transfiguration involves the transformation of the essence of magic, to transform into a designated magical animal, you need to obtain its blood for analysis first, and then you can change freely. The current magic animagus transfiguration allows the host to transform into 3 magical animals at most. With the subsequent deduction, the magic animagus transfiguration will be completely perfected, and the host will be able to freely transform into any magical animal, and even transform into a mythical creature with the characteristics of multiple magical animals at the same time. When Seal saw these lines of information, he frowned. It is necessary to obtain the blood of magical animals for analysis first? And currently, it can only transform into 3 magical animals at most, and cannot directly transform into ordinary animals like the complete animagus transfiguration? This is still a certain gap from the magic animagus that he expected to freely transform magical animals. It seems that 3 deductions are not enough in this direction, and perhaps 4 or even 5 deductions are needed. But after a moment of disappointment, Charles focused on Shenlan's description, and his eyes gradually brightened. After becoming a magical animal, you can not only inherit its characteristics, but also inherit knowledge. You know, the intelligence of some magical animals is not inferior to that of humans, and in some magical fields, it can even make wizards far behind, and it can even be said to have become a certain system. For example, dragon language. This is a language recognized by the magic world as having powerful magic. Legend has it that in ancient times, when ancient dragons frequently appeared, there were giant dragons that could cast magic in dragon language, and their roars could shatter mountains and clouds, and even revive or wither all things. It's just that as the ancient dragons disappeared, their descendants, that is, the fire dragons in the current magic world, seem like illiterates. Most fire dragons have not even inherited the real dragon language, and those fire dragons that have inherited the dragon language have almost never reached the point of casting magic in dragon language. After all, in today's magic world, fire dragons are a strictly controlled resource, and their blood, flesh, nerves, etc. are all very useful to wizards. Most fire dragons are kept in captivity, and it is basically impossible for them to grow up safely to the point where they can perform dragon language magic. But an idea emerged in Seal's mind. If I become a fire dragon and obtain the dragon language inheritance, Deep Blue, can you operate in my magic animagus state and continue to deduce the dragon language? Even let the legendary dragon language magic reappear in the world. In response, Deep Blue gave a mechanical and brief answer. As long as the deduction points are enough, the system is omnipotent. As soon as these words came out, Seal couldn't help but wave his fist excitedly. In this way, the prospects of magic animagus are really huge. If you carefully screen, the current magic animagus alone can make Seal have the possibility of obtaining 3 kinds of magic from magical animals. If the dragon language alone can be deduced to the level of dragon language magic, then Seal's animagus is equivalent to the legendary ancient dragon reappearing. It can even touch the peak Dumbledore and peak Voldemort. With 3 kinds of magic animagus, 3 sets of magic systems to switch, plus Seal's deduction magic, there is almost no weakness. What is a hexagonal warrior? After the excitement, Seal also thought about where to get a magical animal blood that meets the requirements to complete his first magic animagus. This magical animal must be strong enough. At the same time, in order to consider the upper limit, there must be inherited knowledge in the bloodline. For this reason, it is better to be a little older. Chapter 43. I don't know, I'm going to do it, so who else knows? When thinking of this condition, Seal first thought of the 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets of Hogwarts. An ancient magical animal that has lived for 1,000 years. Although it is not certain whether it has some knowledge inheritance similar to dragon language or mermaid language, the death gaze of the basilisk alone is of great value for deduction. It is likely to be used as the deduction material for the killing curse, saving a lot of points for deducing the killing curse. If the deduction continues in this way, it may be possible for Seal to directly deduce a range killing curse. However, the basilisk has to wait until it enters Hogwarts before making plans, and it is not available at present. Besides, Seal currently has no good means to deal with such a large magical animal except the Eternal Sun Curse. The power of basic transfiguration is indeed not enough to face the basilisk. Including the anti-magic effect of the basilisk's scales and skin, the laser spell may not be able to kill it quickly. Once the battle is prolonged, the risk will be very high, as the basilisk's venom and gaze are too deadly. Besides, if the movement is too loud, it may also attract Dumbledore's attention. Seal does not want to take so many unexpected situations, so he has to plan carefully to obtain the blood of the basilisk. But besides the blood of the basilisk, there seems to be another option, which is even more suitable than the basilisk. And the opportunity to obtain it is just around the corner. In Charles's mind, the fire dragon guard under the Gringotts in the original book emerged. It was a Ukrainian iron belly. Judging from the description in the original book, its body was extremely large, and even its scales had signs of aging, indicating that it was very old. If you get its blood, after the animagus transforms, it is likely that it will also be able to inherit the dragon language in its bloodline. A strange color flashed across Charles's eyes. He had originally been planning to go to Gringotts, intending to make a fortune while Quirrell and Voldemort broke into Gringotts. But after making a huge profit in Nocturne Alley, his idea faded a little. But now, it seems that Gringotts has to go. The dragon's blood of this dragon is too tempting for Charles. But in the original book, Quirrell and Voldemort seem to have broken into Gringotts through the Imperious Curse and other means, without making much noise, and it is likely that they did not fight with the fire dragon. If so, it will be a bit troublesome for me to get dragon blood. The skin and scales of dragons can weaken spells. Charles's methods are very useful against ordinary wizards, but except for the Eternal Sun Curse, he is not sure that he can break the fire dragon's defense. After all, he is only 11 years old, and magic power is always a flaw. But because of this, the temptation of magic animagus to seal is even greater. The magic power of magical animals is much stronger than that of little wizards. In terms of absolute destructive power, Seal's wizard form can't catch up with the magic animagus state unless he uses the Eternal Sun Curse. This makes Seal more determined to get the dragon blood under Gringotts, which will be his biggest trump card. After thinking for a moment, Seal whispered, "It seems that this time, we really can't let Quirrell and Voldemort break in too easily. We have to make a big noise and use Voldemort to get the dragon blood." As for how to do it, Seal already has an idea. The next moment, he used the complete animagus transformation. But this time he didn't turn into an animal, but like Tonks's disguised animagus, he changed his appearance and body shape and directly turned into another person. This is a thin figure, pale, with a bit of cowardice in his expression. The most conspicuous feature is that his head is wrapped in a big turban. Yes, Charles has become Quirrell. In order to make it realistic, even the face of Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head has been transformed by Charles. After doing all this, a smile appeared on the corner of Charles's mouth. He walked slowly in Diagon Alley in the middle of the night and came to the closed door of Gringotts. With the wave of the magic wand, a letter turned into a paper airplane and flew towards Gringotts. Then Charles apparated away without any delay. The explosion of apparition disturbed the silence of Gringotts at night, and the goblins who were still counting money inside rushed out in a hurry with full vigilance. The leading goblin saw the paper airplane on the ground, and after opening it, he saw the handwriting inside. "I heard that Gringotts has countless treasures, and I yearn for it. The moonlight is very good today. I will come on the moon and enter Gringotts to take the treasure. The thief saint of the magic world." When they saw this letter, the goblins in Gringotts all showed anger on their faces. "Thief, despicable and arrogant thief. He actually openly challenged us Gringotts and said he wanted to break into Gringotts to steal." The leading goblin looked at the sentry responsible for guarding Gringotts. "Did you see who left this letter?" The sentry said hurriedly. "It was too dark, I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could see that he was wearing a big turban." As soon as these words came out, the leading goblin said coldly, "Recently, the security measures of the underground vault have been raised to the highest level. And everyone, pay attention. If you see someone wearing a big turban coming to Gringotts, it is very likely that he is a thief who is here to scout the place." There was a fierce look in their eyes. "Then pretend not to know, trick him into the underground vault and kill him. Provoke Gringotts? He must pay with his life." At the same time, in a room, Quirrell's eyes widened because of an order from Voldemort. "Master, will we go to Gringotts tomorrow? Isn't this too hasty?" Voldemort said coldly. "Are you questioning my decision? I'm telling you, I've had enough of this kind of life, damn Dumbledore. I'm going to recover my body as soon as possible and give him a taste of his own medicine." Then, seeing that Quirrell was the only one available at the moment, Voldemort explained to him. "Of course, it was a bit hasty, but you have to know that even you can't think that I will go to Gringotts tomorrow, so how can others know? Great success is often achieved in a hurry. The goblins in Gringotts will never be on guard tomorrow. Quillo thought about it and praised Voldemort's wisdom. As expected of the master, you are far-sighted. We will surely succeed in tomorrow's operation. Once the Philosopher's Stone is in hand and the master recovers his body, what will Dumbledore be? And that damned little wizard seal will surely crawl at the master's feet. Chapter 44 How did the magic world become like this? That morning, not long after Gringotts opened, Quirrell and Voldemort came to Gringotts. Voldemort explained to Quirrell again how to break into Gringotts today. You pretend to handle business and find a high-ranking goblin in Gringotts. Then I will control your body and use the Imperious Curse to let it take us to the underground vault. It's that simple. Did you bring all the gold galleons? Quirrell nodded nervously, holding the purse on his waist with extra force. For Voldemort's plan to break into Gringotts and seize the Philosopher's Stone, he mortgaged all his assets so far through the black market overnight and borrowed so many gold galleons. Thinking of the interest on black market loans, Quirrell's heart was bleeding. But thinking again that this was a sacrifice for the great return of his master, Quirrell felt that it was all worth it. When Voldemort makes a comeback, he will definitely get an unimaginable reward. Besides, these goblins in Gringotts would never dream that Voldemort would personally break into Gringotts. What else could this be? It doesn't exist. Thinking of this, Quirrell calmed down, stepped into Gringotts, took out his purse and shook it, and said to the goblins, I want to handle a big business, find your lobby manager. When the goblins saw Quirrell, especially Quirrell's turban, there was a cold color in their eyes. Big turban, it seems that this guy was the one last night. The note left by the thief yesterday clearly said that he would enter Gringotts under the moonlight to take the treasure, but now he came during the day? It seems that the letter was to paralyze Gringotts and let Gringotts relax its vigilance during the day. Sure enough, he is a cunning thief, and nothing he said is credible. The lobby manager of Gringotts came over quickly, with no clues on his face, and said to Quirrell enthusiastically, Dear guest, congratulations, your transaction is the 100,000th business Gringotts has received this year. In order to give back to new and old customers, Gringotts has decided to give you an underground vault for free, with a location of your choice, free forever. Do you want to come and pick it with me now? Hearing this, Quirrell was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Gringotts' underground vault is not cheap, it is very rare, and those who can own an underground vault here are either ancient families or rich and powerful. Although Quirrell was an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, he had not been able to build an underground vault in Gringotts over the years. He could not have imagined that he would be so lucky today, and could get it directly for free forever. The most important thing is that the key step of breaking into Gringotts, entering the underground vault, was solved just like that. This is too lucky. Quirrell could not help but say to Voldemort in his heart. Master, our luck is so good, it is effortless to get the Philosopher's Stone now. This must be the luck that the Master brought me when he temporarily lived in me, Great Master, Great Dark Lord. Voldemort said lightly. Okay, you look so useless. You are so excited about an underground vault. When I reshape my body, let alone an underground vault, even if I give you the vault of an ancient family, it will be easy. Quick, let the goblins take you into the underground vault. When Quirrell heard Voldemort's promise, he was grateful and followed the lobby manager of Gringotts to the underground vault. At this time, the goblins on the side also surrounded Quirrell and walked down. Quirrell was still sighing in his heart. Is this the VIP treatment of Gringotts? It is really a wonderful experience for those rich and powerful wizards to be surrounded like this every time they come. But soon, I will also be one of the most powerful and richest wizards. Soon, sitting on the goblin's rail car, Quirrell came all the way to the entrance of the underground vault. Here, a group of goblins are also ready. At first, Quirrell thought that these goblins were here to welcome his lucky customer, and he nodded to them. But the next moment, at the end of the passage, a huge figure crawled through, and it was already emitting a burning feeling before it got close. This was the Ukrainian Iron Belly guarding the underground vault of Gringotts, and it was led out by the goblins. When Quirrell saw this scene, he was flattered. Such a big scene! Gringotts's hospitality is really grand. But the next moment, the goblins looked at Quirrell and sneered. You idiot! You don't really think we are here to welcome you and give you an expensive underground vault? They had a fierce look in their eyes. Today, you will die in the underground of Gringotts and be buried in the dragon's belly. Hearing such words, Quirrell was stunned, and Voldemort attached to Quirrell was also stunned. No, that's not how the script goes. What the hell is going on? Quirrell exclaimed in a trembling voice. Master, our plan has been exposed. Voldemort reacted very quickly and angrily rebuked Quirrell. Nonsense! The plan was decided temporarily. I didn't expect to invade Gringotts so soon. How could the goblins in Gringotts know? Could it be that I leaked the secret to Gringotts? It seems that there is only one answer. Gringotts goblins, are they trying to kill people for money? Quirrell said in a daze. Money and life. Gringotts to me. Master, is this a mistake? Voldemort said coldly. What else could it be? What's going on? Besides, these guys are goblins, greedy goblins, what can't they do for gold galleons? At this time, without giving Quirrell and Voldemort much time to say anything, the goblins burst out with magic lights in their hands, whistling towards Quirrell. Quirrell's scalp tingled. He was indeed a pretty good wizard, but it was impossible for him to withstand the siege of so many goblins. At this time, Voldemort directly took over Quirrell's body. With a wave of his wand, the terrifying magic power was vented. In his chest, anger was boiling. I have been away from the magic world for only more than 10 years, and Dumbledore and his students are slandering me behind my back, and claiming that my magic was plagiarized from him. It's so shameless. I heard before that a dark wizard conducted human experiments wantonly and killed dozens of people, and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were helpless. Now Gringotts can actually trick customers into the underground vault for less than 1,000 galleons to rob and kill. Damn it, how did the magic world become like this? Chapter 45 Great Harvest. Fire Dragon Transformation. The raging anger was boiling in Voldemort's heart. The current situation of the magic world was simply intolerable to him. Filthy, dirty, and simply stinking. Wait for me to reshape my body and cleanse, I will cleanse the entire magic world. I want to make the magic world great again. Immediately, Voldemort looked at the goblins who surrounded him. Originally, I wanted to save more power. But seeing you lowly things, I really can't stand it. Goblins are such inferior creatures, they are the termites that suck blood from the magic world and play with gold coins. If I were in charge of the magic world, I would have cleared you all out and turned you all into house elves. The next moment, as if venting the anger in his heart, raging flames gushed out from the tip of Voldemort's wand, turning into a snake tide and sweeping in all directions. It was fiend fire. As fiend fire spread, green lights shot out, harvesting the lives of the goblins like the god of death. Until a high-pitched dragon roar exploded in the underground vault, and the hot flames swept towards Voldemort. Voldemort also snorted angrily, and swiped his wand, tearing the dragon's breath and scales together. In an instant, dragon blood splashed, and the dragon's wailing sound resounded. Inside Gringotts, a flying insect flew into the underground vault passage opened by the goblins, and then turned into the appearance of Charles. Charles's eyes showed emotion. Under normal circumstances, even if his animagus transfiguration was superb, it would not be so easy to break into the underground vault of Gringotts. But now, with Voldemort leading the way, it was a smooth journey. After entering the underground vault, Charles could already feel the strong magical aura coming from the front, and the ground was shaking from time to time. After a while, everything returned to silence. Seal walked carefully along the passage and soon saw the scene of the battle in the underground vault. On the battlefield, the goblins were dead all over the ground, and the few survivors were in a deep coma, with extreme fear on their faces, as if they were facing some extremely terrifying existence. As for Quirrell and Voldemort, they were no longer here. I think they were deep inside the underground vault, went to look for the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, Charles turned his eyes and saw a huge figure lying on the ground. This was the underground vault guard of Gringotts, the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon. But at this moment, it looked extremely miserable. A huge wound tore its scales and flesh, and dragon blood kept flowing out. Even for dragons, this was a very serious injury, making it lose the ability to fight. Of course, even if it could still fight, I believe that after seeing Voldemort's power, this fire dragon would not be able to get up with a seriously injured body and fight for the goblins. Feeling the fatigue from the massive blood loss all over his body, the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon closed his eyes. With the dragons with a strong constitution, such a wound is not fatal to it, but it will definitely take a long sleep to heal. But at this moment, it felt a rustling sound, as if something was approaching it. Instantly, the orange vertical pupils widened again, glaring at the offender who dared to disturb it. The one who entered the alert range of the Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon was naturally Charles. The Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon slowly raised its snake-like neck, and a fierce light appeared in its eyes, as if it was going to tear Charles apart in the next moment, or burn him to ashes with the burning dragon flame again. Charles looked at the Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon and made an estimate in his heart. With Voldemort breaking the fire dragon's defense, it should not be difficult for him to kill the fire dragon along the wound left by Voldemort. But looking at this fire dragon, the dragon scales all over the body, the dragon blood that can be continuously regenerated, even the dead skin on the dragon claws. They are all raw materials full of magic power, and are an excellent source of deduction points. Kill it? What a pity! If we can get along well with it, let it bleed from time to time, rub its feet, wouldn't the deduction points be increased quickly? Immediately, Charles pointed at the wound on the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon with a sincere look on his face. Mr. Fire Dragon, you are injured, it must be very painful, I can help you stop the bleeding. The fire dragon seemed to understand Charles's words, and maybe because Charles looked like a child, so he was not so vigilant. And the constant blood loss really made him very tired and weak. The fierce light in his eyes gradually faded, and he stared at Charles, as if he acquiesced to Charles's suggestion to treat him. Charles showed a happy expression on his face and waved his magic wand. Soon, a huge funnel was attached to the wound of the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon. Under the funnel, Charles also conjured up a huge glass bottle, and dragon blood was constantly flowing into it through the funnel. The dragon's body stiffened for a moment, and confusion appeared in its human eyes. Is this to stop bleeding? How can you stop bleeding with a funnel? Charles said very sincerely. Mr. Fire Dragon, I know you are very suspicious, but please think carefully. You had such a big wound bleeding before, but now the funnel is attached to the wound, and there is only a small funnel mouth left where the blood is flowing. Just tell me, has the bleeding area become smaller? The fire dragon was stunned, his eyes rolling, as if he was thinking with his intelligence. Yes, the bleeding area seems to have become smaller, and it seems to make sense. At this time, Charles continued. And I collect dragon blood for you, Mr. Fire Dragon. If I don't collect the blood, won't it flow to the ground in vain? Collect it in a bottle, and you can drink it later to replenish your blood. Isn't this equivalent to you not bleeding? Do you think it makes sense? The fire dragon suddenly realized. Indeed. It makes sense. As expected of a human child, although he doesn't have enough magic power to stop bleeding, he actually came up with such a good method? How smart! The Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon looked at Charles with a soft gaze, and he lay down obediently, letting go of his guard against Charles. Human cub. Good man. Soon, the large glass bottle that Charles had transformed was filled with 5 large bottles of dragon blood. At this time, the dragon's powerful self-healing ability was also fully demonstrated. The wound had already condensed into a blood seal and no longer bleeds. Charles then reluctantly collected all the holes in glass bottles. These 5 large bottles of dragon blood were more than enough for him to complete the first fire dragon transformation of the magic animagus. The rest could be recycled as deduction points, a huge profit. However, at this time, Charles also heard dense footsteps coming from the entrance above. It seemed that the movement of Gringotts had spread, and support was coming. In fact, Charles could have left. But he turned his head and looked deep into the underground vault. Voldemort must have opened Dumbledore's vault. If he didn't find the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort would not take away the other materials in the vault. But Charles did. It was Dumbledore's treasure. Voldemort was the one who took the blame, so why not? Then, a high-frequency laser shot out from the tip of Charles's wand and slashed at the shackles on the Ukrainian iron belly dragon. In the original book, Harry and his friends' spells could untie the chains, so Charles's high-frequency laser spell could do the same. In an instant, the chains made a clanking sound and fell to the ground. Ukrainian iron belly widened its eyes and tried to move its body, only to find that the restraints it had once had disappeared. Charles patted the Ukrainian iron belly's claws. "Hey, you're free, fly. I've memorized your smell, I'll come play with you when I'm free." The Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon snorted with sparks, obviously very happy, and looked at Charles with extremely gentle eyes. Then, it spread its wings, and it seemed not to feel even the weakness and fatigue on its body. The dragon flapped its wings and flew, and the dragon flames gushed toward the front of the passage. The dense footsteps coming from a distance immediately stagnated, and the actions of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon disrupted all deployments. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charles turned into a flying bird and flew forward along the underground vault passage at the fastest speed. After a moment, he saw the vault number 713 with the door already opened. Voldemort and Quirrell had already left here. The vault without the Philosopher's Stone had no appeal to Voldemort. But the dazzling array of materials left inside made Charles's breathing quicken. Seal took out several boxes that he had prepared long ago and cast the traceless extension charm, and quickly packed up all the things in the vault 713 and took them away. Then with a bang, Seal operated away from here. When he hurried back to the room of the leaky cauldron, looking at the boxes filled with dragon blood and precious magic materials, Seal had only one thought in his mind. "I'm rich, this is really rich. The poor guys in Nocturne Alley are not as good as Dumbledore's vault." He took a deep breath, moved his eyes away from those precious magic materials, and fell on the 5 large bottles of dragon blood. Magic Animagus, Fire Dragon Transformation. "Here I come." The next moment, Seal pulled out the cork, gulped down a mouthful of dragon blood, and roared in his mind. "Deep Blue, analyze it for me." Chapter 46 Angry Dumbledore, Analysis completed. Oh! A deafening roar of a dragon sounded, and billowing dragon flames raged in the underground vault passage of Gringotts, sweeping in the goblins that survived the battle with Voldemort, turning them in toto ashes. Then there were violent collisions again and again, a lot of soil fell, and a ray of light shone into the underground vault. When seeing the ray of light, the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon, which was almost exhausted, burst out with magic again. It violently knocked open the gap, knocked out a huge hole, spread its wings and flew out of the dark underground vault. The Aurors who came to support from the Ministry of Magic looked at this scene unwillingly. Some young Aurors wanted to chase the fire dragon. But the more experienced Auror stopped them immediately. The fire dragon had its own department for the control of magical creatures to deal with, and their most important task was to protect the underground vault of Gringotts. This contained most of the wealth of the magic world, and the wealth of many nobles and high officials was stored here. If something happened to Gringotts, the Aurors who came to support would definitely suffer. The fire dragon had wasted a lot of their time, and they had to go to the underground vault to see what was going on. The Aurors kept praying in their hearts, hoping that the door of Gringotts' underground vault would be more reliable than the protective measures they boasted, at least not causing too much damage. After a while, all the vaults were surveyed. A young Auror hurried to the person in charge. "Boss, I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" The person in charge was stunned for a moment and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Good news, let's hear the good news first." Then, the young Auror said. In the entire underground vault, only one vault was looted, and the other vaults were intact. Hearing this, the person in charge breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it will not cause too much impact. Even if someone wants to be held accountable, it will be Gringotts' responsibility, and it has nothing to do with the Aurors who came to support. What? If you still want to investigate why the Aurors were slow to support and why they delayed a lot of time in the middle? Then he must let the doubters know why Aurors are the violent agency of the magic world. The person in charge calmly asked the young Auror. "What's the bad news? Whose vault was looted?" The next moment, the name uttered by the young Auror made the person in charge's expression suddenly stiffen. "What the hell? Dumbledore. Number UN% at." A series of unclear curses came out of the person in charge. He couldn't figure out which idiot was so desperate that he dared to rob Dumbledore's vault. Then, after coming to his senses from this news, the person in charge looked solemn. Since it was Dumbledore's vault, it would be impossible to prevaricate or perfunctorily deal with it. Send a message to Hogwarts to inform Dumbledore. At the same time, in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore stood with his hands behind his back, pacing in the office with his eyes closed, thinking about what kind of test he should give to the savior Harry Potter in the first school year. The Mirror of Erised, this is a must. If I had used this mirror to examine Tom Riddle earlier, I would have a deeper understanding of his evil, and even might have seen through his desire for life and power in advance, and stopped his subsequent series of horrific crimes. And we need to create some emotional ties for Harry Potter, so that he can have friendship and family affection at Hogwarts. It just so happens that he is James's child, and he should have inherited James' Quidditch talent. If he performs well in the flying class, McGonagall can apply for him to join the Quidditch team as an exception. Well, of course, the Philosopher's Stone is also a must. Such a powerful magic item can show whether Harry Potter has a morbid desire for money, power, and immortality. As Dumbledore muttered to himself, the arrangements for Harry Potter's first school year gradually became clear. However, in the principal's office, a portrait of the principal could not help but ask Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, since you think someone covets your underground vault, why did you only move the Philosopher's Stone and not move other things out? In your underground vault, in addition to your personal collection, there are some Hogwarts resources for you to keep. If Gringotts is really robbed and the thieves steal these, it will be a troublesome thing." Dumbledore smiled slightly at this. Over the years, he has been very insightful about people's hearts. If someone covets the Philosopher's Stone, it must be Voldemort. And Voldemort, in addition to the Philosopher's Stone, must look down on other things. He even feels that with his current status and reputation, if he steals like he did in the past, it would be a bit of a loss of face. Because of this, Voldemort will never touch anything except the Philosopher's Stone. Why bother to move them out? It's quite troublesome to go back and forth. Dumbledore gave a confident answer to the inquiry about the portrait of the headmaster in the office. "Don't worry, everything is under my control." Just then, an owl fluttered to the window of the headmaster's office and threw an urgent notice from the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore blinked. It seems that the notice from the Ministry of Magic has come. Let me guess. It should tell me that Gringotts was broken into and my vault was opened, but nothing was lost inside. Then Dumbledore opened the envelope, and saw a thick stack of papers inside. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It seems that the Ministry of Magic is very serious and responsible this time. This must have explained to me the whole process of the thief's crime. Then he opened the letter. Just when the first line of words came into view, Dumbledore's expression changed, and the smile on his face froze on the spot. We inform you with great sadness, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, that due to the poor guarding of the goblins in Gringotts, your underground vault numbered 713 has been looted. Remaining items, none. The list of confirmed stolen items and the pending list are as follows, please check. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting that his eyes were blurry. But when he saw the long list of stolen items again, Dumbledore couldn't help but stagger. Gone. All gone. Really not a single hair is left. Dumbledore's expression was extremely wonderful, and he even had a rare bit of gnashing of teeth. Tom Riddle. Shameless, insidious, greedy. Dumbledore's hand holding the Elder Wand was bulging with veins, and his eyes were cold. He had planned not to take action in Harry Potter's first year, and the professors should try to arrange the test levels for Harry Potter. But now, he has changed his mind. Tom, after so many years, you have angered me again. At the same time, the shocking news of the theft of Gringotts was also reported by the Daily Prophet as soon as possible. Dozens of goblins died in the invasion of Gringotts, and Dumbledore's vault was looted. This news made the front page headlines, and even accompanied it with a photo of the empty underground vault number 713. A thin, pale hand slammed down the newly bought Daily Prophet. Quirrell's face showed horror. Master, Master, calm down. But Voldemort's angry roar could not be suppressed at all. And it echoed in Quirrell's soul. Slander. This is a shameful slander. I admit that I killed dozens of goblins, but when did I rob Dumbledore's vault? I took a picture of the vault being empty. Bullshit. When I left, the vault was still full of things. Quirrell said cautiously. Master, could it be that someone followed us and robbed the vault while we were away, and let us take the blame? This speculation attracted Voldemort's sneer. You idiot, isn't this obvious enough? Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. According to convention, part of Hogwarts resources can be kept by the headmaster, as long as they can be taken out when the board of directors reconciles the accounts. Obviously, this old B. Dumbledore took advantage of our break-in to settle the accounts here. What a thief crying thief, what a thief lining his own pockets. Dumbledore, over the past decade, you have become more and more shameless. And this magic world, don't you have the ability to think independently? A bunch of idiots. There was an obvious feeling of gnashing teeth in Voldemort's voice. I can't stand it anymore. When I return, I will clean up the entire magic world, those who have no thinking ability, those who believe everything they hear, especially the stupid and bad reporters of the Daily Prophet. Clean, clean, clean thoroughly. And Dumbledore, wait, old B, I will completely expose your hypocritical mask. Just when Dumbledore and Voldemort were extremely disappointed and angry with each other, Charles, the culprit of the vault robbery, sipped dragon blood in big gulps. The burning dragon's cave poured into the abdomen from the throat, but disappeared without a trace in an instant, turning into the material for Deep Blue to analyze dragon magic. A lot of prompts sounded in Charles's mind. Dragon magic analysis progress 10%. Dragon magic analysis progress 30%. Finally, accompanied by a Deep Blue mechanical prompt. The analysis of dragon magic power is complete. A dragon roar like thunder also exploded in Charles's mind. The magic animagus, which is known as an unachievable miracle in the field of transformation, was completely completed at this moment. Charles suddenly opened his eyes. Golden, bright vertical pupils appeared in his eyes, exuding a terrifying dragon power. Chapter 47 Dragon Language Magic, Roar of Power. I am still too conscientious. In a forest outside London, a figure was moving very fast in the forest. This figure was naturally Charles. And the speed he was moving at this moment had completely surpassed the scope of humans. When Deep Blue completed the analysis of dragon magic power and the magic animagus transformation was completely completed, Charles felt a constant stream of powerful magic running through his body. It was like a young fire dragon coming to the world for the first time, unable to bear it and flapping its wings to fly into the sky and spitting dragon flames. He then hurried out of the leaky cauldron and apparat to the woods outside London, looking for a suitable place to perform his first animagus transfiguration. Finally, when he saw a clearing in the woods, Seal relaxed and performed his animagus transfiguration. Instantly at that moment, magic power was raging in his body like a volcanic eruption. The roar of the dragon in his mind rolled in like thunder. Charles felt his whole body was hot, and then he felt his vision was rising. And he felt a strong power filling his body. When Charles came to his senses, he could see the dragon wings on both sides of his vision from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand, and what came into view was the dragon claws covered with scales. Charles took a deep breath and roared with joy, and that was the roar of a fire dragon. Magic animagus, fire dragon transformation, completed. Now, Charles has become a juvenile Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon. As one of the largest species of fire dragons in the magic world, even in its infancy, Charles is now nearly 5 meters long, and is already the top predator in the magic world. When the wings vibrate, there is a howling wind in the woods, enough to blow people all over the place. With a casual swing of his claws, several trees as thick as bowls were broken. When Charles spit dragon flames into the sky, flames more than 10 meters long roared into the air, bringing rolling heat waves. Experiencing the fighting power in the form of a fire dragon, Charles's eyes showed satisfaction. This is indeed a dangerous magical animal with amazing lethality, and its whole body is born for fighting. In terms of pure destructive power, Charles in the form of a fire dragon is far superior to the human form without the use of the eternal blazing sun curse. And his body is covered with thick scales, which can greatly weaken both physical and magical damage. In this way, when facing large magical animals, Charles's weakness of insufficient destructive power can be compensated, and he can fight the enemy in the form of a fire dragon. When facing wizards, Charles can easily deal with various spells in his human form. His overall strength has undoubtedly soared a lot. However, Charles's goal is not just to simply transform into a fire dragon. After all, although dragons are powerful and dangerous, they are already a resource that is kept in captivity in the magic world. For example, there is a dragon farm in Romania, where various types of dragons are kept in captivity. The purpose of keeping them in captivity is also very simple. Dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon heart, dragon nerves, etc. are all excellent magical materials. Even during the Tri-Wizard tournament, so many dragons of different species could be easily transferred, which is enough to prove that wizards have many ways to deal with dragons. Just turning into a dragon can increase combat power in a short period of time, but in the long run, the prospects are really not great, far less dangerous than the Nangdul leopard or chimera. It is far worse than the basilisk. But Charles chose to obtain the blood of the Ukrainian iron-belly dragon because it is the oldest and largest dragon that Charles knows, and it is also the most likely to have the dragon language inheritance. Using its blood to perform animagus transformation can make Charles also have a great chance of obtaining blood inheritance. The real dragon language can be deduced from dragon language magic all the way. Once the dragon language magic is mastered, the fire dragon becomes a special existence that has become extinct, the ancient dragon. Compared to the fire dragon that can only use claws and breath, the ancient dragon that can use magic is completely different. In front of them, the number of ordinary wizards has lost its meaning. If Charles can upgrade his magic animagus form to the level of the ancient dragon, Dumbledore and Voldemort will dare to face him head-on. With thoughts flashing in his mind, Charles took a deep breath. The most important thing now is to see if he has obtained the dragon language inheritance in his blood. Although if there is no inheritance, relying on Deep Blue, Charles can gradually deduce the dragon language. But then he can only use the wizard's dragon language research as a thesis. There are too few reference materials, and the points consumed are too many. If there is inheritance, even if the inheritance is incomplete, deduction based on this can also reduce a lot of points consumption. Then, Charles concentrated on feeling the dragon blood flowing in his body, and recalled the dragon roar that sounded in his mind during the transformation into a fire dragon. Gradually, the dragon blood seemed to become hot again. And the dragon roar in my mind sounded like thunder again. But unlike the previous one that seemed to be far away and unclear, this time the dragon roar became closer as Charles listened attentively. Although many of the syllables were still blurry, Charles did hear a clear and complete syllable. Its meaning also emerged clearly in Charles's mind. Power. This dragon roar is the syllable that represents power in the dragon language, and it is also the most basic syllable of dragon language magic. Dragon language magic is famous for its incomparable power. Blood inheritance is really here. At the same time, a reminder sounded in the Deep Blue. The host has obtained the dragon language inheritance that can deduce knowledge shattering the roar of power. At this moment, Charles couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shattered inheritance? It doesn't matter if it's broken. I have Deep Blue. I can deduce and complete the broken inheritance, and even innovate. Not only can dragon language magic return to the world, but it can also reach the pinnacle. Isn't it just possible to spend more points? Compared with the power of dragon language magic in the records, it's worth it. Besides, I still have 80,000 points on hand. If you add the gains from Dumbledore's vault, it will add up to at least hundreds of thousands of points. It's really rich. Deduce dragon language magic, enough. The next moment, Deep Blue prompted again. The initial deduction of the roar of power requires 300,000 points. Do you want to deduce it? The smile on Charles's face gradually froze. Mr. Duo. What the hell, Mr. Duo? 300,000 points are needed for the initial deduction? So many points even with inheritance. Deep Blue said. If there is no inheritance, 1,000,000 points may not be enough to deduce the roar of power from modern dragon language. Charles choked. Fuck, I have done the robbery of Gringotts' vault, why am I still so poor? If he digested all the gains from Dumbledore's vault, the initial deduction would definitely be enough. But what about the follow-up? Wizards' research on ancient dragons is extremely scarce. Even a dragon language expert like Dumbledore has never heard of using any dragon language magic. Then the reference materials for dragon language magic are probably quite rare. I am afraid that each subsequent deduction will require millions or even tens of millions of points. When thinking of that terrifying amount, Charles felt a headache. How long will it take to save up so many points? It shouldn't be. I'm so diligent and never miss any opportunity to save points, why are the points still not enough? Charles fell into deep thought. Am I still too gentle? Then he nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am still too conscientious and save too much money for the Ministry of Magic. Buying so many magic items and eating so many sketching quills in Diagon Alley is not as good as snatching a unicorn horn and a real dragon heart in Nocturne Alley. After a while, Charles changed from a fire dragon to a human form, hurried back to Diagon Alley, found the contact information of the Romanian dragon farm, and wrote a letter. Starting today, order 10 dragons per month. Prepare the meat, blood, nerves, scales, etc., keep the internal organs, and make dragon dung. Make dragon dung coffee with dragon dung. All materials will be sent to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley. All bills will be reimbursed by the British Ministry of Magic. If you have any questions, please ask Minister Fudge of the British Ministry of Magic. Money is not a problem, ship quickly. Chapter 48 It must be Dumbledore. Quirrell, go and refresh your mind. Office of the Minister of Magic. Fudge and his staff are gathered together, and everyone has a solemn look on their faces. On the table are reports from multiple newspapers about the theft at Gringotts. A staff member spoke with a heavy expression. This theft at Gringotts has a huge impact on us. Although this is Gringotts' problem, Gringotts is also part of the wizarding world after all. Gringotts, which has always been known to be indestructible, had dozens of goblins killed and the underground vault broken into, and a vault was robbed without a penny left. The vault robbed was actually the vault of Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. This has made most wizards in the wizarding world panic. Some even speculated that this year is the year Harry Potter will enter school, and maybe the you-know-who is making a comeback at this time. They said that the looting of Dumbledore's vault was a demonstration by the you-know-who against the wizarding world and Dumbledore. Another staff member also took up the topic. There are also some people who, although they sneer at the return of the mysterious man, think of the vicious dark wizard Darkseid. To be honest, this is too bad for us. The minister and we have just taken office for a short time, and there have been such crazy dark wizards and the theft of Gringotts, which has caused panic in the magic world. This has made many people begin to suspect that the current Ministry of Magic has lost control over the magic world. Those dark wizards are no longer afraid of the orders of the Ministry of Magic. The legal prestige of the Ministry of Magic is gradually disintegrating, and our support rate is also disintegrating along with it. He pondered for a while, and then said carefully, "If our support rate continues to decline at this trend, soon, we may be driven out of office in advance." This heavy topic made everyone present feel like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. Everyone was talking about what was going on. In order to show that we have the ability to punish evil, we must quickly catch the murderer who invaded Gringotts. Where are the Aurors? Do you have any clues? The sooner we catch the thief, the sooner we can win back public opinion. But for their conversation. Fudge looked at them as if they were idiots. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. "Are your heads filled with gold galleons and little witches? Murderer? Thief? There is no murderer or thief, can't you see that?" The staff were all stunned, looking at Fudge, not understanding what he meant. Fudge sneered, with a look of understanding in his eyes. "Invading Gringotts, killing dozens of goblins and severely damaging the dragons during the siege by goblins and dragons, is this something that an ordinary wizard can do?" Then, after spending so much effort to break in, instead of robbing the vaults full of gold coins of those nobles, they went to Dumbledore's underground vault, leaving nothing behind. Don't you think this is unreasonable? Dumbledore's name is well known to everyone. How brave must a thief be to dare to rob Dumbledore's vault? If you were in my place, even if the vault door is open, do you dare to rob it? Everyone present was shocked, looking at Fudge with surprise in their eyes. It seems to be true. Which thief is so desperate to rob Dumbledore's vault? Even the vicious black wizard Duck, who was looking for smart people everywhere, didn't dare to hit Dumbledore. A staff member's face showed horror. "Minister, could it be that the Dark Lord is really..." Before he finished speaking, Fudge could no longer tolerate his stupidity, took out a water cup and smashed it at the door of the office. "Black your mother's head! I've said this, don't you understand? There is no thief, it was Dumbledore himself who broke into Gringotts and robbed Dumbledore's vault." When these words came out, it was like thunder, and everyone took a breath of cold air. Strong, not afraid of Dumbledore's pursuit and revenge. It seems that Dumbledore himself meets this condition best. No way? Then, what about the motive? Why would Dumbledore do such a thing? Some staff members still couldn't believe it. In response, Fudge sneered again. "Is there any need to ask this? I think Dumbledore is still obsessed with the position of Minister of Magic. The crisis of the Dark Wizard Dark was resolved by my genius operation, and it successfully won us praise from the magic world. Dumbledore had to stop. And recently, Hogwarts is about to start school, and it is time for the school board to reconcile the accounts. Dumbledore, the insidious old bee, came up with such a trick to settle the accounts and create panic again. Humph, he can deceive everyone, but he can never deceive me, Fudge. The staff looked at each other, watching Fudge's expression change again. No way. Has Fudge taken some brain tonic recently? He seems to have really become a genius. But Minister, how can we prove this? We can't prove what Dumbledore did. And staff said. Why don't we let the Aurors question Dumbledore and check Dumbledore's office to see if we can find any clues? Before he finished speaking, the Aurors present had already blushed and cursed. Damn, why don't you go? Check whether Dumbledore has rehearsed this? If it is not found, Dumbledore will bear a grudge against him, and he might die suddenly in secret one day. If it is found, it will be even worse, and he will die suddenly on the spot. Whoever wants to do this kind of work can do it. Just when several people were about to quarrel, Fudge showed an expression of disappointment. You, stupid, really stupid. Why did I invite you to be my staff? Isn't this matter very simple? Fudge said his solution. The things in Dumbledore's vault should have a locating spell or something like that. At the very least, with Dumbledore's magical attainments, he can easily find traces. Let Dumbledore cooperate with the Ministry of Magic Aurors to investigate and cast a spell to locate the items he lost. If Dumbledore refuses to cooperate, or makes excuses by saying that the locating spell is ineffective or that he can't find clues, then everything will be clear. Everyone present couldn't help but applaud when they heard this. Great, really great. Let's go and ask Dumbledore to cast a spell on the spot to locate the missing items. At the same time, in the room of the leaky cauldron, Charles, who had already ordered dragon food from the Romanian dragon farm, breathed a sigh of relief. When the dragon food is delivered, he will have a large source of deduction points. In addition to the various treasures looted from Dumbledore's vault, the deduction points will become abundant again. As for whether to deduce the dragon language magic, roar of power, or to deduce other magical knowledge, he is still undecided. Forget it, let's eat first. There are only 80,000 deduction points left, not even 100,000, I feel very insecure. There are also things taken out of Dumbledore's vault. Maybe there is a positioning spell, or Dumbledore can find a way to catch up. It's better to deal with it. It just so happens that the magic animagus has given me another use. Charles's eyes showed a strange color, and he operated the magic animagus in the room. In an instant, a fire dragon nearly 5 meters long filled the room. Charles changed into this posture not for fighting, but for eating. His human form is too inefficient to eat. Even if the assembly line pours it into his mouth, he can't eat more than a few bites at a time. But it's different when he turns into a fire dragon. In this form, Charles opens his mouth and can eat a small dragon in one bite. Lamb. If it was the dragon heart I got earlier, I wouldn't have needed to use the laser spell to split it, I could just eat it in one bite. The same was true for the harvest from Dumbledore's vault. What would take half a day to eat in human form, only took one bite for Charles in dragon form. The next moment, his claws hooked up the package containing the collection from Dumbledore's vault. To be safe and to ensure that all traces could be eliminated, Charles swallowed it directly with the package. After the package entered his stomach, the deep blue mechanical prompt sounded like an explosion and began to flash across the screen. Charles's the total amount of deduction points started to rise wildly from 80,000, and even the numbers became blurred. When the numbers finally became clear, the total amount of deduction points remained at one number. 670,000. Charles couldn't help but scream. A wave of deduction points approaching 600,000? This is still the case without the Philosopher's Stone. If the Philosopher's Stone is also in the vault, I'm afraid that at least 10 will be added after the 600,000. By then, will Charles still be afraid that the deduction points are not enough? Charles's eyes are almost green. Philosopher's Stone, I really want to take a bite and taste it. In his mind, he has already started to think about getting the Philosopher's Stone in the first year. Besides the Philosopher's Stone, there are many other good things in Hogwarts. The Mirror of Ariste, if you smash it and chew it, it should be similar to shaved ice, crispy and icy. And the three-headed dog, this thing is also very powerful. Even Quirrell, who is possessed by Voldemort, can't do anything about it, and can only go to Hagrid to find out the weakness of the three-headed dog. If I chew a three-headed dog once a day, I should be able to eat it for a long time. And the Devil's Snare, hiss, if I find a place to breed it on a large scale, wouldn't it be so cool? Of course, there is also the crown in the Room of Requirement, which may not be worse than the Philosopher's Stone. Thinking of this, Charles was full of expectations for life in Hogwarts, and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a room on the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron was shrouded in various confusion spells and defense spells, the strength of which could even make old Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, forget that he had such a room. Quirrell was full of suspicion, and he always felt that something was happening upstairs. It was like a deep dragon roar. "Master, did you hear any sound? Do you think the person living upstairs is not a human?" The next moment, Voldemort shouted angrily. "You idiot, you woke me up just to tell me some horror story, do you think you are funny? Not a human? Then what is living upstairs?" Quirrell screamed. "A fire dragon, I think there is a fire dragon living upstairs." "Master, I'm serious." After a while, the pain on Quirrell's body dissipated like a tide. He was a little bit unbelievable. Why was Voldemort's punishment so short this time? Then, he rarely heard Voldemort's voice, which was a little gentler. "Quirrell, go to St. Mungo's Hospital to buy some potions, replenish your brain, and have a good sleep. After all, I, Voldemort, am not a devil. If your brain is broken, where would I live now?" Quirrell was stunned. "My brain is going to fail. Since the master said so, it must be true. No wonder I suddenly felt like there was a dragon living upstairs. It turns out that my brain is going to fail. No, I have to go to St. Mungo's Hospital to buy potions. Oh, if Hogwarts were open now, I could go to Professor Snape and ask him to prescribe some medicine for my brain." At this time, in the principal's office of Hogwarts, several Aurors from the Ministry of Magic were politely asking Dumbledore to locate the missing items so that they could go and investigate. Dumbledore readily agreed to this. But when he waved the Elder Wand, his expression changed subtly. Because in his perception, his positioning spell seemed to be gone. The traces of magic power on those things also disappeared from this world? How could this be possible? The positioning spells on those things were all added by himself. As long as they still exist in this world, even if they are placed in a box with a traceless extension spell, they can locate them. How come they are gone now? Dumbledore still didn't believe it, and waved his wand again. But this time, the spell was still in vain like the last time. Noticing Dumbledore's expression and movements, the faces of several Aurors also changed, and they all showed a tacit look to each other. In their hearts, they admired Fudge very much. "I didn't expect that Minister Fudge usually looked incompetent, but in fact he was wise and foolish. He was actually a genius." At this time, Dumbledore looked embarrassed. "To be honest, I don't know what happened. The positioning magic seems to have failed." Several Aurors also smiled. "It's okay, it doesn't matter, then we can use other methods to find it." When they left, an Auror couldn't help turning his head and looked at Dumbledore deeply. "Headmaster, I think from today on, I really know you. Thank you for teaching me this valuable lesson." Dumbledore looked at the Aurors who left, his head full of confusion. "No, what did I do?" After returning to the Minister of Magic's office, the Aurors couldn't wait to report the matter to Fudge. For a moment, Everyone in the office looked at Fudge with a look of admiration. Minister! Great, great! Dumbledore's acting skills have long been exposed by the minister. Haha, the positioning magic is invalid? The positioning magic cast by Dumbledore, even the mysterious man can't make it invalid so easily, right? Could it be that this was caused by some strange the food is eaten, digested, and decomposed directly, leaving no residue? Who are you kidding? The staff looked at Fudge with a bit of enthusiasm. Then Minister, what should we do next? After pondering for a moment, Fudge remembered the matter of Charles, his eyes flashed, and he showed an expression of victory. Since we already know that Dumbledore is dealing with us, and we also know that this old bee looks kind, but in fact he can do things like robbing the treasury to balance the accounts and embezzle, then it will be easy to deal with. If he is a saint, then we can't do anything, but since he has selfishness and material desires, we might as well take advantage of his selfishness and dig a hole for him. Everyone knows about the matter of Charles Evans. The amount of his reimbursement is really strange. I was still wondering how he took advantage of the loopholes in the magic agreement. Now I suddenly figured it out. Dumbledore, it must be him again. With his help, isn't it easy to crack the magic agreement of the Ministry of Magic? How much can Charles eat? How can he claim so much money? It must be Dumbledore, the greedy old bee, who is behind this. Just then, an owl flew in from the window and brought a bill from Romania. The amount of the bill was so exaggerated that the staff who received it were shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed. Fug! 10 dragons! Every month! Is Dumbledore crazy? Minister, we must not allow such blatant robbery. Fudge laughed out loud with disdain on his face. No, we must allow it. If God wants to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. Dumbledore dares to use a magic agreement to claim 10 dragons every month. What will he do in the future? Now that Seal has not entered Hogwarts, Dumbledore dares to do this. When Seal enters Hogwarts and arrives at his territory, Dumbledore will definitely be even crazier. When that happens, it will be time for us to reveal Dumbledore's true face. As for now, isn't it just 10 dragons? As long as we can eliminate Dumbledore's threat in one fell swoop, the price is worth it. From now on, Seal Evans's reimbursement documents are all allowed. Chapter 49. Why didn't she say that it was Seal who robbed Gringotts? At noon the next day, in the leaky cauldron, a letter from Romania was delivered to Seal's room, with the word urgent clearly marked on it. Seal couldn't wait to open the letter and saw the gorgeous letter paper with gold-plated fonts inside. The content of the letter paper was also very simple. Dear Mr. Seal Evans, a distinguished partner of the Romanian Dragon Farm, it is a great honor to serve you. The 10 fire dragons you requested are being processed on an expedited basis, namely Hungarian Horntail, Australian Egg White Eye, Welsh Green Dragon. It is expected to be delivered by a special person this afternoon. Thank you for your order. In the future, we will send you the materials for 10 fire dragons at the same time every month. You have become a gold card VIP of the Romanian Dragon Farm. When you go to Romania in the future, you can use this gold card to enjoy high-quality services throughout Romania. Seeing the contents of the letter, Charles's eyes showed surprise. When he ordered dragons from the Romanian Dragon Farm, he was still worried whether the Ministry of Magic could reimburse such a large bill. In his opinion, even if Fudge could reimburse, he would definitely come to ask for the truth. But Charles didn't expect that it had been reimbursed. Without even asking, Charles took a deep breath and sighed again. Minister Fudge, you are a good man, you really keep your promise. Just because Fudge reimbursed him, Charles decided that whoever wanted Fudge to step down would be against him. Anyone can step down, except Fudge. If Fudge left, where would Charles find the reimbursement he needed? While sighing, Charles took out the dragon blood obtained from the Ukrainian Iron Belly fire dragon in Gringotts. When completing the magic animagus transfiguration, Deep Blue Analysis Dragon magic power used up almost half a bottle, and now there are 4.5 bottles left. It can be seen that in the glass bottle, the dragon blood still maintains an extremely high temperature, and even bubbles. This is a sign that the magic power is still very sufficient and the dragon blood is still very fresh. If it takes a while, the dragon blood will gradually solidified and dried, losing its bright red luster. Most of the magic power will also dissipate. For Charles, this means a significant reduction in deduction points. So he did not hesitate, uncorked the bottle and poured the boiling dragon blood into his mouth. As several bottles of dragon blood were swallowed, the deep blue intensive prompt sound sounded again, and the total number of deduction points began to rise again. Looking at the increase in the total number of deduction points, Charles's eyes were even more happy. This is much faster than he expected. This also means that the magic power in the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon is even more than Charles expected. It seems that the older this magical animal is, the stronger the magic power in its body. From this point of view, the deduction points that the 1,000-year-old snake monster can provide may still be above my estimate. Charles couldn't help but lick his tongue. At this time, as these bottles of dragon blood were digested by Deep Blue, the total number of Charles's deduction points also jumped from 670,000 to 750,000. The expectation in his eyes, the color of anger became stronger and stronger. A few bottles of Ukrainian Iron Belly's dragon blood provide so many deduction points. Although the magic power of other fire dragons is far less than its, they are still dragons after all. And the goods I ordered from the dragon farm are not only dragon blood, but also dragon meat, dragon heart, dragon scales, etc. I didn't even let go of dragon feces. After digesting all the materials of these 10 fire dragons, it will be easy for my deduction points to exceed 1 million, and it may soar to more than 1.5 million. Counting the fire dragon materials sent from Romania every month in the future, my deduction points should be enough in a short time. Thinking of this, Charles was in a good mood and couldn't help humming a song. He planned to eat something seriously and wait for the fire dragon materials to be delivered to his door. At this moment, Charles's sight turned and fell on a room in the suite. The door of this room was opened, and there was nothing inside. Charles was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. After robbing Nocturne Alley, I tied Tonks up and locked her in the room while I digested the spoils. I also cast a physical stunning spell on her. After that, I completely forgot about her. I followed Quirrell and Voldemort to rob Gringotts and studied the magic animagus. It has been almost 3 days. And now, Tonks is not in there? Escaped? Seal frowned, but soon relaxed again. If he ran away, he would. Although it would be a bit troublesome and it might expose Seal's ability to easily defeat ordinary dark wizards and rob Nocturne Alley, at least Seal's secrets and trump cards were not seen by Tonks, so the situation would not be too bad. Seal calmed down. It seems that the effect of the physical stunning spell is not stable. When there are free points, you can invest some in the stunning spell to avoid this situation again. He looked at the time. The time for Romania to deliver the dragon materials is coming soon. This is the most important thing for Seal. He didn't want to miss the best tasting period of these dragon ingredients, otherwise the loss of deduction points would really make him bleed. At this time, in the office of the Minister of Magic, Tonks, with a haggard and desperate face, stumbled in. The past 3 days were definitely nightmare days in Tonks' heart. She swore that even being locked up in Snape's cellar was nothing compared to these days. Snape? Too gentle. She is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the devil Charles Evans. Every minute and every second locked in the room felt like a century to Tonks. But she never gave up struggling. In addition, Charles was busy practicing the magic animagus and did not cast additional spells on the transfiguration rope on her body. As time passed, the rope was still broken free by Tonks. Tonks found a chance to escape from it. Thinking of what happened in the past period of time, Tonks gasped for air. If she was not strong enough, she would have collapsed and cried. Then, after calming down, Tonks' eyes showed determination. She felt that she needed to report everything about Charles Evans to the Ministry of Magic. Immediately, Tonks began to describe in detail what she saw and heard about Charles. In the office, Fudge and several staff members listened to Tonks's story, and their faces gradually began to change. One staff member couldn't help but want to interrupt, but Fudge waved his hand, indicating that they should record Tonks' speech. After Tonks told everything she saw in Nocturne Alley, Fudge's expression was gentle. "Poor child, strong child, you have worked so hard. Okay, now everything is over, I will prescribe a period of recuperation for you. You can go to St. Mungo's Hospital to recover your spirit. Come, I'll let a few aurors accompany you." Tonks took a deep breath, and finally calmed down, and walked out of the minister's office accompanied by several aurors. At this time, the staff on the side could no longer bear it. "Minister, she is talking nonsense." Fudge sneered. "How can I not know? What kind of crazy words is she talking about? An 11-year-old little wizard who has not yet entered school, has superb attainments in transfiguration, and is so cruel that he looted the entire Nocturne Alley by himself and planted the dark wizards in the mud like potatoes. Why didn't she say that Gringotts was also robbed by the little wizard seal? Chapter 50 crazy like this and still say it's okay? Unforgivable." The staff were even more puzzled when they heard this. "Minister, since you know she is lying, why don't you expose her and let her talk?" Fudge showed a bit of complacency on his face. "Look at you, superficial, too superficial. Can't you use your brain to think about it?" Tonks's words are obviously not in line with common sense, but do you think she looks like she is lying? Not really, the only explanation is that she was hit by some powerful confusion spell and can't figure out what the facts are. But first of all, Tonks is an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts and has extraordinary strength. Besides, she has received auror training for a period of time. The anti-curse training of confusion spell is the foundation of aurors. It is impossible for Tonks to be confused by the confusion spell cast by ordinary wizards. Tonks didn't notice anything wrong with such a ridiculous statement. It's really scary when you think about it. Fudge's words made the staff fall into deep thought. Yes. It's really scary when you think about it. Who has such a powerful confusion charm? Who can rob Nocturne Alley and plant the dark wizards in the mud like potatoes? Who can have such a superb transfiguration? Who can make the dark wizards not even dare to have the thought of revenge, but want to worship him, and don't care even if their wands are taken away? The next moment, Fudge and his staff said a name in unison. "Albus Dumbledore. It's him again." Fudge's face was full of confidence. Tonks must have discovered that Dumbledore was making money while tracking down Seal, so Dumbledore killed her. Everything is right. Dumbledore, you are so good, you pretend to care about your students, but you are actually ruthless and use them by any means. You cast a confusion spell on Tonks and illegally detained her, so that her spirit collapsed. As for Seal, you used it in every way. After the truth was found out, you even used a confusion spell to point everything to Seal, trying to make Seal Evans a scapegoat. I thought that I, Fudge, a politician, was already shameless, but I didn't expect that Dumbledore, who has a kind face, is even more shameless than me." Fudge picked up the notebook that recorded Tonks' words just now, and a smile appeared on his face again. "What is this?" "This is the evidence for the trial of Dumbledore in the future." Then, Fudge gave an instruction. "Tonks has done a great job. Give her a few more days off and treat her well in the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital. Don't leave any sequelae." Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was already evening. The delivery time mentioned in the letter from the Romanian dragon farm had long arrived, but except for the knock on Charles's door by old Tom who came to deliver food, there was no movement. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Charles's expression gradually sank. He didn't know what had happened. Until another letter was delivered, and seeing the content of the letter, Charles's expression became completely cold as iron. Unprecedented rage, in his pupils flashing in the middle. The letter is an urgent apology letter from the Romanian Dragon Farm. It mentions the reason for the delayed delivery: the goods were robbed after arriving in the UK. Bill Weasley, who was responsible for the delivery, was seriously injured and was being treated at St. Mungo's Hospital. All the materials for 10 fire dragons were robbed. The Romanian Dragon Farm is urgently processing and preparing to reissue the fire dragon materials to Charles. However, due to the strict restrictions of the International Wizarding Association on the slaughter of fire dragons, the 10 fire dragon materials reissued to Charles must wait until next month. Charles tightly grasped palm. He had been waiting for so long, but he was told to wait another month? If he waited another month, he would have gone to Hogwarts. Besides, if you are slow in improving your strength, you will be slow in every step. The loss of hundreds of thousands of deduction points today may affect Charles's next move and lead to more losses in the future. Charles can't wait for this batch of fire dragon materials. He wants to see who is so bold as to steal his dragon. The next moment, a loud bang sounded in the room. In an instant, Charles came to St. Mungo's Hospital, walked towards the hospital. Just at this moment, several explosions sounded. Several Aurors brought Tonks here and took her to the psychiatric department for recuperation. Because it was the Aurors who were injured in the mission, the medical staff of St. Mungo's Hospital were waiting at the door to treat her as soon as possible. When Tonks appeared, a group of psychiatric medical staff surrounded her. Seeing this scene, Tonks was stunned for a moment, and then she realized what was going on. She said repeatedly, "I'm fine. I was just stimulated and my emotions were a little out of control. I'm not crazy. I don't need psychiatric treatment. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." But her attending doctor shook his head with pity. "I've heard about your situation from the Ministry of Magic. You can say that an 11-year-old wizard who hasn't even started school robbed Nocturne Alley, and you still say you're fine. Little girl, don't be afraid to see a doctor." At this time, Tonks wanted to argue, but she saw Charles's figure from the corner of her eye. Seal was approaching her. Instantly, Tonks' emotions became excited again. "It's him. It was him who robbed Nocturne Alley. Believe me, I'm telling the truth." The Aurors and medical staff shook their heads. Without giving Tonks a chance to struggle, several Aurors subdued Tonks in an instant. The medical staff of the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital sighed repeatedly. "Look at you, you're so crazy, and you still say you're fine. That's Mr. Charles Evans, poor kid, who was kidnapped by a dark wizard not long ago and suffered inhumane torture. How can you say he robbed Nocturne Alley? This is ridiculous. If you let it go on, maybe in your delusion, it will become Mr. Charles Evans. You tortured the dark wizard inhumanely and killed him." The attending doctor stretched out his wand. "I thought you should be treated conservatively, and a very mild spell would be enough. Now it seems that it won't work. We have to increase the dosage." With a flash of light, Tonks, who was still trying to struggle, immediately got a baby-like sleep. At this time, Seal walked into St. Mungo's Hospital and came to Bill Weasley's ward. In the ward, the Weasley family in the original book were all here. The enthusiastic Mrs. Weasley, the kind and amiable Mr. Weasley, the top student Percy, Ron, the youngest daughter Ginny, and Bill, who had just graduated and started working, lying on the bed. When Seal came in, a series of sad and worried eyes were cast. "Mrs. Weasley!" cried Mr. Weasley, could not help himself, barely controlling his expression, and stood up to ask about Charles's identity. If it were normal, although Charles had no intention of getting close to the Weasley family, he would not mind exchanging pleasantries. But today, the deduction points that were supposed to be harvested were postponed, his fire dragon materials were constantly emitting magic power, and Charles even had murderous intent in his heart, so he had no mind to greet the Weasley family. He came to Bill Weasley's ward just to get clues and retrieve his fire dragon materials. Where were you robbed? What are the characteristics of the person who robbed you? Charles stared at Bill, who had already woken up but was still very weak, on the bed. Bill was startled and quickly recognized Charles's identity, with a look of self-blame on his face. 10 dragon materials were lost, and he couldn't make up for such a loss even if he sold them. As a buyer, Charles suffered a huge loss. Bill whispered. I just entered the UK and followed the prescribed route for the transportation of dragon materials. As a result, when I was in Cornwall County, my colleague turned against me. He attacked me with several ambushed magical animal hunters and took away all the suitcases containing dragon materials. Charles said coldly. Colleagues turned against me. Cornwall County. Do you have anything of his? Anything will do. Bill was stunned for a moment, then took out a piece of rag from his pocket with difficulty. This is what I tore off when I was fighting with him. Is this okay? Charles picked up the rag, nodded, and walked out without looking back. Dare to steal his things, dare to make him lose deduction points. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Orange vertical pupils suddenly appeared in Charles's eyes.